The first two races have shown just how difficult it will be to get everything right at every race. Plenty of teams who managed to slam dunk at Spa were left licking their wounds after Long Beach. We'll see who remembers to cross their T's and dot their I's as we get ready to watch the OBS Motorsport 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Craig King. Craig, as we get these beautiful views here of the Red Bull Ring, I have to say I'm excited for this one because this is a track that has gained quick popularity here on iRacing.
Yeah, during a short time, it's become a staple in GT racing, thanks to its wide track, the drafting abilities, and the challenge of some of these corners. You talk about downforce corners, mechanical grip corners. There is a nice little overlay of the track. You see that turn one there, Niki Lauda curve. You get a good run out of that corner down to the straight on to turn 3, just there in the top corner. There it is with the lovely graphics. This is one of the main overtaking spots of the track around this corner. It can be tight. You could get a few incidents, and of course, with the sausage curves on the edge, that's always going to be a challenge. Then, of course, then you come down to 6 and 7. This is one of the tricky sections, one of the old parts of the track still, so it's tight. And then the start-finish, well, near the start-finish line, that pit entry is going to be tough for some of these drivers. It's all on the same racing line here. You get around that corner, it's the same racing line if you're taking the pit lane or if you're taking the race line.
And of course, as I mentioned, we've had 2 races so far at Spa and at Long Beach. We're going to take a quick look back and have a better understanding, hopefully, of what has gone down so far. It has certainly been tumultuous for a number of them. Honestly, really impressed with how little issues we did have there at Long Beach. But taking a look at the GT3 Pro standings, Team Fordzilla has definitely been the one to beat up at the top, with Power Hit Radio Racing trailing behind by a number of points rather early on, but still have plenty to try and catch them back up. As I mentioned, things can go south quite easily out here And you can see the separation gets very narrow between third and fourth. Only 2 points between RSR by Butt Kicker and Roadster Racing. The other team, Fordzilla team, the number 98, hasn't been as consistent. It's been the 66 that's been the more dominant of the pair in the 2 races so far. So there's your GT3 standings. GT3 AM, a little bit farther down, is a lot closer between Locals Autosport and Slow and Confused. It's been a bit more back and forth as to who's had success and who has not here in this group, with almost a tie between third and fourth, half a point between them currently. Same thing down there with a half point being for a couple of our teams, 7th, 8th, and 9th, and only 2 points separating 8th and 9th position themselves. So the GT3 AMs have got themselves all to fight for, and consistency probably going to play a major role as to who takes the crown at the end of the season. As for the GT4s, MTS, GRG are far and above the ones to try and catch up to Shipsy Racing after a good first round. Unfortunately, has slipped back a little bit, are now tied with Licargus there for second place. From there on down, another few good battles, a tie for 6th and 7th as well, with the 50-50 Racing team and the other MTS GRG, the 202 team, there on tied on points. SRB Motorsport just 2 points behind them, and then a tie down for 9th and 10th as well, Schrotus and KTK Racing. And I do believe that we've got a track guide to help show us around here at the Red Bull Ring. So why don't we hop on board?
Welcome to the Styrian Mountains. Welcome to Austria and the legendary Red Bull Ring circuit. Coming down into turn 1, you're aiming for that 100-meter board. That's where your braking point is. Now aiming for the curb on the inside and the curb on the exit. Now it's on to the longest straight of the circuit, coming up into turn 3. It's such an uphill section, but this is the best overtaking opportunity of the track. Such a heavy braking zone, braking at the 100-meter board and all the way down into first gear, getting the car turned and making sure to go on power as early as you can. This is so crucial, as now you've got another long straight coming down into turn 4. This is another fantastic overtaking opportunity. Braking at the 100-meter board, so difficult. It's all downhill over the curb and then over the outside curb as much as you can. Be careful of that gravel trap. It may spin you out on the exit. Now coming into turn 6, light braking, getting down the gears, waiting for the car to turn, and then on the power, using everything there is on the exit. Again, braking downhill, braking another gear and back on power as early as you can, as you've got another long straight coming into turn 9, one of the fastest corners on the track, of 4th gear. Super quick, braking down into 4th, getting the car turned, back on power, using everything there is on the exit, and then braking again, using all of the inside curb, all of the exit curb, and that's a quick lap of the Red Bull Ring.
There we get a good view from Gustus around the track, but drivers are out there currently as well, trying to put some lap times in for qualifying in the GT4 class here, Craig. And so far, SRB Motorsports looks to be the one to hold that top spot currently.
Yeah, currently leading at the moment by 1/10. You can just see them just guiding their way around. We're just looking at the other teams. Just a 10th in it there for P1 and P2. Just get that quick look at the track time, and also just that interesting thing at the moment, 27 Celsius or 28 just on the track timber. The 52% humidity is one to keep eyes out for as well, as it will stay that humidity, but will get colder in the race. But as we were talking about the current qualifying, you'll see shortly SRB Motorsport currently leading MTS GRG by a 10th, as we've had a car spin around. It's the 222 of Shipsy Racing. Just 4 thousandths, separating P2 and P3. That's Titanial Racing. So it's all to play for at the moment with 5 minutes left in this open qualifying for the GT4s.
And if you're new to the OBS Motorsport series, might not be as familiar with the unique rules that they have. They are not allowed to tow in. Now, if you've raced in iRacing, you know that you can hit your escape button or whatever you've mapped it to, and it'll take you right back to pit lane anytime during an open qualifying. Not so in here. You'll get a penalty if you do that because they are insistent on as much realism as possible. You have to drive it back to pit lane. So it's sort of a if you break it, you bought it situation. You really don't want to get any damage out here for this. And SRB Motorsport 2 has now put that 255 car ahead of their sister team there in the 245. So pole has switched around, and it's a whole quarter of a second faster this time. So looks like those at the top are finding quite big margins here, even this late.
Yeah, at the moment you can just see the 245 though got a really nice tow from that 244 Litkargus. Get my words out in a moment. Getting a tow down into turn 3, which should help them, having to get a little bit careful on the braking though as they came around to turn 3. But they are looking strong at the moment. No mistakes. Remember, talked about the downforce, talked about the mechanical grip. These GT4s, they do have those spoilers. They don't have the grip that you would expect in a GT3 car, so they have to be careful around some of these corners. As the 202 now comes around, they set a 1:37.579, 500ths behind the 245 of SRB Motorsport, but that 245 is on a very good lap, I think.
Indeed, and this is also a track that tends to cause some headaches for some drivers in terms of track limits. Try to get those laps to count for them. And it is all automatic by iRacing. So if you go beyond the limit, it is your qualifying lap is just deleted and it won't count regardless. So with less than 3 minutes left to go, drivers have only got enough time for maybe 2 more laps, maybe 1. It all depends on where you sit in this lap currently. And we still see no change in the last few moments up in these 9 cars taking part in this race. The 202 heading down the hill, sitting in third. MTS GRG has about 0.3 of a second to make up to catch pole position. Question is, do they have enough? Right now, I'm showing them tracking about 7/10 slower than their quickest, so I'm not sure that we'll see them manage to improve here.
We got the final minute as well, so they'll cross this line. They can't go for a cooldown lap. They will have to go full speed here. Some of the other drivers are taking that cooldown lap just to get themselves ready for this. We'll see what they do when they cross the line as the MTS GRG car will come across. It isn't fast enough to get by, and it's still their fastest time, that 37.579. The 245, I was talking about them with that fast lap, it was invalid last time round, so they've got 1 last shot. Everyone's got 1 last shot. And with the gaps really in the middle of the field, just a tenth between everybody, all to play for.
Yeah, you can see about 17 seconds to go, 15 seconds to go here. And you better cross the line soon. SRB Motorsport's 245 car just crossed. Anybody else going to be able to get there? Yeah, we got a couple coming past our commentary booth. And Shipsy Racing is going to be just short. And 222 is going to get the checkered flag. They are not going to improve, unfortunately. MTS GRG is going to be the next one across in the 202 team. I'm showing them tracking close to their best. They've got to stay right on top of it because it is neck and neck.
Yep, here they come down into the corner. We can see them right now down into 6. Here they go. And around. Got to make sure they don't get this wrong. The 292 need to get 1 lap together. They'll be the first cars to set a lap here. To set a lap as the last car, sorry. Around they go now. The treacherous 7-8 down the straight. Got to get turn 9 right. Got to get this exit right on this corner. You do not want to have an off track here, so they'll come around now. All the speed they can carry. Keep as much speed they can. They've kept it tight on the inside, and then don't get an off track here. They stay in. A bit of a kick up at the dust. They're going to come across the line, and MTS GRG, the 292 is going to set at 138 there. It's not going to be enough to improve, though.
Yep, that's the 292. The 202, who were sitting in third, unfortunately had their last lap deleted going beyond the boundaries at one of the corners. And looks like the 250 team not able to go any quicker as they crossed the line. Next, just saw them cross, and I'm trying to catch them here. It looks like SRB Motorsports 245 team also had that last lap deleted, as the 244 improved to a 137.7. That'll get them 5th place. And Dilettante Racing was not able to go any quicker. I think that is going to be everybody there in the GT4s. So we get a chance to take a short breather before the GT3 AMs will take to the track here for another 15 minutes. But it looks like SRB Motorsports have really got this track figured out, blocking out the front row, Craig.
Yeah, really good times there. The 245, by the way, they were pushing so hard that they went off at the last corner and then some. There was about almost a car and a half gap between the track limits and where they were on that final corner. So you can see they really wanted it. They would be happy to lock out the front row with their brethren in the 255, but the competition in you and that ability, you want to be on pole regardless of if it's your teammate or if it's your rival. So that's going to be a little bit hard for them, but they do have a pretty comfortable lead. Be interesting to see if they use that down the street. Aston Martins, there's 2 Porsches behind them in the 202 and the 233, so maybe that will come into play around here. But for the time being, they can put their feet up now for another 30 minutes, knowing that they have succeeded a 1-2 in the front row for SRB Motorsport.
And a small correction for myself. This is both the GT3 AM and GT3 Pros. And that could be a bit of an issue here because, as we mentioned, Craig, there is only 9 of our GT4s, whereas we've got a couple dozen GT3s. And this is a relatively short lap. This track isn't known for its long lap length. So I wonder if finding track position out there is going to wind up being critical.
It's going to be very crucial. We know when we talk about F1 motorsport, we know that there's the rule, don't be holding up people by slowing down and getting a cool down lap. I don't think we'll see a lot of that here. But with a track time here of 1 minute 30, some drivers getting in the 28s, most drivers getting in the 29s, you get a 90-second lap around here. That's not a lot of space for what I believe is 30 cars around here today, maybe just a little bit less than that. So they have to be careful with where they want to go. And just look at the queue here waiting to go. I don't think I've ever seen a queue of traffic like this because most of these cars are at the front of the grid, the front of the pit stall, sorry. So they're really struggling. Thankfully, I don't think there's any collisions in this pit lane. Otherwise, we may have a bit of damage here. But as we wait for them to go with 1 minute left to go, who's the first one out there? That's going to be crucial. It is, believe us, they're in the number 10, Power Hit Radio Racing. They may get the advantage here of being the first car out.
Absolutely. And I'm sure that clean air is going to be important, at least in the early stages, but 15 minutes is a bit of time to try and get on the board. Yeah, I don't know what would happen if they got damage in the pit lane, if they would let them tow, because, I mean, technically in the real world, the team would be able to run down and kind of wheel you back. So I'm not sure what the policy is on that. I'll have to check to see if the rule book has anything regarding that. And it is quite cramped in there as some of them are trying to squeeze on out while they're working their way around. I want to remind you about one of our sponsors, OBS Worlds. OBS Worlds is a three-dimensional immersive sandbox-style metaverse. Inhabitants of this virtual world, the OBS community, can explore the metaverse, interact with other people and their surroundings, play car-themed games, follow relevant industry and motorsport news, access various content and entertainment, and engage in auctioneering, digital retail, sports betting, or graphic asset creation. All right, you can see up at the front, he is definitely in a hurry to try and make good on that clean air. Of course, this lap won't count for Duchovskis, as he's going to try and get to his first flyer. Behind them, though, they are jockeying for position. Roadster Racing and Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University have been kind of swapping back and forth, and they haven't passed on Power Hit Radio yet, but if they were trying to trade positions just for second in line, I got to think that if they find an opportunity, they're going to maybe try to overtake this red number 10.
Maybe so, but even more, would you really want to be the middle car? You'd want to...
Yeah, I agree. Oops, sorry, lost you for a second there, Craig.
No, yes, sorry, no, I just had a small dip there. Yeah, I would say, yeah, you were saying, I would say the double toe. You would want the double toe there. You'd want to be the last car in this line, and I think that's what they are complacent with.
Exactly. All right, so they start their first flying lap. Oh, that was very deep in for all three of them, and I think both Cepas and the Vilnius Tech car may have gone a little wide, and that's a slow exit for Power Hit Radio Racing as they drop down. So, in fact, Vilnius Tech had a slowdown penalty. They had gone so far wide. That's something you can get here on the exits of some corners, as they're not only monitoring the incidents out there, but trying to make sure that you can't gain an advantage by just simply running the car out and or managing to rack up the incidents late in the race to try and get a speed advantage. Yeah,
I mean, you have seen some of them doing that as well. I think some people tried doing that in other words. You can actually see the 48 there. Yeah, the 48 Roadster Racing has actually given up that lead car to the 165. So you've got a GT3 AM driver and then a couple other drivers also giving up their lap and giving position. The lead car in the pack now is a GT AM driver, which shouldn't make a difference, as you see now with Greg Forward coming around on their first lap. Some drivers are deciding it's not the right time to be in this battle or be in this queue. Maybe the dirty air is affecting them, but some of these cars will set their first laps now. And coming around, who's going to be the one that will take the provisional pole position? Over the limit 56 will go pole first, and XZ Racing comes 7 thousandths a second faster.
All right, only 3 of them have managed to get one to count. Now we've got Team Fordzilla in there, but it's the 98 team currently. And trying to see where that 66 team is out on track currently. Looks like they are actually only just starting a lap because their first one got deleted for Stepanov. But Fordzilla 4/10 ahead of XZ Racing now. And looks like about half the field has managed to put one down on the board on this first time around. Power Hit had theirs taken away on that first lap. And we're missing about a dozen cars that need to get a time on the board. So back around they go to try and get a chance to try and get a clean one in. We're watching Elliott Pugh here for Alpha Esports by MDS. They've managed to jump up into second place, and it is tight, 400ths behind Jack Ashton in that number 98.
Yeah, and then if you look as well behind them, you've got to look at the likes of the gap between XZ Racing, Over the Limit Racing, and where Apex Racing. Just between the 3 of them, there is just under 300ths between the 3 of those, and that's the middle of the field. Power Hit Radio now powers in and takes that position. Team Fordzilla 66. Now, as we see the 169, that's a very interesting car. Didn't want to steer there. Almost looks like the driver might have had a hardware issue there, but does manage to slow it down and avoid any issues there. I was about to say, Fordzilla 66 takes pole position, provisional pole. This is Oliver Stepanov's first time qualifying in the series for this car, and it's also his home race per se, so he's really looking for a good result.
Yeah, and that team, as I mentioned, has been impressive so far this season. Elliott Pugh has managed to not go quicker. In fact, that last lap got deleted for him. That was a little wide there up on the curb. I think he may have gotten away with that one, thankfully, and stayed within the boundaries. So here we've got the leader in the AM category. Right now, that is Locals Autosport. SRB Motorsport in Vega. Oh, no. 100 Force just took it away from them right now. Justin Lomelli with a 129.7, less than a tenth ahead. So on both cases, it's been very tight between our front row in the GT3 classes.
Yeah, you can actually just see it. 700s between those two. Another 600s between the 133 local Motorsports and the SRB Motorsports by Lint Vega. It's so close up there. And then again, another 100 between the 181 and the 131 as more cars start coming about. Look for the AMs to be a really close battle here as you still see the 171, the 100 Force coming around in the BMW. Don't see a lot of BMWs around Red Bull Ring due to the nature of a front engine car just struggling. The understeer really hard on these BMWs around here, but making it work. Also going for another lap as well. And if you are seeing that on the timing board for the pros as well, yes, that is true. The Fordzilla 98 did beat the Roadster Racing by less than 1,000th of a second. So just because the AMs are having it nice and close doesn't mean the pros want a little bit of a battle themselves with how close they can get, because both battles are really starting to shine now.
Yeah, and Gerteka Tramos has managed to put themselves on top of the AMs ahead of 100 Force, and we continue to see the AMs swap around. Now, again, if you're not familiar, there is no difference. Ooh, big moment there for Lomelli, 100 Force, really trying to wheel this thing. And yeah, he knows his lap is no good, so he pulls off to the side, I think, to try and make sure he's out of the way of anybody who's on a quick one. But there's no difference between these GT3 AM and GT3 Pro cars. They're all the same GT3 class cars. It is just the license level of the drivers internally within the league that makes the difference. Fordzilla has actually parked it, and they, I think, have enough time if they want to get out now, maybe for a lap or two. But they seem to feel pretty confident with this pole because Power Hit Radio is still out there.
Yeah, Power Hit Radio's in. By the way, the Pro... Oh, hello, that is the 111 just going a bit wide there. Gerteka is also coming into the pit, so they look like they're just going to go for a quick splash and go. Maybe get some fresh tyres on if they can, see what they can do. Because I don't think they want to be complacent with just 600ths between them and the Porsche Club Lithuania car there. So we'll wait to see what they decide to do. And indeed, they are on the jacks. So yeah, the 131 will be going over again for one more lap. Everybody's got laps left in them, but who's going to take the advantage? That Power Hit Radio Racing is still out there. So looks to be a different type of strategy by some of these cars. Maybe not fuel for the whole time, so you can do a little bit less fuel, couple faster laps, get in, get some more fuel, and do another faster lap. Some of these guys, they just look complacent to just completely drain the fuel tank and see what they can get.
Yeah, and Fordzilla did get back out there, so they're on a warm-up lap right now. But Power Hit, I believe, is on a flyer. They backed it up coming out of the final corners and now are trying to push as hard as they can to cut down on that 0.234 of a second. And this is what's in front of them. It's almost a traffic jam. You can see, talked about some of the trying to find track position. You do get aero wake in these GT3 cars. As that's Stepanov staying out of the way with Power Hit just coming up behind them. They definitely don't want to cause them some problems here. And they are going to be able to stay out of the way, yeah, just in time as they fly out of Vert and up towards Rent. So now it's going to switch around as Stepanov is going to get on the power, and Dukovskis is going to finish his lap going very wide. Is this one going to be within the boundaries? He's staying on it, so he seems to think so. And Povalas, no, it gets deleted, is going to have to continue around for another lap.
Yep, I think he got that off track on the exit of turn 7. I was watching him. Might have been the exit of turn 7, just going a little bit wide as Elliot Hugh now in that 77 Alpha Esports overtakes them. Again, it's close all the way around, but it's still over a tenth between P1 and P2. But the Alpha Esports by MDS will continue that. Stepanov now gets his lap. Does he get much traffic? He doesn't get much traffic, so we don't need to keep eyes on him. The AM battle still out there as well. We've got to keep our eyes on the AMs as well. Porsche Cup Lithuania They're out on the track, and right behind them as well, just coming out on the track as well, is the 131 of Gareca Tramos EU. So the top two in the AM are right next to each other, and they are playing a little bit of chicken, as that's a car off on the gravel. That looks to be one of the amateurs. Not sure, having them must have just gone a little bit wide to avoid everybody. But like I was saying, the amateur leaders, they're on the track. They're going for their flying laps again.
Yeah, that was the 165 for SR Racing. Vancivicius, unfortunately, was way off into the gravel, but was fortunate enough to avoid hitting the wall, so they can get back out and get running. So Porsche Club Lithuania, now our pole sitter in the AM category. Oh, when Locals Autosport just moved up into second, and Power Hit Radio also in the pros have moved back up into second ahead of Alpha Esports. It is swapping around quite quickly now.
Track has gotten cooler, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's any type of cloud in the area just to give them a little bit of extra braking, just get that cool part of the track. The sun comes down now. There's the Powerhouse Radio Racing. The gap's still 1/10, but Fordzilla's got to be a little bit worried now. They don't want to be too complacent, and they will be looking to see what they can do. Stefanov out there at the moment. Their first lap was invalid, so they're looking to see what they are able to do here. And this is what we were talking about. Do you want that slipstream there? Well, there's a car there that's definitely getting the slipstream. But for these guys over the Limit Racing Blue, they're unable to beat their teammates. Just going to talk about this. Unable to beat their other team over Limit Racing Red by another 100th of a second. I can't remember the last time I've seen such a close qualifying, Joe.
It has been tight as can be out there. The drivers are going to have to really fight and claw for every position, and we've gotten the 2-minute warning. So that's just enough time to, if you've started a lap recently, to cycle around and start one more if you feel like you need it. So Over the Limit Racing Blue still sitting in ninth after that lap did not count. And let's see who is looking like they are in a good one right now. Their red team actually might be on a quick one in the 56, which we're watching just in case. This is our pole sitter, Stepanov, across the line now 0.3 of a second ahead, and only 300ths that the 56 team needs to make up. Oh, but their lap got deleted. So Fordzilla's last lap, once again, improving, putting themselves a little bit more out of reach of the number 10 team.
Yeah, and in the amateur as well, Gateca had another invalid lap. There's 1 minute left. I don't think they're going to get another chance here. This is all they've got, so we'll wait and see what the 131 can do, what the 113 can do. Porsche Cup Lithuania go faster again, and that gap now between P1 and P2 in the AM is 0.3, and that is going to be a tough hill to climb for the Locals Autosport and Gateca, as other cars are still around them. You can't rule out the 171, the 104th. They are still on. They're on their outlap as well. They're going to get one shot at this as well. So all eyes everywhere. I mean, Fordzilla might have this, but the other teams, the other Fordzilla, RSR in P4 as well. What can they do? And in fact, I think RSR's got a little bit of a slipstream at the moment on one of those amateur cars. Might be able to do something on their final lap.
And I'm watching to see who's going to take that checkered flag first, because we're under 1 minute, and there's the checkered flag now. So first one across is going to be the OBS Motorsport 191 team. And in amateurs, they bumped themselves up to, looks like, I think, into about 12th place or so, as we watch Roadster Racing currently sitting in 6th position. And that's in the pro category. They take the checkered flag, not able to go higher than that third row.
Yeah, as we were talking about Gateca, by the way, they could not set another fastest lap. They're going to be finishing P4 as RK Foundation just threw down a 29.542 to jump into P2 in the amateurs. What are we going to see from the other teams, though, in the pros? There is the 48 there on the screen, the Roadster Racing. I'm keeping my eyes on the RSR cars. They're coming around the final quarter. They abandon their lap. They're going to keep P4 at best. Fordzilla also comes into the pits. What about the 47? They'll be one of the last cars. Over the limit blue. It's going to be one of the last cars. They go wide. We're just left with the number 10 car, which is Power Hit Racing. They come in, I believe. That's going to be it for our qualifying.
And Craig, 100 Force at the very end, jumped from 5th to 2nd in the AM class on that last lap. So talk about coming in clutch. Nicely done up there. And you're right that is everybody now across the line and done with our qualifying. So the grid is set, and it was Nigel Jobling, the last one to set a time. Unfortunately, that got deleted, though, for Alpha Esports Academy, so they will stay put in 6th place.
I'll wait for
as the drivers will cycle in. They'll get a little drivers meeting. And while they're doing that, we'll go through that starting grid here in just a moment. But fascinating qualifying. Of course, it's a 6-hour event, Craig, so not as important this time to have that track position. But as we said back in Long Beach as well, it's always good to be a little ahead of some of the melee behind.
Yeah. We talk about it. We talk about what can happen around here. Incidents are plenty at turn 3, 6, 7, and 8. Again, you've just got to be careful here. It's a fast track, but one mistake, and you're not losing one position. You're losing 2, maybe 3. So is it best to be at the front? Definitely. But do you want to be right at the front? No. You want that. You want that slipstream. You want the idea, as we were talking earlier, the double toe. You want to use that to your advantage, because while a race can't be won in the first hour, a race can be lost in the first hour, but you can also set yourself up at the end of the game, at the end of the race. I like to usually say, Joe, you can't see who's winning the race until the final hour of an endurance race, because that's when the pit stops are finally over. So if you can take your last pit stop as late as possible, less fuel, less time in the pits, that's going to help you. But you've got to get there. It is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And it's not how fast you can go.
Absolutely. It's who's the fastest over 6 hours and not on a single lap. So they have now bumped them over to the race session, and the cars are starting to grid up out there. And you can see them lining up behind the pace car. Change of time as well, as here is our grid with Stepanov on the pole for Team Fordzilla. Power Hit Radio Racing in second. Alpha Esports starting P3 today. RSR by Butt Kicker in fourth. Team Fordzilla is number 98 starting fifth, with Roadster Racing next to them. Where Apex Racing will start seventh, followed by Over the Limit Racing Red, and then Over the Limit Racing Blue right next to them, or behind them really, on the next row in ninth. XE Racing rounds out your top 10. Porsche Club Lithuania starts in 11th, and then 12th goes to Alpha Esports by G Performance. Craig?
Yep. And we will just get there with the 100 Force Racing coming there in 13th position. Then RK Foundation will be 14th, and Local Esports 15th. Gateca Tramos EU will be 16th, and then the Supersonic Racing will be 17th. Alpha Esports Academy 18th. RSV Motors by OBS will be 19th, and SRB Motorsport by Linz Vega 20th. 4SR Racing will be 21st, and then 22nd will be Amazing Stuff. 23rd Transport Engineering by Villainous Tech will be 23rd, and 24th Slow and Confused in the 155 as they start to roll.
Locals Autosport Black 25th with SR Technic 135 in 26th position. Then it's OBS Motorsport, MCG Endurance, and Riding High. Then you get into the GT4s with SRB Motorsport 2 on the top spot, and SRB Motorsport next to them. In third, it's going to be MTS GRG, followed by Dilettante Racing fourth. Lit Cargus will be fifth. Shipsy sixth. 50-50 Schrotus and MTS GRG's 292 rounding out the field. They are heading up towards the start-finish line, and Fordzilla has control, waiting for the green flag here as we get ready for 6 hours of racing at the Red Bull Ring. Green flag is out. It's not the greatest of starts from Stepanov. He might have a bit of challenge from Power Hit coming around the outside. He's giving him just enough room, trying to open up that corner as far as he can go. 3 wide in the background results in a big wreck as the cars scatter to try to get through what is becoming almost a bit of a traffic jam back there. Let's go to the GT4 start.
Well, the GT4s are in the traffic jam, and it is absolutely chaos. We're going to look at this replay right now. Unfortunately, we're just going to see what happened. I think now P7, the 250, is leading the GT4s. Look at this. It is blocked, and you've got one way to go. It's either hit them or you go all the way around, and I believe that's what's happened. I need to just do my check, but from what I'm seeing, the 250, that's the 50-50 racing team, are now leading the GT4s. Look at that mayhem. Just 2 cars spinning, and it just caused a big incident. And I do see one of the cars, I think the 191, the OBS Motorsport, they have issues. And Powerhouse, they have issues as well.
Yeah, Power Hit got spun. Oh, we've had some big wrecks down in Schlossgold as we're watching this replay. Slow and Confused got hit. I'm trying to see who ran into them. It looks like it was Schrotus, actually, that got into trouble. And not seeing anybody who's had to take a tow. Oh, but we do have the caution. It looks like Porsche Club Lithuania is stranded on the circuit. So that might have been because of that opening incident. I'm double checking here. Yes, they unfortunately kind of got banged around so much that the car was stuck on the track. So here is Power Hit Radio Racing. As they got turned around in Schlossgold, were able to get going eventually, but that caused an issue in the GT4s that eventually turned other cars around.
Yeah, very messy there, but what can happen? And we see them, they're just coming to the safety car. Yeah, that was 3 wide going into turn 4 into Schlossgold, or Route for other drivers. It's had 2 different names, of course, and it just ended up being a bit of an issue there for them. And then, of course, the coming back onto the track there by the Power Hit radio did not help matters either. We almost just had a crash on the safety car there with cars coming back to the queue. But there's not a lot of tipsy-turvy in the GTs at the moment. I'm still looking at this 50-50 racing team, qualified 7th, and were the first car to be able to take an advantage of, I'm going to take the escape road at turn 1 to avoid that crash, and they had a good lead, and the safety car, unfortunately, had bunched them all back up. So that's one to keep an eye out for. But in the meantime, RSR managing to take advantage of what's happened at the start and take 2nd place.
Well, the ironic thing about all of this is we kind of thought Long Beach would be a little bit messy at the start, and that was as clean as could be. And this is the one in a track with tons of runoff that winds up getting blocked in the end. So go figure. And pace car already pulling around Team Fordzilla. Yeah, that 50-50 racing team, very smooth move to see what was happening and just take around to the outside to try and pick up that lead. Of course, you got to be careful not to get a slowdown penalty because those are hard to give back on the first lap. But they managed it just about right. Now, way too early for pit stop shenanigans if you're at the front of the field. But you talked about it, Craig. If somebody's going to try and take advantage of this, I think it's those at the back who have nothing to lose to get those shorter pit stops.
Well, unfortunately, pit lane is closed at the moment, but they do have that opportunity. It does remind me a little bit of oval racing. Take a pit stop early, get to the back. So, and hopefully will be, avoid the chaos, but we weren't expecting that so early in the race, and especially, like you were saying, with such a long runoff, I think some drivers were afraid of going over the sausage curves, but it's also such a blind corner. How do you, especially at turn 1, how do you tell your team if you're spotting them? How do you tell your driver there's an incident there? Because by the time they've already started braking and turning in, you're telling them, and they're about to turn in, so some of them I don't think had the ability to make a reaction there, which is unfortunate, but that is the nature of racing.
Well, another adage in endurance racing is if you're going to have a problem early, and they can try to catch up from there. But if you're Dilettante Racing, Slow and Confused, or Porsche Club Lithuania, you're not terribly happy with how things have kicked off. They're all in pit lane, already a lap down or more, taking repairs. And they will hopefully open up that pit lane here soon. But we don't have any race control decisions. I've been keeping my eye on that chat like a hawk since that incident, because I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a few handed down from that one, because that was certainly messy. And the stewards will probably have something to say about a couple of the incidents on that first lap. So give us a few moments. Thankfully, I mean, since all the cars that are a lap down were involved in that incident, we're not going to have to wave around cars here. And this is just basically running through the process of your typical iRacing safety car.
For GT3, pit lane is
Yep, and the pit lane's going to be open for the GT3s here. Now, we did see some of the cars getting a little bit of damage. So who will be the ones that will take into the pit lane, mainly just to get some repairs here? When you think about repairs here, with how long the safety car comes around here, it's 2.5 minutes. If you had to go in for a repair right now, get into the box, you can take 2 minutes at least of repairs. That could be very helpful to them. Is anyone going to look at the fake out by the Fordzilla? Did you just see that, the 98 Fordzilla? I didn't think I'd see fake outs in road racing, but here we are.
Yeah, just try and see if they could fool anybody. And it looks like SR Technics 135, which is in the AM category of GT3s, is pitting in, along with, trying to see who that is. Looks like SRB Motorsports Lynn Vega, another of our AM GT3 teams, is pitting in. Let's see if anybody else behind them. Nope, that just those two. Everybody else feels like they can make it around with whatever little damage they have from there. And you're right, 2.5 minutes is a long time to rip off and duct tape as much carbon fiber as you possibly can in hopes that you can find some speed and keep your car competitive. You don't want to be lacking speed, especially straight line speed at a track like this.
Yeah, I am surprised at some of the cars, like the 123, the MCG Endurance. They've got some nose damage from that accident, and they decided not to take it. This is a speedy track, so you don't want to be down on top speed, and some of these cars deciding, like you were saying, they can go on without it, but realistically, if you think you got damage, I think you've got to take it. And some of these cars deciding against it, as the pit lane is now closed for the GT3, so it's going to be the GT4s next time by. Now, we haven't talked about any damage for the GT4s, but some of them did get damaged getting caught in that incident. So I wonder who we'll see. Maybe the guys at the back, we might see some. Maybe, like, look at the SRB 255 might be one of the cars that will come in to take some repairs.
I also saw OBS Motorsport. That's a GT3, excuse me. So that's the wrong class. Trying to see MTS GRG, the 292, has some pretty big front end damage. So they're not looking so hot. SRB2 has just a little bit of front end damage, I think, and so does Locals Autosport and their Mercedes, not looking all that great. So this is going to be a bit of a busy pit lane for this early in the race, as we should see a couple other drivers probably duck on in as the Fordzilla team continues to dutifully follow the safety car. And we wait for the GT3s to cycle past before we get to that GT4 leader with Biernacek in the number 250. Naturally, he's not coming in, having managed to avoid it. Let's see if any of his friends comes on down.
Well, I don't see the 292. The 292 staying out with that damage. The 224 definitely coming in to get some of that damage fixed. But yeah, the MTS GRG car deciding it's not worth it. That's the 292, so they're going to stay out there. But, I mean, I don't know about you. I've not seen GT4s with this damage model, so it's weird to see an Aston Martin punched in the hole in the front like that, with basically all the wires almost still connecting the front grille. So that's the amount of damage on the nose there for the 292. Hopefully, that doesn't give them any issues going through the air and the aerodynamics. They'll be looking to stay behind as many drivers as they can. One thing we haven't touched off on, I was going to mention, we haven't talked about what happened in the GT3 AM, because RK Foundation managing to take over the lead with 104 still keeping that P2, and Gerteka getting P3 here, and they're all with one another. There is a pro car between them and the next car, which is the Alpha Esports Academy. So the AMs managed to get away from that more than anything, but it's still the issue now that they're going to have some of those pros trying to get around them. Like I said before, like Joe said, Power Hit Radio all the way in 20th overall at the moment.
Yeah, that kind of really unraveled on them there, and they've got a lot of work to do. That's 20th in the GTs overall as well. In class, need to check and see exactly where they sit. They're not even within the top 10, it looks like, from our graphic there on the screen on the left-hand side. And looks like I think, have they turned the lights off? Let me double check here. Oh, all right. So we're going racing, and they better be ready. Those who are still in pit lane are going to wind up being quite far behind, because already Stepanov is coming up to the pit entry, where the pace car will peel off, and Team Fordzilla 66 is being given control here. So it's single file, should hopefully be a little bit more of a cleaner start. Pace car is in. 66 waiting on it, really stacking them up, and they take off now, coming out of the final corner and across the line. Green flag is out. Took about 12 minutes longer than we expected, but we are green flag racing once again, and coming up into Lauda Curve. Let's see if we get it right this time without much side-by-side. In fact, no side-by-side, still all single file into this corner. It is a much tidier start.
Much tidier all the way down the field. They've learned from before, and they're just going to keep it like that. Some of the cars now making their way around. Wait to see if any car goes for any early move, and we do indeed. We have the 86, the XZ Racing getting past the 47, the over the limit blue in one of the early moves. Still no action at the very front of the field, and in the GT4s as well. We just see some little bit of cycling around. The 171 losing out on P2 in the amateurs as well to Gerteka, who get that position. So already positions are starting to change.
Yeah, we were watching that leader in the GT4, the 50-50 racing team, about a second ahead of MTS GRG's 202 team. So they've got a nice gap here, and we're starting to get the first results, I think, from that opening set of incidents, as the stewards have given a drive-through penalty to car number 48. So unfortunately, that's going to put them behind the 8 ball here. That's Roadster Racing, who has found that one. And they're in third right now. That's for contact with car 10. Interesting.
Car 10, that would have been the 3 wide going down into turn 4, I believe. So that would have been it. But also one of the incidents that caused the big accident at the start of the race. No further action. They did feel that it was one of those racing things. And of course, it is a first lap thing. You've got to be careful on the first lap. Those things can happen. And the stewards deciding no further action. It's just racing at the moment. So some drivers you can will probably not like it. Some drivers will like it. We're not gonna say personally, but one thing is for sure, it has shaken up things. But they're all back to racing now. Feels a bit weird. This is our second full lap around the field now.
Yeah, really. And on screen, we've been watching the battle for the lead in the GT-AMs. Crawford for Gerteka Tramos chasing RK Foundation currently. And that's Zentalis leading the way in that field. So they come out of Verts, and looks like Centalis might be able to put a pro car between them. That's where Apex Racing just in front of them as we come down to Nigel Jobling. In the meantime, for Alpha Esports Academy, they're very tight together here. And this is for third, actually second, really, I think. No, it is for third, excuse me, that they are fighting for in this class. That is a pro car in front of them, Supersonic Racing, and then 100 Force is being split. We got a replay with one of our Ferraris. This is one of those that had difficulty in the qualifying and difficulty in the race too, it appears. Did they hit the wall? Just a little doink, and it looks like they're going to be able to continue on.
Yeah, you gotta remember though, that is a steel wall. That is a solid barrier there. It's not a tire barrier or anything like that, so that's going to be a lot of damage for them as well. Another decision going out there with the 133. No, sorry, the 113, which we don't have a 113, do we? So I'm guessing that might be the one. It's the Locals Autosport, sorry. A drive-through penalty for an incident with a GT4, which was the 223 car. You start to see some more GT4s just making their way. That's the 292 of the MTS GRG. Now, that's the one that I think didn't take any repairs, and they're struggling on the straight, as you can see. As we see some more... Oh!
Well, that might be what... Is that what the black flag was about there? No, that wasn't that, because that was a GT3 car that we were discussing. Or no, that is. I think that is the GT3
that is the one, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd say that merits a penalty. You come out of the pits and you immediately get blindsided there, unaware that you got a car to your outside. They're not going to look too kindly on that as we come back to the battles on screen once again. And these curbs are going to be punishing. We'll see those cars bounding over very often, but you don't want to flirt with it too much.
No, you don't want to run with it, because I mean they won't get floor damage in these cars like you would with some other cars, but you are looking at a little bit of issues. You get thrown in that corner very hard, you lose control of the car, and as you get on the throttle, you can even spin the car around. I have seen it before. I hate to say it, not by myself, don't worry, but it is one of those things. So keep eyes on that, and also keep eyes on how this battle at the front goes. Sean Campbell versus Oliver Stepanov, the RSR car versus the Fordzilla 68. Campbell's looking like he's just complacent here. He's matching the times with Stepanov. And really, this is what I was talking about to start the race. This is the type of thing that you want to look for. These two are now starting to pull away. They're taking out the slipstream opportunity for the 77, the Alpha Esports, and the other Fordzilla car. They can just stay like this for a bit. Maybe this will allow Sean to extend their stint by another lap, and it's going to go longer because of that safety car as well. So maybe they'll use this to their advantage, say go an extra 2 laps than what they were meant to be going, maybe. But if they stay like this, a little bit of saving, not clutching at the moment, but they can do this. We get some more replays coming in.
Yeah, I think we had an accident coming into Remus. I think that's what we might be looking for. Oh, the curb once again is gonna bite, and the Porsche finds himself being sent around. Try to figure out who that was. I think that was RVS Motors by OBS. RSV, excuse me, in the 192 that suffered from that one. Also, for some reason, the 177 team, that's Nigel Jobling, has found himself giving away a lot of positions. Not sure what that was about, but he was very slow, and now he seems to be back up to pace. So we come back to the leaders once again, still separated by about 0.3 of a second. Campbell just holding station right now. I mean, in a 6-hour race, he doesn't have to pass him right now.
Why would you want to pass? You're in a good position at the moment. You're with your closest rival on the track. You're pulling away from the rest of the field, only just, but you're still there. He's not holding you up. Why try and waste time trying to make the overtake when, you know, we've seen what happens when you go too wide down some of these parts of the track. We saw the too wide going at the start of the race. So you don't really want to be looking at forcing an issue so early. 1.1 ahead of the rest of them, so don't want to be too held up here, but they are able to just keep this going and you can just see in the background everybody else is in their own little train. If they can just stay this and just go, and Sean just go, Oliver, just keep on going. I'll follow you. Thanks for the tow. Let's just get to the first pit stops. And I think that's what they're going to be looking for right now. And hopefully that leads them. And one thing I did forget to say, Joe, we forgot to mention, new session basically, 42 Celsius is the track temp. It's going to be tough to double stint those tires.
Yeah, it's up to 108 Fahrenheit for those not on the metric system. It is really cranked up because it is in the middle of the afternoon. It's just a little before 12:30 right now in the virtual world. And we're back to Mario Cepas here for Roadster Racing. They've taken their penalty. They've been in and out. This has sunk them down into 11th in class, 15th out of all the GT3 cars, and are now on the game of catch-up that they have to play here. And this is slow and confused. Oh, and they've spun it. And have they hit anything? Nope. Nope, they're good. They're going to be able to get back on course, but they've had a bit of a rough time out of Schlossgold. That's a trickier corner than you would expect.
It is, and you know, especially just there. You think you can take it wide. A lot of these corners you can take.
Sorry, we've had a change to the lead. Sean Campbell is now ahead of Stepanov. I think that was a slowdown penalty. Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, here he pulls over off to the side and lets him through. So unless he is trying to play some games, and I highly doubt that's the case, I suspect this was a slowdown penalty.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. It looks like a slowdown penalty, but where do you get the slowdown? Did he not rejoin in time?
Out of Rent or out of the final corner, I would think. Those are the only two places there at that part of the track, I would think.
Yeah, it may have even been just cutting the inside of the final corner, Red Bull Mobile.
Yeah. That's a good point. So as they carry on, that means our new leader is Sean Campbell in the 68, and Stepanov is slotted down to second. That does allow Alpha Esports to catch them somewhat. It's down to 0.8 of a second, so that gives them a little hope, and not even into the first half hour of this race, and we've seen some relatively dramatic developments.
Dramatic being, well, the key word there with the, we lost the first 10 minutes of the race due to a safety car, due to a first lap incident, well, two first lap incidents actually. And that has completely shaken up the field, and we're still trying to get back to that field. And you start to see now, we look at the amateur battle here, the RK Foundation, the 112, holding on against the Koteka Tramos car. And they do have quite a gap between them and the rest of the amateur field, so they're happy to do whatever they want at the moment. Maybe Jordan Crawford in that 131 will just hold on. Tough in a BMW with all the understeer it gets, and especially on a track like this, it can be a struggle. And look how wide the 112 is there. But we just have a quick look at the 292, and again, it's turn 4, goes a bit wide. And I think if they got on the throttle there, they would have spun around. So really good heads up there, because any throttle there, we would have seen another incident just like we saw earlier with that Porsche going round.
And another lead change, this time in the GT4s. 50-50 Racing spun it on their own, coming out of Remus, and they have fallen to 6th in class. Not sure if we'll pull up a replay for that later, but I noticed that Aston Martin was suddenly dropping spots second after second, and I do believe we have another penalty being handed down, the 181 for contact with the 113 car. That is SRB Motorsports by Lint Vega, so that's one of our GT Am drivers.
Yeah, I think that was an earlier incident there, because they are back now off the field, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was one of those early ones. But yeah, 50-50 losing out there, so we do have that new leader, the 255. SRB Motorsports got their 1-2 again, just what they wanted. They do have the Ship Z Racing right behind them, and in fact, I think the 245's had a slowdown, because he's going very slow. Yeah, the 245's had a slowdown coming out of Remus, and that's going to be the 222 taking P2 and almost going into the back of the 255. Sorry, 245 going to the back of the 222. Sorry, it's all happening right now, and we're going to see it right here, are we? Yeah. Just look at this. This is the slowdown. Did he go? No, that's the overtake because of the slowdown. We're not going to see the slowdown. I believe he cut turn 3.
And I wonder if they didn't give enough back because there's a black flag for the 245 right now. Did they? Let me double check to see. No, they haven't been given one by the stewards. So this has got to be something internally within iRacing itself. SRB Motorsport had that 1-2 for a very short-lived period, and they've got, I believe, what will be 3 more laps, 2 or 3 more laps before they must serve that. Yeah, it's only going to be at most 2 because I see the last 2 laps have been deleted, so they better pay attention to that and obey that, because I don't think that that's going to be taken away by our live race stewards. That has to be served.
Yep. Obviously, they did not serve that. But if it was the last 2 laps, then it wouldn't have been maybe coming out the last corner of the previous lap and then not serving it in time. And by the time they served it coming out of Remus, they must have ran out of time, as now Sean Campbell's having to navigate the lap traffic. And there's only 10 of them. There's only 10 GT4s, but that is still a challenge. And you just look at that train of traffic behind, as all of a sudden what was a nice lead for Campbell is just been thrown away. Well, not thrown away in his own sense, but just been destroyed because of what's happened here. Fordzilla on the back, the 77 Alpha Esport by MDS as well on the back as well, and the other Fordzilla just getting through top 4 now altogether. The rest of the pro field, they're stuck behind that queue of traffic, and
look at this,
we're going 3 wide.
Yeah, they are lapping that traffic at the same time that Stepanov's going to try and give a go at the lead, but he backs out of it coming into Rent. Probably wise. It's hard to make that move there. Instead, they're going to have their sister team manage to make a move on Alpha Esports, just sneaking inside on the final corner as well as lapping a car. It's not over. The battle for third in the GT Pros carries on up into Lauda corner, and it looks like Pugh is going to back out. Ashton will be able to claim one of our podium steps, and my goodness, the traffic is becoming quite a headache for these Fordzilla cars.
This is really, I wouldn't want to be in any of those cars at the moment, regardless of the class. I saw Sean having to almost make a late lunge to get past that 223 GT4, but able to do so, and he's been able to just keep that lead. But of course, you get the slipstream, you get the moves, and Stepanov trying to claw it back now. But this is good for Fordzilla, because now they've got their team right, now they've got their cars, together. They can work together in terms of not having Sean there. Sean was waiting for them and to use them before. He's got the lead. He's all on his own now when you think about it. And even still, everybody's still trying to get past these GT4s, as we're going to see another move here. And that is ever so dangerous here on those corners. I talked about how narrow it was, Joe, and you can just see it's not the easiest of places to make moves.
Certainly not. Also had another penalty being given to the 202 machine. That's one of the MTS GRG cars, sitting 6th in the GT4 class. So they're going to have to come in and serve that. Also, I can say that SRB Motorsports 245 came into pits and served their black flag. So they're not going to be disqualified. I hate to see that this early on. I mean, we do still have at least one car in pit lane taking repairs, and that's Locals Autosport 113. So there have been many who have been disadvantaged in these early stages going by the pits, and up around the first corner we're watching 100 Force try to catch back up to the leaders, the 2 leaders in the GT3 AM class. But they've got a little ways to go as they go past the lapped car, Shipsy Racing, and also being hounded here by Roadster Racing, but that's out of class between them. The 48 is a pro car.
Yeah, and really the 48 is just going to be happy. He doesn't want to get involved in any incidents right here. He just wants to put that car safe. He'll let them do the hard work. He'll follow them through. That's all he wants to do right now. He is in a survival mode. Again, we talk about it. You want to take your time. It's nice and early in the race. So let's just get back up to the front by using what we can to go around more GT4s, and that 48 just going to be using that as well. Well, we look at that, the 117 is just trying to, just going wide there was the 117. Almost forced a bit wide by a little bit of a mistake there. But it's always tough trying to go around the outside regardless, and we just got to get another look at it. Look at the damage on the front, that 117. Surely, well, even look at the damage of the 191, still not got it. Small tap there on the braking. Unfortunately, did send them wide. They do lose out a few positions. That puts them almost at the back of the GT3 field.
Yeah, lost a lot of spots from that one. And little net code, unfortunately, such is the nature of internet racing, unfortunately. So they'll at least be able to carry on. Not going to give them too much damage, that one. The 202 team is serving their penalty now. They've come into pit lane as we come back forward to what we were watching before, and a change of position into the corner. Roadster Racing overtaking 104. That's for 12th of all the GT3s, but that's Roadster in the Pro class, 104 in the AM class, and Roadster Racing still playing catch up after their penalty. I believe they are sitting 9th now. I want to say, no, 10th. It looks like Mario Cepas running over the limit, racing blue. What's happened here? Let's take a look.
Just going wide. Just going wide again. And that corner is going to be the, I'd say it's the drink corner of the race. I was going to say, you know, when you say take a drink, usually there's a moment at turn 3, but turn 4 is being the corner that, if you're playing a drinking game, and I don't condone it, to do that corner, because we've seen quite a few drivers struggle there. But now for the 48, this is where he wants to be fighting a pro driver, and that's what he's doing. He's got the number 4 there in front of him, the Supersonic Racing. Hopefully they can get a safety car, get themselves back in, but they're only 15 seconds off the lead, so it's still early doors. They don't need to panic too much, but they're a car that started up the field, so they want to be back up the field. So if they'll be able to do it, they will. Give it a lap, and I reckon they'll get past the number 4 car. I don't think they want to be saving behind the 4 car. I think they're just in full send mode at the moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, 5.5 hours to make up 15 seconds. That's definitely doable if you have the pace, but you got to have the pace in the car. And we're watching there our leaders for a bit as we come back down to 8th position. That is Zentalis over Crawford there for the GT3 AM lead, actually. So was that a change for their GT3 AM lead right there? No, it was an attempt at it. It was close.
Yep, still on it at the moment as we start to see it's getting a bit close between those two. Just behind them there is the Power Hit Radio Racing. You can see just in the front, there's the 2 leaders of the AMs, and these are the 3 leaders of the pros, maybe even 4. Just look at them all, and this is what I was talking about earlier with the Fordzilla. They're complacent. They're all complacent. You're not going to get an overtake here that far back, but at the same time, they're not going to be too disheartened of being this far back. They're just going to stay in, stay clear, and then the hold up there from a GT4, and Campbell tries to take the sharp line. Everybody gets through. Does cause a little bit of a pull up there for the drivers. Won't give Fordzilla the movement unless it was later in the race. They probably would have gone for that, but at this moment, no need to panic. The leaders are in a calm mode at the moment. They're probably the calmest out of everybody. Yeah, I don't think any other driver can be as calm as those top 4.
Yeah, and I think they're all doing what you had mentioned a little bit earlier of just kind of riding along, saving fuel close to one another, hoping to gain that little bit of an advantage later on. Only 34 minutes into this thing, still plenty left to go. We jump backwards towards Zentalis and Crawford, again fighting for the GT3 AM lead. This is for 8th position overall, which is the other impressive thing, that the AMs have definitely climbed up a lot of spots here, partially because of the attrition that we witnessed in the first lap of this race. Oh, but here comes that lap traffic. It's Schrotus going to just be able to get around in time without being held up too much. So the RK Foundation car remains at 0.4 of a second ahead of Kirteka.
Yep, and again, they're just going to be keeping it easy now. They've got quite a gap to any other car, and in fact, maybe the 112 wants to get onto the back of that car. Up in front, that's the 30, that's the 38. That is the Where Apex Racing. Maybe get up to them, use them to help you, because you don't want dirty air, but you also want to do some fuel saving. Wide again does the 112. Just got back to the corner. I was a little bit worried there was going to be contact. The 131 having to hit the brakes there, losing time because of it. That's not what either of those cars want right now. They just want to sit here and just be happy, because from what I understand, they are what, 5 to 8 seconds ahead of the rest of the amateur field. So keep it clean, keep it safe is the motto right now.
Once again we head a little bit behind here and to the battle. I believe this is for 19th in the GT cars. This is Nigel Jobling with Local Autosports Black and Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech University giving chase in a 3-car battle heading down through Rauk and into Vert. This is, I believe, checking to see what position this is for within class. I think it's around 7th or 8th position that they're fighting for as we move forward, though. And, bit of a pass maybe between Amazing Stuff and Alpha Esports G Performance. 14th in the GT cars, just giving a little elbow there to Kornikas and Amazing Stuff. They both carry on. That is a pro versus an AM. The 7-car of Alpha Esports have set off to try and catch up with the rest of their class.
Yep, they're doing their best as much as they can. Get up to the number 4 there at the Supersonic. That's where they want to be. I did say Roaster, give them a lap, they'd get past the 4th. They did get past the 4 indeed. And they're now starting to catch the Power Hit Radio. Keep an eye on those times as well, because they were a second faster last lap. So that will be one to pay attention to. Still in the lead though, Sean Campbell. Kept that now for the last 15 to 20 minutes, I want to say. Is just enjoying his time out there. Track temp hasn't gone down, it's actually gone up. Such is the nature. It is 12:40 in the afternoon sim time, so they're going to get hotter before it gets colder. Expect it to go up, well, I'd say 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. It'd be about 5, 6, 7 degrees Fahrenheit, I think, for those still using the Fahrenheit system. But at the moment, it's all quiet on the top of the field at the moment. And just look at it. Is that now a 6 cars? That's 6 cars in the pros, am I right?
Just about, but they are separating. The distance between P2 and P3 is about a second apart, so they don't want to lose much more than that. And it's a similar distance down to the last 2 that you mentioned, kind of joining up. That's Over the Limit Blue and Over the Limit Red, kind of running line astern back there as sister teams. So could have, I think, only 3 or 4 different teams there amongst our top 6, if I'm seeing correctly. Coming down through Schlossgold and back into Rauk once again. Man, and Ashton is really dropping off. The 98 team struggling to keep the pace with that 66. It's already a second and a half, and Elliott Pugh's Alpha Esports car is becoming a bigger concern in that rearview mirror.
He's becoming the concern, but at the same time, they were matching each other on lap times last lap by. So is that an issue here? Ashton hoping for a little bit of traffic help. May get it in the front, but don't think it's going to help him. It may actually hinder him as he'll get to that GT4 and have to hold. We look at the times again. And the Fordzilla, the 98 Fordzilla, Ashton's car, was faster than the Alpha Esports. But then you look at it, they were doing 29.7, 29.8. You've got the 66 doing a 29.4. You've got the 68 doing a 29.6. Top 2 are just starting to pull away. But also, the over-the-limit cars, they may be a second behind. They're starting to get some pace as well. So look out there. Anything can happen there. It will be interesting to see what they do as finally Alpha Esports, have they got onto the back of the set 171? They have indeed.
Yep, that is 1, 2, 3 more cars in the AM class that they need to pass, and then they're completely past all of them. However, that said, once they go by 104s, that's Supersonic Racing, which is within their class that they are going to be fighting for. I'm seeing a lot of no further actions being reported by race control. So, excuse me, that is usually by protest in a lot of situations. So there have apparently been a lot of complaints being sent in that have been keeping race control on their toes.
I think there was a discussion about the blue flags as well, which rules they were using for blue flags, and it is the standard, what I call the standard iRacing blue flag rule, which is advisory. Just don't block and just make sure you do everything clean. You don't have to pull over or give up. So I think that is what's been happening most of the time. Although saying that, I'm just seeing the 131 has just pulled to one side to let the number 10 by before turn 1. So he's losing a little bit of time to his lead compatriot there in the RK Foundation for the amateur, but at the same time, he's just allowed the 10 to just go on because that power hit radio racing is really going hard, just like these guys at the moment. 3 cars here. They're all battling. One of them not for position. Late move there. Is he going to make it stick? That's a really nice move. Make the overtake. Stick it in between the 3 of you. That's just textbook there by George.
Yeah, that's Lomelli that saw George coming and said, all right, I don't have to fight you. We're not for the same class. And he knows that he's trying to chase Fullwood in the Supersonic Racing car just in front of him. That's one of the few Audis that we have out here currently. And just in front of them, this battle between Crawford, Dukovskis, and RK Foundation. 2 of these are the battle for the lead in the GTMs, and one's just trying to make his way past. That's Power Hit Radio there in the number 10, just trying to get back to his class, and he's got to make up about 4 seconds to catch up to where Apex Racing 7th in their class. So doesn't want to dilly-dally, knows that there's a chance that he could catch up to RK Foundation here, as long as he keeps the pace up. But he's going to have to dispose of this blue and white machine of the 112 first. That was a great exit, though, coming out of Lauda. I think he might have a shot here, Craig. Let's watch and see what he does into Remus.
Pulls to the right, goes for the move. It's going to be late braking. He makes it. Maybe even been some early braking there from the 112. As you can see, Jordan there in the 131 having to just hold up a little bit. He makes it work. He takes that position. He wants to start pulling away. Didn't lose a lot of time either that last lap following the 112. So that's going to be a little bit helpful for them. Behind, though, is the 48 there, the Roadster Racing. Maybe. Now, I'm just thinking, maybe if you're the 10, you want to go up ahead. But if the 48's there, maybe a little communication. Maybe they just work together. Maybe those 2 together could get them back up to the front instead of one of you working on your own. Save fuel, save tires, save stress. Would they want to do that, though? I'd be looking at that alliance right now.
Yeah, it might be worth it. It just all depends, I think, on if they feel like there's something to be gained, enough to be gained by that. Also, Supersonic Racing lost a couple more spots, one to Alpha Esports in the 7 in their class, and then the 100 Force car at 3rd in the GTMs, as they made a bit of a mistake. Side by side, though, coming into Lauda, and it is going to be Roadster Racing taking the first in this group as they go by Crawford's Gerteka number 131, but the job is not completely done. They're having to go defensive into Remus. Now, I think as they shut the door on the racing line, you could say that they've got that spot.
Kept it safe. And 131 knows he's losing time at the moment, and Jordan just decided, I don't really want to do this. So he just let it go. He played it safe, just like these guys are still playing it safe at the front. Played it safe there, and that's what you want to do. Again, we talked about using cars to help your advantage. he lost a bit of time there on that first corner, did Crawford in the 131. Use the 48 to your advantage. Get in, get close again, and just hope for what you can. I'm also seeing some GT4s coming into the pit. I believe that's their scheduled pit stops as we see a replay here. What has happened to Jack Ashton? That's going to be tight around the outside. Does he make it? Oh!
Wow.
That's threading a needle.
Yeah, and I think that has cost him third position, as that's Alpha Esports looking to the inside, up into the first corner. Do they just go wide here? Is that what cost them? Because they're ahead of them now. Fordzilla is behind that car, so some sort of pass happened at some point, and the 77 team is now setting their sights on Stepanov a little bit farther up the road, which you see on screen right now. He and Campbell have been the class of the fields, essentially running away with that lead most of the time that we turn the cameras to them. But we're going to get close to the pit window here opening soon. We'll see if that changes things up. They're going to have to deal with side-by-side racing in front of them. We got somebody in pit lane right now, actually.
I believe we're looking at the GT4s, aren't we? They're still in the pit lane. The 255 gets out first. So that is one of them taking a little bit longer. That is the Likargas car. Will take a little bit longer, but the 255 SRB Motorsport 2 keeping a 6-second lead over their compatriot, the 222. And I don't think there were any... There was a driver swap, I do apologize. The 222 have changed drivers. Pessis has changed for Lucas Azelis. So that is one driver change already into the race. I'm surprised at that. I would have thought they would have gone for a double in terms of a stint.
Oh, RK Foundation. Yeah, the 112 seems to have decided it's time to come in. George Robinson for the number 7 team. Looks like also Amazing Stuff's 133 is in pit lane. So yeah, now we're seeing drivers in. Teams deciding now's as good a time as any. And with the threat of safety cars, always a bit opposite of what you typically think of as the ideal strategy in GT racing on iRacing. Most times, most series, you see cars go as long as possible and pit late, but you don't want to be caught out by a safety car, Craig, and be the only one that hasn't pitted.
No, and at the same time, you also want to make sure you've got a lot of tread left on those tires. So sometimes it might be a tire decision as well as just a fuel decision, but they come in, make that move. Just like we saw a little bit of bookmarking there for Stepanov on Campbell, and that allows Campbell to get a little bit of a lead, but it's not a lot here. Stepanov now gets by, but now out comes the lap traffic. This is the challenge right now, is trying to get through this lap traffic.
Yeah, and he's trying to pull as much of a slipstream as he can, because he wants to catch back up to Campbell here, as that is the emerging 4SR racing machine that is back out from a pit stop and causing some headache for the GT4 of Locals Autosport, who's actually the last car running on track right now. Despite all the craziness, all 38 cars are on the circuit and running.
That's brilliant. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see a team give up so early, especially when you know there are points to be had regardless. So try and keep this going as long as you can. Try and keep in the fight. Anything can happen in the next 5 hours, and you've just got to trust it. You've got to trust that that would happen. Otherwise, you are, I mean, I wouldn't want to retire a 6-hour race in the first hour. Some have. Have we seen an overtake here, or are we seeing an overtake? No. But we are seeing a pit stop for RSR. Did they get in time? RSR Esports, Sean Campbell, coming hard into the pit lane. The leader is in the pits, the first one, which surprises me, Joe. He was the one following the most.
Yeah, I'm double checking that pit entry on my end. Yeah, no, he was well within the safety on that one, so he's not going to get a penalty. That means Stepanov, your new leader, who decides to stay out. We saw the Fordzilla team do kind of an opposite strategy of what most everybody else did, going as long as possible at Long Beach. That, of course, though, was kind of persuaded by the fact that you could go long and actually lap the field on that one. So they would have been a lap ahead if a safety car came out and kept themselves safe and that way from being caught out by that. So Marius Sipas here now up to 9th position for Roadster Racing as they've been trying to get back into the hunt. Now I'm seeing they've taken their pit stop already, because they've had their penalty, but this is definitely a pit stop. As I've seen, they've stopped in their stall for about 30 seconds, so they've taken regular service. And where will they come out? Well, they're going to come out pretty darn well. Remember, we were talking about how they were down in 9th not too long ago as others emerged from pit lane. They're up to 6th now. Wow.
Brilliant pit stop there. Just what you want to see. You want to see the best. You want to see, get in fast, take what you need. Don't have any issues, especially don't have any repairs, and they've been able to do that. Still, the Fordzilla car goes around, and the teammates there in the other Fordzilla into the pit, so it's just a 66 on their own. RSR Esports did do a driver swap. Sean Campbell out the car. Marius Valiokas is in the car there in the 68, the RSR by butt kicker. So we start to see the orders a little bit around here, a little bit chaotic as we start to see the pit stops, and that cycle is happening. We do know, though, Fordzilla currently leading the way. Now, I'm thinking the gap needs to be about 50 seconds for Fordzilla to keep this lead. I'm thinking, am I right there, Joe?
I think that's about right, yeah. Maybe a little longer than that for the pit lane time. And let's see if Power Hit Radio Racing comes in. No, they've already taken their stop, excuse me. So this is 8th position for the number 10. And they are chasing RK Foundation for 7th, with the ones directly in front of them. And behind them, that is Over the Limit Red, also just holding on. Stepanov is coming around now. There he is on your screen. That looks to me like they're heading in, and indeed they are. So that's the last of our GT3s that needed to stop. Valiokas is about 46 to 7 seconds behind when they came in. So let's see how it winds up once Oliver's back out.
Yeah, this is all crucial. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to decide the race, but track position is going to be so crucial for these cars. Do you want the clear air, or do you want the slipstream? It's going to be tough. Marius comes around now into 7, and then we'll just make that quick kink into turn 8, and still Stepanov in the box. He's still getting that full fuel, the full quota he can get. Down into turn 9 comes the RSR by butt kicker car, and then turn 10. Now remember, Fordzilla has the front stall as he starts to run. I don't think they took tires. They didn't take tires, or did they?
I'll have to double check. Yeah, I don't think anybody did on this first stint, it looks like. And yeah, Fordzilla's back out well ahead. My goodness, look at the gap. That is RSR by butt kicker on our screen. And oh man, are we gonna? There we go. That is Stepanov. Trying to see if we can get both in the same shot to really give you a visual on the difference here. Come over. No, they're not even going to come over the crest. It's 4 seconds right now between the 66 and the 68, and it was a lot closer than that before the pit stops.
I'm seeing cone to cone, 3 seconds less in the pit lane for the Fordzilla car. Is that them taking less fuel so they can get back on cycle? Think about that. Take a little less fuel, you keep the lead, you don't have to change your cycle. All the permutations, it might just been a slow stop for the other teams. Could have just been a good one there. You start to see RSR now. They've got the 77, not the 98 there. The 77, the Alpha Esports car right behind them. gonna be a little bit of a challenge here. What will Elliott decide to do? But even still, that's 3 seconds less in the pits. Questions are going to be starting to be asked there if you're RSR. How have they managed to do that?
Yeah, that quicker pit stop does make me raise my eyebrow and wonder if there's some strategy shenanigans that are going on here. Woo, big slip up behind them there for SRB Motorsports 245. They're 6th in the GT4 class. But Pugh still on the podium and still seeing whether or not he can catch up to the 68 here and try to take that second place away. Put in a lot of pressure on. Look at how close he gets down through some of these slower corners. All it takes is a tiny little hiccup there from the 68, and they can sneak on by.
Yeah, like we said before, one mistake and you're losing more than just one position here. Again, we know how treacherous this corner is, and it's a slower entry there for the RSR car. Of course, it is a Ford, and he has to take a defensive line. Not a Ford, it's a Porsche. He has to take a defensive line here, and he's got to make a pick move on himself if they go side by side to the GT4 right there. And they do get by, but all of a sudden, that could have been the 77 trying to go around the outside of everybody. That'll be an off track there for the 68. Won't be a slowdown. Goes on the defense again, and there is a small overlap here from both of them. Is it going to be a move around the outside for the 77? They're going to try it. They're going to go side by side. They almost touch. They do touch. Not a lot of room was left, and another touch as well. And heavy damage on the front there for the 77.
Oh, and he comes back on track right in front of Over the Limit Blue. Thankfully, no more contact between them. So that sends Alpha Esports down to 5th after they were going to be fighting for 2nd position. I wonder if that one's going to wind up being protested at all. Watch this from Stavkovicius here. A great heads up in the situation. He's already a little bit out of sorts, and then he sees, well, better to take the slowdown penalty and just cut that corner rather than get serious damage.
That's just... Wouldn't want to be in that car because you've got to make that decision early because of where you're braking. It's still a fast corner, that last corner. So great heads up there from Adias to make that move. But unfortunately, I'm just looking. I don't think there's a lot of damage. Oh, nope. There's a lot of damage on that nose. It is. The clip has been busted off the side of that front nose bumper. If you know what I mean, when you know the BMW GT3, you do know what I'm on about when I say that the clips come off, and that is going to be a little bit of damage, maybe affecting the top end speed. So they're going to have to hope they can punch a hole here. But for the RSR, I think they got away with that one in terms of damage. Yeah, the car looking all right, but getting held up now. What was them defending against the 77 Alpha Esports is now them defending against the 98 Fordzilla.
Also, the 131 of Gearteka got tipped around by Supersonic Racing. 2 different classes, but they were racing for overall position. Oh, and did something happen here? Because Ashton has now gotten ahead of RSR by butt kicker. And in fact, that seems to be down the front stretch.
Lap traffic.
Yeah, wow. They just got held up at the completely wrong time here, Craig.
Yeah, it was a lapped GT3 AM and a lapped GT4, and the GT3 was waiting for the GT4, and all of a sudden, here comes the leaders. We may see it here. Look at this right here. On the right, you're going to see the GT3 AM lap car. On the left, you're going to see that GT4. And they've got to make a move, and I think there might have been either later to the throttle, but there they go, 3 wide, threading the needle, 2 wide, back to 3 wide, to 2 wide with the lap car giving them the space, and Ashton then getting the all clear there. Just a little bit more, I don't know if it's a little bit more confident or it was just being able to be there later so they could get on the throttle earlier. But that was just all the difference there for the Fordzilla. So once again, Fordzilla have P1 and P2, just not the gap they wanted, I think. I think they'd like to be working together right now.
I think that was almost looking like 4 wide practically there for a moment. So Fordzilla 1-2 and RSR by butt kicker having to come back on it and try and fight for that second position that they've held for so long. In fact, they were the leader for a good chunk of this race, but it seemed to fall apart a little bit. not seeing any new race control decisions after we've had a couple of contacts. Maybe they're just taking time to make sure they get this decision right, as I assume that both of those probably going to be set into them. But there we can see up and around turn one. So we got a nice little battle here, weaving back and forth over the limit past RK Foundation. This is for 8th in the GT3s, but that's the leader of the GTM being overtaken by a pro, and the over limit red just about overshot the exit of Remus, and this is going to give a leg in back to Zentalis.
Going to try and make this hit. Got the ahead there, the overlap late braking there by the 56. And they realized the GT4's there. This could be a little bit of an issue. A twitch there from the 112, and he has to give that position away. Can't fight that anymore. Not needing to be aggressive there, because behind, he's about 3 to 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the GT3 Anfield. I say the rest, it's one driver. It's the 171. The 100 Force, the RK Foundation just holding on there as we now hit the first hour of the race.
All right, 1 down, 5 more to go. So it's not even close to being done quite yet as they go by another of our lapped cars. That's Shipsy Racing managing to get back up to 4th position in that GT4 class, but still holding on. RK Foundation not letting go of over the limit red, at least for the time being. They might be in different classes, but they're going to try and stick with it. Oh, and their sister car over the limit blue just got overtaken by Elliott Pugh, I think, or were they trying to attack? No, they got overtaken. So it looks like Alpha Esports moves up to 4th now, just ahead of these two that we're watching on screen, coming out of Remus. And they're coming upon more of that GT4 traffic. That is Bothma. And it's also the 86 of Hoffman. That's XZ Racing in their own GT3 cars. That's going to be a little bit harder to overtake. A little bit wide there for Bothma, but keeps it from becoming a worse situation. Just clips the gravel a little bit.
Every time I see a GT4 go around the outside there, I just see that gravel and I'm like, please don't get on the throttle. Please don't spin. Let's just keep it seen. It's a little bit of a heart and mouth moment going around that corner, but they do make it stick. Now we do have some more decisions coming in. No further action for the 111 and the 56. Still wondering if we'll get anything for that incident with the RSR and the Alpha Esports, as there's now only 2 seconds between the two of them, though. It almost looks like RSR, they've been held up a little bit, and they're starting to go down the field just a touch here, but they're still holding in P3.
Yeah, so the 56, that would be over the limit red. And the 111, trying to find, that is Porsche Club Lithuania. So I'm not sure when they had contact. That must have been when we weren't looking, something that we haven't seen on screen. As we continue to watch Stepanov, about 6 seconds ahead of Ashton, but not looking at having a pit stop quite soon here, since they took them at about 10 minutes before the hour. At least 10 minutes before the hour left on your clock there at the top left of your screen. So carrying on down through Rent, Stepanov probably going to stay out for quite a ways longer in this race. I haven't talked about it a whole lot, but SRB Motorsports 2 is still your leader down in GT4, but we're going to take a quick break now.
OPTIBET. Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. Collect, customize and sell cars, and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell and trade unique NFT assets. From cars, garages and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard, join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET! OPTIBET!
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET! OPTIBET!
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just one can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last run. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET! OPTIBET!
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
And welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. We're here for the third round of the OBS Motorsports Endurance Series. And up at the top, it is Team Fordzilla's number 66 leading the way in the GT Pro. GTM is being led by RK Foundation, number 112. And the GT4 is being led by 255 SRB Motorsports 2 currently. We had a bit of a safety car. Well, I say a bit of a safety car. We had a track blockage on the very first corner, the very first lap. And that set us back about 10 minutes before we got going once again. and we're able to get on our way. Since then, we have seen a number of changes for the lead in both classes, well, in both the GT4s and the GT Pros. A bit of a change down to the GT AMs, but it has been otherwise kind of sailing as things were up at the top of the field, with a bit of a gap built up by Stepanov over the rest of the field here in these GT Pro cars. That is Oliver on screen right now in that number 66 with that, well, 7-second lead. I should correct myself here, Craig, as they seem to really be able to put the pedal to the metal. Meanwhile, we're going to jump back here as Luke Zentalis is well ahead himself. Even bigger gap down to second place in the GT AM category. 100 Force is, wow, I think about 13, 14 seconds behind.
It does look like that in the moment. 100 Force literally way away off the pace there. RK Foundation really taking advantage of what happened at the start of the race, which we'll be able to show you just in a short while. And also one thing to talk about, it's been topsy-turvy in the GT3s, but one thing that has been very surprising was the GT4s, because while SRB Motorsport number 2 in the 255, they have started the race pole and are still leading. They weren't leading for so long, because after the incident you will see, it was 50-50 motor racing team, and they are now running P2 as we start to see the number 10 there of the Power Hit Radio Racing making moves around, and they've had to come all the way back from, well, they started P2 and they are slowly working their way back up.
This fight here between Zentalis and Robinson. Now, Robinson is in the pro class, and he's got a good run here. So I think if Zentalis is smart, not going to fight this one too hard, because this is a different class here. Oh, is they're not given much space, and in fact, trying to go past MTS GRG. They are thankfully going to see it coming and give them enough room. So Foundation moves down to 10th in the GT3s, but they're still your leader in that GT-AM category. Alpha Sports by G Performance in the number 7, now setting their sights to Over the Limit Red. Oh, and their sister team, well, I thought they were going to get a position up in 4th, but no, the blue team were briefly ahead of RSR Butt Kicker number 68, and then had to give it back because they went a little too wide down through Schlossgold.
Yeah, and the 77 taking back that then what they had, and those two teams had a little bit of a moment as well earlier in the race, but they're now back racing. You start to see Stepanov so happy in the front, he doesn't know what's happening, but the Over the Limit Racing Blue, they know exactly what's going on right here. There's a little bit of a gaggle between 3rd, 4th and 5th as we start the second hour. We're into the second hour already. The 47 just looking to hold on, and that RSR car has slowly been going backwards, not by any fault of their own. It's just been a very topsy-turvy last 30 minutes or so due to the lap traffic, Joe. We've got to be brutally honest. The traffic hasn't flown their way.
Well, and it's probably a good thing that they don't have quite as large of a field as they had at Spa, because like we keep saying, it's a shorter lap as we've got more side-by-side racing here, and we are on the highlights. That was the early incident that we saw going off there into Rauk and just finding themselves in the gravel. In the meantime, battle down for the middle positions here in the GT Pros, and just getting edged out into the first corner. The Porsche having to give way. Three-way fight in the meantime with some of the similar cars coming up into Remus as Alpha Esports with George Robinson. Remember this move coming up the inside from a long ways back and just finding enough space, Craig, into Remus to make that one sit.
Managed to make that work very well, and then the Power Hit Radio Racing working their way back up the field. This was a couple minutes ago, a few laps ago, making Let's Go just where they want as they work their way back up. They're now back up into 7th position. And then the moment we were talking about, this was the Alpha Esports by MDS and the RSR by Butt Kicker side by side into turn 9. Something had to give, and unfortunately 2 taps there and a massive spin, but they were able to. But this save by the 47, that is just something you just don't prepare for. And 2 laps later, there's just 3, almost 4 wide there by Jack Aston in the Ford Zilla 98, getting past the RSR car. So in the last 30 minutes, it has been quite a bit of action.
It really has, and some great stuff there to kick us off. We still got a little less than 5 hours of this to go. We come back to that 47 that we saw have that great save, chasing down RSR number 68. As I mentioned earlier, they were a little bit ahead of them for a brief while. But Stepanov leads Ashton Fordzilla 1-2 in the GT Pros, with Elliott Pugh back up into third where they started this race. They've got about 1.2 seconds to catch up to Ashton. We'll see if they can keep the pace up to try and get rid of that 1-2 from Fordzilla.
Yep, and now all of a sudden, it's just a question of what can they do as to 191, OBS Motorsport, just out there, just having a nice little drive, not aware of all the battles around them. 100 Force now, they're currently P2. That's where Apex Racing, they have a little bit of a moment there. They're not racing each other for overall position, but it's more of an idea of just getting the track position. There is a battle going on right now with the 68 and the 47 on track. And those two are looking to go, and those two side by side. We may get an idea of what's going on there, because unfortunately, lap traffic again for RSR Butt Kicker, just causing them an issue as they're side by side again going into turn 4. And is there going to be a move around the outside? You know what? They may have done this. The 47 may have got this move done around the outside, Joe. I know we're not looking at it at the moment, but I think they may have done it.
Yeah, there's side by side still currently. Hopefully we can get the cameras over to there, as looks like they're going to manage to get by RSR Buttkicker and take that 4th place. Fantastic stuff. Hopefully we get a replay on that, because that was a brave move. Here we go. Yeah, look at this. Not easy to go the long way around. We've seen that in real life racing with F1 cars getting shoved off pretty frequently, both here through Remus, where it starts off and then carries on all the way for a couple more corners before it'll finish up. Great job there by Staska Vicious for not giving up on that one. Also, I can tell you that the 56 of Over the Limit Red had a bit of an off recently. They get back on the course as we watch this replay. So, yeah, man, he had to really work for that one. As we finish up this replay, I do believe we have the teammate of Stepanov ready to chat with us here. We've got William Chadwick from Williams Racing and Team Fordzilla ready to have a little conversation about how it's been going. And they haven't been leading the entire way, but William, it seems like Oliver has had this one pretty under control, especially after the pit stop. What did you guys do to have such a shorter stop there and get yourselves that massive gap after it cycled through?
I think the gap that we generated was down to the fact that we obviously went a few laps extra, so that gives us a little bit of time running on a much lower amount of fuel. So obviously it's car's about 70 kilos lighter at the end of a stint compared to the start. So I think that gave us an advantage on lap time, and also we came into the box with very nearly an extra lap of fuel. We just missed out on going another one. So that's obviously going to mean that you have less fuel to fill the tank up, which is just like a slightly shorter stop. It's been going well so far. Been enjoying the race. It's been pretty calm on our side, even though there has been a lot of chaos surrounding us.
On board with Over the Limit Red, we saw the replay of them spinning out coming into Rauk. Now, back, we were a bit confused during some of the race at Long Beach, or you guys staying out long, because we thought it was a risk, but then we realized you would get an entire lap over the field. Is that the situation here? Because once again, you went a little long, and up in the booth, we're a little bit concerned about a safety car catching you out. So do you feel like that's not a worry here, that you're not anticipating that being an issue?
I think it's always a worry in a sense, but it can happen at any moment in time, I suppose, if you look at it like that. I mean, just for example, if we just naturally run 1 lap more or 1 lap less than another team, which can definitely happen even before saving fuel, you have that chance and that window. And to predict a safety car is always a hard thing to do, and I'm sure we will have one towards the end of the race, and our opinion on how to benefit from the safety car periods is running the strategy that we do at the moment. It's going pretty alright. We're just kind of just protecting the tyres and staying calm. I know that Oliver's obviously getting the support from the home crowd, and I think it's spurring him on. You know, as Nigel Mansell always used to say, the extra home crowd gives him an extra half a second, and I think that's what we saw, especially from his qualifying effort from Oliver today.
Indeed. So, yeah. I mean, was that motivation? Is that why you put him out there as we watch this battle on screen? This is for 11th in the GT3s, 100 force versus where Apex. Did you think, let's give him some fun out in front? I know it's just virtual, but out in front of the Austrian crowd.
The Austrian crowd enjoyed it, so I wanted to give them what they want. I could hear them chanting before the race, so I decided to let him go and take quali. And it's also good to spread it across the season. I mean, Oliver had a little bit better prep than I did for this round due to various other things that I've had to be involved with. So felt confident that he had a good pace, and I mean, he delivered in qualifying and got us the extra 3 points. So there's nothing I can complain about from my side.
That makes sense. You had a pretty good qualifying. You're having a good race right here. How much do you think about those extra little points? Because you guys are already building a bit of a buffer in those championship points after only 2 races.
Well, with no drop rounds, you're up to anything happening at any point in time in the championship. You can go into the final round with a 20-point lead and still end up losing it from a crash that it wouldn't even be your fault. We saw Power Hit Radio Racing have incidents early on, which I think you're watching right now on screen, and they, that's out of their control, really. There was nothing that their fault that they did, and we want to try and build an advantage where we can go into the final round with a comfortable margin where we aren't stressing too much about incidents and just doing what we do best.
Yeah, that's RSR by Butt Kicker, actually, that we see there on screen with Roadster Racing trying to recover, and they've been challenging him, actually managing to get side by side. They do have Power Hit Radio 2.7 seconds back, so I'm sure they'd love them to keep racing each other this hard as you see them right in the slipstream. So, William, it looks like you guys have everybody else squabbling amongst themselves, and you're just kind of cruising at the front as we get another move down to the inside, and Cephas is going to be able to get another spot back from RSR. I'm a bit surprised here. RSR were challenging you guys at one point, and now they've just been falling back. Valiocus doesn't look as strong as Campbell was.
Yeah, I think they're struggling with damage. It's really unfortunate with the incident that they had. And yeah, I think they're probably struggling with a bit of damage. It's been good talking to you guys. I'm going to leave you and get back to my teammate for a little bit. But I hope you have a good commentary stint for the rest of the race, and I hope everything goes to plan.
Same to you, William. That was William Chadwick, teammate to leader Team Fordzilla's Oliver Stepanov in the number 66. So now it looks like Cephas is in front of Valiocus for that 5th position in the GT3 Pros. And we are continuing to see some great climbs forward. And I do love that. You mentioned that earlier. If the car's still in good condition, I'm in the same view as you, Craig, that if you're not a safety hazard out on track, get that car back out there and try to make up as much as you can.
And that's what a lot of these cars are doing at the moment. You still see we have every car out there on the track. All 38 cars are still out there right now, and it's great to see. And of course, it's also one of those RSR by Butt Kicker. They are suffering from damage, and it's safe to say that they're just staying in there now. There's no point coming in early for that damage. You're losing a little bit of time, but keep the strategy going. Keep the stint going. Let's assess the pit stops next time, because it's clear they're going to have to take tyres regardless, so they can take a little bit of that time off. However, getting held up by traffic like that is a little bit of an issue, as now the focus goes away from one Marius to another Marius, because over the limit now in that 47, sorry, in the 48 Marius at the head, but in the 47, up ahead for over the limit. And they're now in a 3-car battle here for P2. Yes, P2. As the 98 of Fordzilla, the 77 of Alpha Esports have now been caught up there by that 47 of Over the Limit. That's going to be interesting, but going back to that Marius in 48, look how much that Roadster have been able to claw back. Remember what, an hour ago they were 15 seconds off the pace? They're now 7 seconds off the lead, so they're really bringing this back right now at that 48. Watch them in a couple of laps. They'll be in this train.
Yeah, both them and Power Hit, because Power Hit Radio is down to 9 seconds behind as well. So they've been chipping away at that. Unfortunately for fans of the number 4 car, they copped a penalty for contact with the 131. We saw that a little bit earlier. At least I saw that. I can't remember if we got the replay. So much has happened already. We still got 5 hours to go, 4 hours to go left in this race, and it's already getting confusing. But Supersonic Racing is down to 14th in the GT3s. And here we go, some side-by-side over-the-limit racing and Alpha Esports fighting for the last step on the podium as they come through Remus.
Brilliant move there again, but the speed is there. What can Elliott do in the 77? Look at the defense there from the 47, and look at that! Just puts the car in the middle of the track at the right time, and the hesitation there, Elliott's unable to hold on to that or make a move, so Adias there will take that P3 and now will just use what he can with Ashton as they go around. And there, here we go. We're just going to see a replay here. Might be the same one. No, that's a spinning car there. And if you're playing the bingo game, that's another one at turn 4. As I was saying, though, we were talking about the 48 catching. That's all he needed. Look at the train. That's the train. All of a sudden, we're almost at a 5-car train here for P2 in the pros, an hour and a half into the race.
That Schroedis in the GT4 is trying to stay out of the way. He's 8th in his class currently. Thankfully able to pull off to the side for them. And over the limit blue just peeking on Fordzilla's Ashton with the 98 having to play some defense now. Elliott Pugh might want to take advantage of that, though, there in the 77. If he sees an opening, that over-the-limit blue car is going to open the door and allow one of his rivals to demote him instead of him taking a position. It's a steep climb out of Remus. There's a lot of elevation change here in the Austrian mountains. He gets the grip down, but behind them, I do see, as we've now hit the 1.5 hour mark, some of our drivers are deciding it is worth it to try and pit a little bit early. So will we see some shuffling now in our GT Pro class?
If they know they don't need to do a splash and dash, some of these guys right here in this pack may go for that move. Look how close they're all battling right here. We almost had the 47 touch the rear of the 98 going around turn 4 in Sloshgold, that is. So maybe one of these cars may decide it might be an idea to take this pit stop. This is going to hold them up, though, because the 133 is coming into the pits, gets around quick enough, no issues there. But it does mean that's another car that if Ashton wanted to use a bookmark, if any of these guys wanted to use a bookmark there, put a slow car in between you and your opposition, it's not working for him. Which one of these cars is going to blink first and go into the pits?
Eventually, they're all going to have to make their way in there. And right now, we're on lap 24. They did have that extra safety car period that helped extend the first one, but have had no such thing here in this one. So this should be a little bit more of a standard marker, measure of how far these cars can go. Ashton under serious threat now as Adis is all over that bumper. Can he take this second place away? The door's open. He's going to try and step through as he sends it down the inside. He's got a nose ahead, and he is going to just sweep in front of that Fordzilla Mercedes. So now Jack Ashton has been demoted to third.
Great move there from Adis. Just what you need to see. Using the slipstream to the advantage, using that ability, making sure not to force Ashton out. And look now, Ashton right on the rear. They see the lap car. He sees Elliott trying to make a move. Elliott was going to look for a little move there. Decides against it. These 4 cars are hustling and jostling for position. A lap car in front. Will that 169, maybe he may see this and pull to one side. He's not required to. He isn't required to. He's not doing it. Roadster Racing comes in. That's the first one to blink. That's what we expected. And this might help the 47 over the limit. Is going to get a car. Look at the desperation. As everybody trying to get there. They know how important this track position is right now.
That was riding high in the 169. They were one of our GTM runners, and unfortunately they had to pull out of the way down to the inside. Here comes Elliott Pugh as he's going to go down to the inside of Jack Ashton. It has been car after car just pushing them down the order. Fordzilla's off of the podium and Pugh is up to third. But what about Roadster Racing? Cephas has been in this car since the start. He's not going to hop out, but he has pitted when his rivals have not. Will this be an advantage now for the 48s, having hopefully a little bit more clear air? It depends what traffic looks like in the other classes.
Yeah, traffic has not been fun for some of these drivers as the last GT3 AM car goes into the pit, the 171. I would expect to see Roadster may gain a second out of this, but again, we talked about the 68 is still there. We talked about the power hit radio. They're still there. All these cars going in. There's one going into the pits right there. That is the 77. Elliott Pugh comes in for the Alpha, and a safety car has been called right at the moment they pit.
You may tow.
That is for Supersonic Racing, stuck at the side of the road. They've had a massive hit from what I can see. Trying to figure out exactly what causes. Here we have them on screen now. This is a bizarre one.
That hardware failure?
It's either hardware failure or something I like to call brain fade. I'm not sure which. Hopefully it wasn't brain fade, because that'd be an embarrassing moment as they just drifted off into the grass and lost control at a very high speed.
That's a weird one. We gotta get another replay if we've seen it. Maybe. Oh, just clip the grass.
I wonder if we could get an onboard. That would be telling, because if the wheel's still kind of moving, then that might have been the driver just getting distracted. But if the wheel just suddenly goes straight, that'll be a hardware failure. As we come back live, and the safety car is out and has picked them up. I do believe that may send us to a break here soon. And we will step away in a moment, most likely. We'll call that if that does happen. But they're all being collected, and here we're going to take a short break.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves, meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. Collect, customize, and sell cars, and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell, and trade unique NFT assets, from cars, garages, and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard. join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last hill. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. We are on our second safety car here in this 6-hour event for OBS Motorsports. And this has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. Roadster Racing has inherited the lead after their pit stop during the green flag. And now Fordzilla's 66 car has been shuffled down to 9th place. But they are not the first one to exit the pits after that, as they had a long stop with a driver change, and I think changing tires as well. Power Hit Radio Racing is the highest team to have pitted, so they have the fresh tires, and they have, well, no, actually they didn't take tires on that one. Interesting. They've jumped up a bunch of spots, so they have better track position, but they've got to catch a number of quick cars in front of them, Craig, in that GT3 Pro Battle. How about 100 Force, though? 3rd overall and leading the AM category.
It's just been such a quiet but decisive drive here from 100 Force, doing what they want to, doing what they have been doing, able to get ahead of the cars. I know the first lap incident did help them a bit in track position, but was still able to take advantage of their pace and hold on. So we'll look at that. The GT4s are coming in for their pit stops by. One thing that I did want to say was interesting. We talked about Roadster, how they took the early pit stop because everybody had, was just in that massive battle. They almost gained 10 seconds because of that. They did a fantastic pit stop and some fantastic driving. And realistically, that's what's got them this lead for just fantastic, a good call, and just also good timing. As we're going to see now, is this a replay of the incident? Yeah. His wheel, I don't know if we get a cockpit view, but I looked on his cockpit, Joe. His wheel never moved until he got on the grass. So it's hardware failure, but when we say hardware failure, we mean the sim equipment. This is probably more of a computer freeze or a screen freeze.
Absolutely. So it's one of those things that you tend to find is a peril of sim racing, is you don't have the car fail you as much as you would in the real world. It's all of your equipment, your electronics, that causes you problems on this one. So we wait for the wave rounds to be completed. And for those wondering, SRB Motorsports 2 is still leading in the GT4s, and they've swapped drivers as well in these pit stops. Gardinskas has handed over to Hertzai right now. So this will take up a good chunk of this latest hour, but already 2 safety cars. And we've essentially, I think, I'm trying to remember, I think we only had a single safety car during Long Beach. I think everything happened at the very end there, and since then, in the early stages, it was all clean. But now here at the Red Bull Ring, it's been just a little bit messy in some spots, and we should get this in order and on our way, hopefully pretty soon. And actually, let me see. Lights are still on, so we'll go around for at least another lap here, it looks like.
Yep, the lead GT3, that is the 48 Roadster Racing. They're just getting a little bit held up here. I think they just need to get the top 3 in the GT4s past them. So we'll look to see that. It's the 255 of the SRB Motorsport, the 250 of the 5050, and the 244 of the Licagas Tramos car. So
48 past the
we'll
GT4s
wait,
ahead of
we'll
you.
say,
48
and
48 get behind
just
the safety
hearing
car.
the 48's going to be taking on his own at the moment. He's going to get ahead of all those cars, and that should allow them. Maybe we'll get going this time by. But one thing I did want to say, though, Joe, remember we were talking about the cars that unfortunately got caught out at the start of the race. Well, there's Power Hit Radio Racing. They're P5. They're back in this race, just as we expected.
Yeah, this caution flag was exactly what they needed, because this ate into the gap that was caused by them having to fight through the field, and they were already doing that. Remember, it was 9 seconds before. So 5th place, yeah, they're sitting pretty. Obviously, they did have to take a pit stop, so it didn't work out perfectly, but they were the first one out. And I do believe, I think I did hear that that was going to be it for the safety car. Lights are still on, so maybe I misheard there.
Yeah. Just looking to see, maybe they'll get going. I know the GT4s, you've got the leader, and the GT4s behind. We'll wait and see what is going on. But it does allow us to just say that, there you go, 104s. Currently P3 overall, but they are leading the AMs, and that does give them a little bit of a gap when you've got the RK Foundation currently sitting P2, OBS Motorsport P3, which basically means that some of the guys that were running at the front there in the GT3 AMs, like Grateca, they had to take the pit stop there, so they were unable to, but the lights are off now, so we will get going, and here we go.
Oh, and I think they have now turned them back on. So yeah, temporarily off, and then they've changed their mind. So we're going to stay out there for at least one more as we wait for a couple cars to catch the tail end of the field. Unfortunately, it looks like RSR by butt kicker in pit lane. Valiokas in there. What has happened there? And I don't see.
No, they had a black flag. They had a black flag. I was reading up on this. Sorry, they had a black flag that they didn't need to take, and they forgot to ask for it to be cleared. So,
okay, interesting.
They're forced to take a 3-minute penalty.
Aha. Okay, so also, Supersonic Racing is our first retirement of the race. It looks like they are out. I do not see the car sitting in pit lane, which to me says that there was too much damage for them, or they felt like it was not worth trying to carry on. Because they could technically have just brought the car in, tried to take a lot of repairs, get another driver in there if there was a hardware problem. But looks like that is not going to work. Listening here to race control, they're having to reorder a few drivers, it sounds like. So they're just doing a little bit more work to get everybody into where they're happy.
Yeah, and this is going to, in some respect, this is going to help some of the cars that are currently looking at probably haven't done the pit stop. They pitted before the safety car. That allows them to save a bit of fuel here, maybe help them. This is going to take a chunk of time away from the race, however. And RSR actually just retired. Marius is now out of the car, out of the sim, and I know Sean is not there. So RSR parked it. Keep an eye on that. I think they have parked it.
Yeah, I do not see the car on pit lane now. So you might be right. Not sure what's going on, but that is an absolute shame for a team that's been in the hunt for the win in a couple of the races already, and definitely was looking like it early on, although they started to fall back there for a bit as we look at the 191. Currently third in that AM category. OBS Motorsport up 15 places overall, have gained quite a few. So we went for an hour and a half with 0 retirements, and within the span of a couple minutes here, Craig, suddenly we lose 2 immediately.
Yeah, well, just like London buses. Welcome to London, Joe. You wait for one, you get a second one coming up right away. That is such a shame to see. I mean, with the Supersonic, you could understand because there was a lot of damage on that car. The whole front was ripped off. The RSR, just a bit of a communication error there or something. We'll have to see what happened. It's such a shame just to see how that is going. So Marius Cepas will lead them away. The lights are still on the top of the car. And I do believe that Roadster Racing did give us a few comments, though, because they were talking earlier in the week about the last 2 races they were doing. They want to try and get a top 3 every race now. They want to make sure that they try and keep these top 3. So they're happy where they are. They want to try and fight for the lead here and do that. They're not happy with how the first 2 races went, as we know about it, and but they are looking to make sure that they keep things to plan here. And again, one thing that they said that they would like to remove the mistakes and just smooth over the cracks there. They want to make sure not to have any GT4 incidents. And knock on wood at the moment, Joe, I've only seen a couple incidents with GT3s and GT4s this race.
Yeah, the interclass traffic, I think, has been doing pretty well. They've managed each other pretty politely, which is always a big thing of concern. More so when you've got prototypes and GT cars mixed up. But this is 2 different types of GT cars, so they're somewhat similar, which can cause its own problems. But I'm with you. I think that I'm rather impressed with how they've kept out of each other's way. It's not to say we haven't seen any, because one thing that does come to mind is Supersonic Racing was one of those that ran into one of the GT4s, unfortunately, and kind of shoved them off the road. That got them a penalty before they eventually had to retire here. But let's see. Lights look like they are off on the pace car. I think this is it. I think we're ready to go, Craig.
That is as well. And I also just noticed that Sander from Supersonic Racing actually came into the YouTube chat and explained the situation.
Okay, so
it was hardware failure. No force feedback. He had no force feedback on the car.
Oh, that's a different one.
That's a new one, yeah.
I'm used to monitors. I'm used to maybe a wheel like suddenly disconnecting, but no force feedback. That's not one that I've heard relatively frequently. Well, it explains why he drifted so strangely too, because you think about it, usually when we see a wheel turn off, the car just straight lines and goes right into the wall. But in this situation, it didn't quite do that. But maybe he didn't kind of realize that he was into the grass because he couldn't feel it through the wheel.
Yeah, that is such a shame to see. And like I said, I've seen VR headsets fail. I've seen VR headsets
too.
fails as well. Going up the Schumacher S's at the Nürburgring, not one you want to see.
Ooh.
But the leaders is getting ready now, and Marius Seapads will lead them away. Pace car will dot in very shortly, and then it's all on the 48.
Roadster Racing has clear air. He's on the throttle, and we are green flag racing once again here for the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring with 4 hours and 10 minutes left to go. So now that they've got the clear air, can they run away with it? They've certainly got a good jump over Elliott Pugh, who's having to dice through a whole bunch of traffic behind him. It is basically just an open road for the 4800 Force, trying to run away from his field as well. And let's not forget Fordzilla, our former leader, down in 7th right now in the 66. And they're in and amongst this group. That is an attack on Over the Limit Blue that they're now affecting into Remus the long way around the hairpin. And it looks like they got it, really trying to pick him up and put him down as quickly as they can, with William Chadwick now taking over for Oliver.
Yeah, Will Chadwick trying to do it. Look at the amount of side-by-side free wides we're seeing going into this. Very tough over the limit racing. Red here trying to make a move, and can they do it? They're going to get by, yes. But all this holding up here allows Will Chadwick. He started 9th in class. He's now up the order, just absolutely going around. He's in front of him. He's got the number 10 there, the power hit radio. He's really doing this, and look at this. This is OBS Motorsport trying to go for the 3 wide, almost the 4 wide here. But just look at the cars having to make these moves around the slower cars, and that's not good. And that's going to be a safety car.
Ooh.
Wow.
So the 191, this is, yeah, he's stuck on his side. I just noticed that before we got to that on the replay, as I was able to find the car. And, well, cautions breed cautions sometimes. And that was a massive, massive hit. That was Vilnius Tech Transport Engineers, the 117, who made that contact, also had a pretty big hit. Wow. I'm not too surprised that we saw another caution immediately after. I just didn't think it was going to be another situation on that straightaway. We've now had 2 yellows because of wrecks on a piece that's not technically straight, but is considered a straight.
Well, as I like to joke sometimes when I see this straight, MotoGP's got a chicane here now. Why don't we just get the chicane and run the chicane down here? But no, that's just unfortunate. Just the way the cars were going, that must have been really uncomfortable if you're holding a wheel there. Just the way it goes. But 3 wide there is so tough, and you can see some of the cars just, you know, it's a struggle. And we may get another view there. Was it just, yeah, it was just knowing where you are. And as you start to see, they weren't aware and just tied together. And then into the tie wall, and then goes the flips. And that's such a shame for OBS Motorsport. They weren't running at the front of the field, I think. But again, it's just not what you want to see.
Now, what's interesting is the reason we see these safety cars, because for those not familiar with iRacing, is those have to be thrown manually by the live stewards we have. They don't automatically deploy by the sim like they do on the oval side, as we're going to take a quick break before I get to that point.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves, meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. collect, customize and sell cars and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell and trade unique NFT assets. From cars, garages and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard, join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. Just about done with our third safety car of the day. And it's going to be Roadster Racing leading them back, as this is going to be, thankfully, a short one. To finish my point very quickly, they try to treat these safety cars as though there are real marshals out there that have to recover cars. And that car was tucked in behind a barrier, but I guess they determined that not enough of one for them to be able to carry on that one. Just too big of a wreck. Green flag is out, and Roadster Racing is on it once again. This time, though, Elliott Pugh is starting directly behind them. So the 77 Alpha Esports team actually probably grateful for that second safety car, because now they're in the hunt, Craig.
They're in the hunt, and also other cars in the hunt as well. Around the back, you can see them trying to go around GT4 traffic, but CPES is having to hold on now to the 77 Alpha Esports by MDS, and will hold on this time by as gaps are starting to show. Everyone's starting to now bunch up. We've got a massive movement in the back. In fact, actually, did I just see an overtake on a lapped car there, as the 171 and the 10 and the 66 and the 47 are all trying to get around to get as high up to the field as they can, because even after that previous safety car before the one we just had, everybody is just in such odd positions due to the pit stops. And look at this going on right now.
Down into Schlossgold, a little bit of side-by-side racing as they try to get that sorted out. And this is, like you said, a real mix of GT4s and GT3s, along with the AMs and Pros really mixed in there. 2 by 2, they come around Rauk. Looks like Porsche Club Lithuania trying to make up what they can. They are currently 10 laps down from the leader. We've got some replays here. Chadwick, does he get involved in trouble, or is this just a good move? Just cuts through. That's going to allow him up to 5th now, but he's about 7.5 seconds off of the lead of the race. Remember, they were leading for a good chunk of this event so far, so their goal probably to try and keep touch with Roadster Racing for now.
Yeah, keep up here with the 171 as well. Use 100 force as a little bit of a power move here to try and get some slipstream, try and get some fuel saving. The key thing is they pitted during the safety car, so they don't have to worry too much about fuel compared to the drivers in front of them. Roadster, both Alphas, 100 force, all pitted before the safety car, so they're going to be able to do a little bit more on the fuel stop, and you start to see, oh, he's tight coming around this corner, and there's a spin around there for one of the cars. I think that's one of the GT4s, am I right?
That's slow and confused. No, that's GT-AM, one of the Porsches, the 155, just getting a little help from behind. And I didn't see who it was, but they are probably going to be on the horn to race control about that one and filing a protest. That battle for the lead is still within 0.2 of a second. Alpha Esports has a great opportunity here as we're going to actually watch them get side by side. Yeah, here we got a replay. Had an attempt coming around the outside into route, just about made it work, and that is not easy. That corner tends to cause cars to understeer.
That is such a small corner, tight corner as well. I talked about it at the start of the race. It's one of the old parts of the track. They never widened it compared to the rest of the track. Still got that narrow feeling there. You can go too wide. Just a little bit of a challenge. And Chadwick here finally making a move. And that's a lapped car. That's not a lap car, sorry. That's the 171 leader of the GTM. Chadwick just put the fastest lap in the race, a 1:29.269. But Power hit radio with a 29.338. So they're holding on to them. But at the moment, these guys are just trying to erase that 6-second deficit. If we see some more replays here, the 2-2-2 just going to have a moment. Nope. No, they don't. So we'll just go back to the racing.
Yeah. Ooh, we've got a little bit of action coming down into Schlossgold once again. Been a popular spot on this last restart. That's Locals Autosport Black and RK Foundation. That's not for position, actually. He's putting a lap on that car. RK Foundation trying to catch up by about 1.5 seconds to Alpha Esports Academy. And back to Cepas and Elliott Pugh. Gets himself a little bit of room, but look at this. It has gone from a 2-car battle to a 3-car battle for the lead. But I think they need to behave here, Craig, because Chadwick has nobody else to pass except lapped cars from here. And it may be 5.5 seconds, but if these top 3 start swapping positions, that's going to allow the 66 to just run them down in a hurry.
Yeah, you said it was 5.5 seconds. When you started talking, it was 6 seconds. And Chadwick got held up by lap traffic, and he was able to use that to his advantage. He's lost a little bit of time at the moment, but these 3, they need to start thinking. I wouldn't say they all going to start working out a plan here. The 2 Alpha Esports teams, they'll work out a plan together. They'll be happy. For Roadster Racing, they're just on their own. If they can pull away, run away as fast as they can, and that's what they're trying to do at the moment. Chadwick has 1 car left to overtake. That's the 117 Villainous Tech, which did bring out the safety car last time by, and then had a power failure. Yep, they actually had a power cut where they're racing. So they are down a little bit on positions. But once again, the car's still fine. Nothing's wrong with it. They can keep racing, just like the top 3 are racing right now.
191, though, has officially retired. So 3 cars are now out of this event as we watch the GT3 Pro battle for the lead with, well, we're down just about to the end of the second hour. So only 4 to go, essentially. And pulling off to the side, that is a slowdown penalty for Pugh. Must have cut a corner somewhere, either a little too tight or went wide on one of the exits. And now George Robinson in that Alpha Esports by G Performance car has managed to get himself into P2, a gain of 10 positions.
Just a great drive from Alpha, and of course using the strategy at the moment, the early pit stops, the safety cards, it's got them where they want to be now. But can they do anything with that P2? They've got past their team. Are they now going to try and catch up to the 48? The 48 is starting to pull away a little bit. Swapping the positions there in the corner, because they're fighting, does mean they're getting held up there. And that's a little bit of time they've lost. You can see there it is. And this is the other Ford Zilla car. That is the 98, which has not had the best of restarts. Both the last 2 restarts trying to make that move around. Makes that move, but they are sitting in P8 overall in the class. P8 overall in the class? No, P8 overall in the class. Yeah. And they've been struggling.
Yeah, P8 in the class for the Team 98. And that is where Apex Racing, they just overtook for that position. They're P8, even though they're running P9 on the track itself, because the 171 is still sitting in 6th overall, but leading the way in the GT3 AMs. So here we go for Fordzilla number 98. Hasn't really shown what we've seen from the 66 team so far this season tend to be a little bit farther back, either through bad luck or don't have the pace, or find themselves just out of sync on strategy. As we take a look at the 66 now, it is hovering still at about 5.5 seconds. So credit to those top runners. I think they realized what was going on and they've put their foot down and have at least been holding them at bay. Now, that might slowly but surely start to change over time, but we'll see. It really seems to me like they've got this covered, at least for now. It is fixed setup, so nobody really has an advantage long run versus short run, but we could see someone who abuses the tires a little more lose pace later on. So we'll see who's able to do that. I got to think, because you pointed out Fordzilla with their immense fuel saving, I would think that they're also easier on the tires because of that.
You would think so. And that probably also showed because they were able to not take tires first time by. So they've been able to just hold on and just be able to use that to their advantage. So maybe that helps them. We can see that their times really are showing that they're quite identical. I was going to say symmetrical for some reason. They're quite identical to what they've been running, and they're keeping a nice bunch, and that does help them. And we heard from Will Chadwick earlier that that is what they were aiming to do. They wanted to get that going. They wanted to keep that strategy. They tried to save another lap of fuel, couldn't, and that gave them more fuel in the tank for when they went for the refuel. So the Fordzilla there, the 66, really working their way. And one thing as well, to help the tires, we are now seeing the temperature start to drop again. It did go up to 44 Celsius. I can't remember the Fahrenheit, Joe, off the top of my head. It's now 43 Celsius, 110 Fahrenheit. So they are looking at that now. That is going to help some of these cars. Won't get it too drastically drop, but the temperatures are now starting to fall.
Indeed. And here we continue to follow Team Fordzilla. I tell you what, though, you've talked a lot about maybe trying to ride the coattails of the car ahead, and I think that's exactly what Power Hit Radio Racing is doing. This 10, ever since he got overtaken by Fordzilla's number 66 car, has just been hovering about half a second behind. Not sure if that's enough to really save fuel or get a whole lot of extra speed, but they certainly haven't given up and have been kind of trying to stick with them, probably figuring if this is one of the fastest cars on track, as long as I can keep pace with them, then I'm in good shape. Meanwhile, behind them, this is 100 Force coming up to lap 4SR Racing. 100 Force, what is the gap down to Esports? Man, it is a whopping 16 seconds to P2 in GT3 AM. 100 Force with Justin Lamelli, who's been in the car since the very beginning, has basically got this one on lock unless we have another safety car to mix things up or they have an issue. Oh, well, that'll do. That looks like an issue right there.
Yeah, that was the 123 MTG Endurance coming by. I believe that was the 112. The RK Foundation, who has been running pretty solid most of the race, and just a little bit of a move there, and the 123 gets by, and that puts them up the order, but they lose time. And now this is the rest of it. Look at the field, because we're still having these gaps. This is the 112. Behind him is a lap car at the 131. The 131 of Gateka, who is a lap down, unfortunately. And then behind them, more cars. RSV behind them. So there's a train of cars here. It's just there's one car in the middle that could play spoiler just if he wants to try and unlap himself, but I can't see that at the moment. Not with 3 hours and 51 minutes left. I don't think you'd be seeing yourself trying to unlap yourself right now.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that 131 is the one that we saw make contact on the one of the restarts, spinning a Porsche around. So that's Gateka, who's a bit down the GT3 AM order currently. RK Foundation, though, just ahead of them, sitting fourth in the GT AM class. Got 2 seconds to make up to MCG Endurance. Jeffrey Mueller currently in that car, and he's got plenty of space between himself and Gateka. Oh, and Fordzilla and Over the Limit Red have been swapping spots for 8th up there. And what do we have a replay of? This is Elliott Pugh. Oh! And that was our 2nd place runner, wasn't it? They've fallen to 5th.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. So I thought I heard someone come into pit lane, but that was not Alpha Esports. So I think they got away without too much damage. But man, they dropped the ball on that one. They were sitting in such a good position and now are suddenly all the way down to P5 with some ground to make up. I do see that we have another race control decision. Drive-through penalty for the 131. Well, there you go. I was just talking about they made the contact, and that was with the 155, which I believe was that restart incident I was just describing.
Yep, so confused. Exactly, yeah, so confused getting taken out there. So that is the black flag. Just seeing some other moves going on, and where Apex Racing just getting by the Over the Limit Racing Red at the middle of the field for the GTs. So all that battling for those GT3 pros and AMs and everybody, there's a bunch of them all together still. They've managed to keep together. Now, I shouldn't be shocked at this, Joe, because we saw how close qualifying was. So you've got to expect, really, if you've all got the same setup and the qualifying with basically hundredths in between it, you would expect it's quite a lot, and we're finally seeing the fruits of that labor, because I see 5 cars all within 2 seconds of each other right now, basically in pack racing.
Yeah, and like you said, we shouldn't be surprised, but still, it's always a thrill to see. Worth noting that Fordzilla's 66 got bumped up into 3rd place from that incident by Alpha Esports. That said, they've actually lost time to the 7. It's now 6 seconds up to the number 7 car with George Robinson in that machine. We've been watching RK Foundation still 4th in the GT-AM category, trying to catch up to MCG Endurance. So they're doing their best to gain their way up there and see if they can make a race out of this. Also, we want to mention one of our sponsors here, iDrink, a new generation of energy. Better glucose utilization by muscle and nerve cell increase in physical and mental performance. The more energy cells get, the more energy you get. iDrink is the first productivity drink. Your body works more efficiently. It contains no caffeine, guarana, or other stimulators. It contains no artificial colorings, aromas, sweeteners, and preservatives. It improves mental performance, improves concentration, improves physical performance, and relieves hangovers. That's always a big plus right there. Well, we are well into the 3rd hour of the race now, of a 6-hour race. So not too much longer before we hit that halfway mark for this event, as we see a little bit of action coming down into Rent. And I don't think this is for position between these 3 rather. Yeah, that's Roadster Racing going by a lapped car, and then Alpha Esports trying to chase them, only about 7/10 behind. So they're still in it, but they've got to get closer if they want to try and take the position. So they're still going to stick close and hope that maybe they can see a mistake, or that lap traffic eventually might open a door.
Yep, and we have seen just some small mistakes being carried out by drivers now, and also, dare we say it, we've seen the hardware failure. We've seen one of the teams, Villainous Tech, they've had 2 power cuts today, so in the space of 10 minutes. So anything can happen to these cars, and we hope nothing happens to anyone's setups or anything. So we just want these decided on the track. Is still the Roadster Racing holding on to this lead. Fordzilla, the gap is 6 seconds, which sounds impressive, but they're only taking a 10th out of the Alpha car there. So for Will Chadwick, he's really having to try and get that. And you've also got there the Power Hit Radio Racing behind, using Chadwick as a bit of a tow. Maybe they can get back to the front of the field. And meanwhile, there is still battles going on. The 47 of Over the Limit, the blue, is holding off the other Fordzilla car at the moment, the 98 of the... Yeah, sorry, the 98 Fordzilla. What? I don't know where I'm staying with myself there for a moment. But yeah, that's going on at the moment.
Well, if you're one of the friends or family members of the Vilnius Tech drivers in that team, I have a Christmas gift suggestion for a power generator for them. Hopefully that'll help solve some of their issues that they've been experiencing, as our leader in the GT4, Dimitro Hurstai, for the 255 team, leads by about 3.5 seconds currently. They're going to have to go offline, allowing Team Fordzilla's 98, so with Over the Limit Blue battling for that 6th position, just put them off course for a brief moment. But here comes a whole bunch more. We're Apex Racing, and a gaggle of GT3 cars are going to be flooding past him soon.
That's not exactly what you want to see, because the closing speed these GT3s have, it's surprising. And also the braking ability by some of these GT3 drivers. So that 255, he isn't a chicane, he's just a way to narrow down the corner for some of these cars. And just look at what's coming behind him. Not what he wants to see. There are cars battling, there are cars trying to make their way through. And the last thing he wants to do is to get any issues, because 2 seconds behind him is the other car he's racing, the 50-50 Racing team, who has done a fantastic job this race to get from the back of the field to the front of the field. And as I say that, of course, the 50-50 Racing team is getting a little bit swallowed up by those GT3s. But for Dimitri, holding on to that, and maybe we'll only get one of these GTs to get by him in this corner. He does indeed. Battles are happening, though, in the GT4s. Second, third, and fourth are a second and a half between each other.
Got to think that the 50-50 Racing team's still plenty happy with this second place, considering they are up 5 spots from where they began. As we watch the leader ahead of them, Hurstai, continue to plug away and try to keep that gap. They've lost a little bit of it in that exchange, unfortunately, as it's down to what looks like about 2 seconds now. It was up to 3 before, and you can see them just staying out of the way of their sister team there. SRB Motorsports by Lindvega going on by and into Remus Corner. But we're going to take a look at what's happened so far in the first 2 hours and some change of this race, and check out the highlights of the 6 hours after this break.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves, meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. Collect, customize, and sell cars, and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell, and trade unique NFT assets, from cars, garages, and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard. join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last run. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. We're taking a look at how the race has gone so far. It started with a bit of a mess here, unfortunately. A big pileup after a couple cars got turned across the track, and everybody kind of parked it there out of Lauda Corner, unfortunately. It caused a few drivers to have to take a tow, and then big story there for one of our front runners, Power Hit Radio, finding themselves turned sideways in Slosgold on the first lap as well, causing a safety car for that first incident that you saw. From there, as the drivers carried on, some good side-by-side racing did eventually happen once we got going green. Vilnius Tech, who have since had some really miserable luck, found themselves having to rejoin the session due to losing power. And then you could see things, even in the first hour, got pretty aggressive there coming into the first corner. But Elliott Pugh, who was fighting for second place, had to do it the long way around and found out there just wasn't enough room coming out of Rint, and the two came together, sending him by. Boy, Over the Limit Blue, though, really had a scare coming out of that final corner, Craig, and eventually they survived as we see some of the 4 and 3 wide racing down the front stretch that we've witnessed.
Yeah, and after that, it was just a little bit of move. The Fordzilla taking advantage, and of course, they managed to get that position as the RSR struggled. More incidents going on here, and more overtaking going on by, as you start to see that is one of the Alpha cars making moves. And then, of course, pit stops came just around this with some more cars getting caught out by Slosgold just as we started to see the pit stop rotation. And even still, with more moves happening, the RSR car in the background, more moves on Fordzilla as well. This has been the key corner for a lot of these drivers here at Slosh Gold today, as they make their moves down, and a lot of the overtakes happening there. And if not, it is up this hill, the treacherous hill. Try and find a position there into the middle to make it into turn 3.
Yeah, you can see this was the period in which the 98 team was just dropping positions left and right. And then our second caution, full course caution of the day, when there was a hard rear failure and a loss of power steering that sent the Supersonic team into the wall, and they could not drive it back home. We had our restart and a similar situation, except this time not a loss of power steering, a loss of power. And they got into one another and sending a car tumbling onto its lid, and that was enough that the stewards decided we needed a second caution, and we went back behind the safety car where we waited patiently before we got it going eventually again, and things have picked up, and it has been quite tight up at the front of the field where we come back live now. And I got to tell you that Cepas and Robinson have kept it close. They were within 0.2 of a second there briefly ago as coming out of the final corner. There's more of that 3 wide that we've been talking about. Drivers getting it sorted out eventually. That's Klepikas and Porsche Club Lithuania, who's just trying to make up many a lost lap as he passes SRB Motorsport 2, who have taken their pit stop, and so has Litkargis. So that's going to give third in class to the 255 team.
Yeah, 255 get that third back again. You can start to see a lot of these drivers, thanks to that wide modern day start-finish straight, they're able to take that 3 wide a lot easier compared to some of the other tracks that these cars might be driving on, and that just allows the Porsche Club Lithuania to get by and let these two have their little battles. The 255 continue, but the 47 over the limit Racing Blue is still going strong. They've got Where Apex behind them, and also I've just noticed that the first pit stops are coming as Alpha Esports comes in early. But again, they did not pit during the safety car rotation. They pitted beforehand, which helped a lot of these cars. And a little bit of a bully there by the 47. Is this going to set up the 38 for a move here? They're going to have an overlap as they come down into turn 1.
Side by side into Lauda, where Apex has the inside. Where Apex has the inside over the limit, has the outside, but it switches back up through the first corner. And it looks like Stasiokis might be able to try and get through into Remus. Let's see if he's brave enough on the brakes. He's going to have to send it a little bit deep. He's got the inside, but he doesn't have a nose ahead. And it looks like Where Apex Racing is going to deny them that outside line, sometimes faster up the hill.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there. Sometimes just getting that extra angle, just because of the nature of that corner. Sometimes it's faster to just take a late or no apex corner there, and that just allows the 38 to hold on, take that position. Take it position back, sorry, because they almost lost it after taking it into turn 1. And now they're starting to see what they can do as where Apex goes up to P7 overall. And the leader, Roadster Racing, comes in. That's not a surprise, because Roadster Racing, again, they were one of the teams that pitted before the safety car. So they don't have the fuel on board like the others. This is where Fordzilla, who's going to take the lead now, is going to play their strong point. They saved a lot of fuel last time by. Can they do it again? I think they will, and the question will be, what will be the gap this time?
Also, Marius Cepas has stepped out of the car, and Kundelis is going to jump in for Roadster Racing. So there is our driver swap for what was the leader, and Fordzilla back to the top spot, but they're going to have to pay the piper and come in and pit soon themselves as well. As they see Power Hit Radio Racing also eventually getting themselves back in a second. That should be, I think, effectively 4th place. Boy, there's a lot of cars fighting for position, or it looks like fighting for position in front of them. So they got to be careful here. They don't want to get caught out in other people's issues.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary here. You've got a battle up front for 13th and 14th overall. You've got a battle for 3rd and 4th overall. So you've just got to hold yourself calm here and wait for the moment. What can Elliott Pugh do on to Believers there? Is the Alpha looking for a move here? He puts himself in because there's a pick move right there, and he's just going to make that move. He's tying that to protection, but he's also going into the pits. No wonder why. Now, that's some really good heads up because nobody knows they're coming into the pits there. And if I'm in that number 10 car, I'm expecting the 77 to go for a send there. Hence why they kept that around the side and having to make a slowdown on that GT4. But really strong there by all 4 cars involved. No communication, but they communicated by the power of driving.
Yep, right now we're looking at Roadster Racing. They're back out in 10th position, make that 9th in class. Whoa, and that's a very deep dive, and they're going to make contact. That's with SRB Motorsport. That's our leader in the GT4s. They just turned them, and they're now having to find their way back on. Surely that's going to get looked at by the stewards there. And unfortunately for Candulis, on his first lap out on his stint, he is causing a little bit of trouble on the course. So Litkargis with a spin and then takes what looks like one of the Porsches out there.
Yeah, we talked about it before, didn't we? Cars getting caught around the outside wide at Sloshgold, touching the gravel and just putting the throttle down. And you can just see that's what happened there. Got on the throttle, spun the car around, hitting an innocent bystander. That was the fear we were talking about earlier in the race. And you'll start to see that the MTS guys, the MTS GRG, they're trying to get around this, and they just see the chaos as they come by. It is not how anybody would want to take a position in the GT4s. And we have also talked about it's been incident-free between the GT3s and the GT4s. That wasn't caused by anyone trying to overtake, but it was still a GT4 hitting a GT3 due to a mistake.
I'm just going to say, Craig, you were the one that said it first, so I'm putting that one on you.
Okay, fine. I'll take the blame.
Commentator's curse always seems to strike when you least expect. And here we go. I think this is that same incident once again. Or no, a different one coming out there as Gerteka slamming into the wall coming out of Schlossgold. It seems to have been a bit of a difficult corner in the last few minutes of this race as we've now had multiple problems over there. So what's going to happen to Roadster Racing at this stage? And let's see, our current leader that just got tipped around are still continuing on, so they seem to be doing okay. So that's good news for them. Also saw Slow and Confused. Looked like they had, just a spin, it looks like. So the 155 just kind of had a single car spin coming through the final corners, and they've come into pit since they were kind of heading that direction with their spin anyways. But we watch the former leader of this race, and the other problem that little contact had was that's going to slow them down. So even if they don't get a penalty, once the pit stop cycle around, Craig, surely they've lost time with that.
You would think so. Hopefully they can try and make it back up by a safety car or just some hard driving. You start to see the rest of the leaders into the pits now as well. Can they? Be interesting to see. I'm not saying can they, but it'd be interesting to see how much time they will have lost here. We know how good the Fordzilla guys are with their fuel, but it's interesting to see how Chadwick has come in at the same time as everybody else. And there we go. It's a driver change for Power Hit Radio. Justinas Bumbles comes into the car there, and Will Chadwick's gone already. No tire change. No tire change. No, and you talked about that, didn't you? You talked about saving the tires. That's Will Chadwick. And there's the Power Hit Radio. They're still taking tires. The 48's about to go past them.
Another 28-second stop for them. Roadster is... Holy cow. They are 20 seconds behind Fordzilla's 66. We were talking to Will before, and he said, yes, it's a danger. Yes, we could always get caught out, but we think our strategy is the best strategy. And this is why they're down there and we're up here, Craig, because, man, were they right about that. 20 seconds ahead after the pit stop. That is unbelievable how that worked out.
I mean, now the question is, at 42 Celsius, 107 Fahrenheit, it's still getting colder. But it's still those temperatures where if I'm tired, I would like to call the UN and call for the Geneva Convention, because I'd be screaming out in pain right now if I'm a tyre on a track like that. If you know what I'm trying to say. I would not want to be trying to double stint these tyres, but again, I'm in the booth, they're in a racing car, they know what they're doing. That's insane to pull that much time, though. He knows what he's doing. I come back to it. We were talking earlier about, well, are they softer are they easier on their tyres? There's your answer. I think there's our answer. They've been able to do something that not a lot of cars can do. They did spend a little bit more time in the pits compared to the number 7, but look at what that's given them. They have now put themselves in P2, and now the case of with used tyres, can they catch up to that number 7 Alpha Esports by G Performance?
That's a good question, and to your metaphor, I'll bring an American flavor into it. There's a famous quote from Dale Earnhardt where he said, "I'll apologize to the tires when they get me to the front," and that's kind of what the 66 is doing here. You'll take another stint and you'll like it, as he's got 7 seconds up to Alpha Esports by G Performance and the 7 machine, who did take a pit stop. So they are not our leaders yet, but they have managed to pull quite the gap over a number of other drivers that they have been chasing up to this point, as we're looking at George Robinson in the meantime, who is a little bit down the way, but at the lead of the GT Pro class here coming through Rent. They pitted about 5 laps ago, and right now the leader in the GT4 is still SRB Motorsport 2, who looks like took their pit stop about 9 laps ago. So Robinson, 7 seconds up at the front. He's been in this car since the start. Now, he can be in there for probably about another hour, I think actually maybe an hour and a half before he runs afoul of issues that he needs to hand over for driver time. So he's not under any worry there, but this is a pretty long stint for a single driver to be out there and hoping to stay fresh.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it. I did try actually doing it in a different race. 3 hours in a GT car is not easy at the best of times. It is a lot of focus you need to give, especially with how long the fuel stints are in these cars. So you can understand why some of these drivers may be starting to feel the fatigue a little bit, especially on such a quick track like this. You've got a little bit of waiting time and rest time when you come to the straights, but you still have to be on that focus, and that is a challenge for that number 7 car. He will be coming in soonish, though. When you think about it, he's got one more stint left, and that will be all he wrote. And the rest of the gaps, though, when you look at the rest of the gaps down the field, it's actually quite imperative and to notice how, yes, there's no literal side-by-side battling at the moment, but the gaps are still close to one another. A true testament to the racing, the setups and everything. So it's one to keep our eyes out on. The closest battle on the field really is the Roadster Racing with the Fordzilla. Apart from that, even in the GT4s and the GT3 AMs, it is a little bit quiet when you look at it. And again, as I came back to at the start of the race, we're not going to know who's fighting for what position really until the final hour. So we're in that time now where it's just head down, and this is where you can't lose focus. This is the middle part of the race. You've got to keep your focus now. It's the most important part of the race.
Well, we've lost 4 who have lost their focus. The XC Racing, OBS Motorsport 191, RSR by Butt Kicker 68, and Supersonic Racing are out. We still have 34 cars on track being led by George Robinson, who you see on your screen. You mentioned drivers still being in it. We have 13 cars still on the lead lap right now. RSV Motors by OBS, and the 192 is the last one on the lead lap currently, and actually not even close to being lapped right now, so we got a ways to go before they're caught up. As for the GT4s, they were a smaller class, so they are a little bit of a different situation, but they still have 6 of the 9 on the lead lap of their class leader. But we've had some problems for Dilettante Racing, MTS GRG's 292, who are actually getting repairs right now. They've been in there for about 8 minutes, and then Schrotus is a lap down in the 224. So there's the ones that are hoping some sort of caution will maybe get them some of those laps back, because Schrotus is only a single lap down and could maybe get cycled back around to try and catch the leader with just a little bit of luck and a bit of strategy to help them out. But look at Robinson catching some of that lap traffic, and I almost feel like this is the biggest concern if you're that 7 team right now. Don't lose time in traffic, but also don't take risks here to try and consolidate this lead. You've got a very fast team behind you, so you can't dilly-dally, but you also don't want to spoil a good opportunity to maybe snag a win.
Yeah, you want to just keep it calm right now. This is where now you've got to start thinking, well, if they let me by, they let me by. If not, can I afford to lose a little bit of time in the corners? I think the answer there is you've got to. You get past these 2 GT3s in front of him, and then comes the issue of you've got a battle for P2 in the GT4s. And in fact, they're coming to it right now, and they're all having to basically just take another chicane here. And you start to see there's a little move there by George. He does get through, and it does hold up the GT4 battle. We may have to see that very shortly. There it is in the background. There is the 222. There is the 202. We may see a move here. George is getting past those cars with no problem. Is there going to be a move? Pull out to the side they go. I think the 202 here, MTS GRG, is going to get this position. Over the curve he goes. No. Keep an eye on this. They can't touch. Oh, my word. I think they just touched each other there. But the 222 holds onto that position just for the moment.
MTS GRG still giving watch. Could have used this GT3 car as a pick. That is riding high. And so this could put Shipsy Racing off the racing line. No, he's going to be able to duck in at just the right time. We've had another drive-through penalty, and the 112 team is the one to get this one, as that is RK Foundation. They're currently third in GT AM, so this is going to hurt for them. This is from moving under braking and causing a collision with the 123. Not sure if we actually saw that one, but that is definitely a big wag of the finger from stewards to everybody, saying you can't do that stuff. You got to race fair.
And that to me is some really good stewarding. Unfortunately, a team has to be made an example of in a situation like that, and you've got P3 in the GT3 AM. Yes, that may be a little harsh, but if you need to set an example of what right wheel driving is and what moving under braking is, you've got to do it. Again, we can't judge on what that is on the move, but yeah, it's one of those that if they want to look at that move and try and make that example, they've done it, and it's been pretty clean most of the race, in all due fairness. So to see a drive-through like that now, I think is a testament to how good the driving has been all the way around, as we're going to see round 2 of this current battle between the 222 of Shipsy Racing and MTS GRG, but they're not going to be close enough, the 202, unless they're going to go for a lunge. They decide against it. They may go for a little bit of fuel saving, but I did notice they still got a little bit of damage on the rear of that car. Shouldn't affect them too much, but do they want to be leading this pack at the moment? I don't think they do.
Yeah, that could be a good point. Maybe they figure it's a little easier to just kind of sit behind. The GT4s, without many of the aerodynamic devices that the GT3s have, don't have as big of a slipstream effect on them, even though they're not as powerful underneath the hood, as Callum J. Dunn leads the way in the GT AM category. This is in the Alpha Esports Academy car. Also, looks like, I just realized we were talking about that penalty for RK Foundation. They're right behind 100 Force, who's second place. So that's extra frustrating. They were so close to being able to fight for P2 in the AM class, and then suddenly they're going to be shuffled down, likely maybe even outside the top 10.
Maybe. We've got to look at that again. Anything can happen happen, yeah, we've seen safety cars could get them back on. If they take the penalty and then a safety car comes out, they're still there and they're able to try and get back in, but they'll all be on the same playing field. It's just they're going to be a little bit scattered around. They haven't taken this penalty yet, and you can understand why, because they're right here. They want to negate all the time possible that they're going to lose by staying with who they're racing with, but I think it's going to have to be all for naught. They will have to come in. It's also too early for a pit stop. So, of course, it's a drive-through anyway. They wouldn't be able to take a stop and hold anyway. They're going to have to take this. Just, yeah, when I was talking about that, it's almost at the start, almost in the first third of their stint. They pitted 89, it's now 99, so yeah, they're not in a good position that way. They're now 11th. They are going to get out that top 10. Maybe they'll get lapped. No, they're going to fall. I don't even think they get 13th. I think they're lucky enough. No, they are 13th now overall. If I had eyes, I'd be using them right now, but that's a shame for them. They're almost getting lapped. That's a 20-second pit stop, though, cone to cone. Think of that time they're losing. That's 20 seconds to make up now.
Yeah, and I guess I over-exaggerated. They wound up 4th in class in the end. Meanwhile, inheriting that is RSV by OBS, now into the podium positions, well behind 104. So they've got to really pick up the slack here if they want to try and jump up and fight for second place. Look at all this back and forth behind him, though. That's not as much for position, although some of them are. It looks like amazing stuff in 4SR Racing on a different lap from RSV are fighting for the 14th spot. That's 4SR Racing and Amazing Stuff. And Amazing Stuff has an amazing run coming up to Rent, but you got to be brave to take the inside line away through this right-hander. He's going to try and do it. Behind them, a loss of control for Venius Tech, and they spin off into the runoff.
That's a bit of a mistake there from Venius Tech, and hopefully they're able to get the car back going. The 133, they're unable to make that move. Venius Tech does come back, but very unsafe, you have to say, as the SRB Motorsport was coming by them as that was happening. So we'll have to see what happened there. But as you get back to this with the RSV holding on to this position at the moment, they're using the 113 as a little bit of a fuel save now. They're going to have to use that as a bit of a fuel save. Currently, though, look at that gap. That gap is true. That is 9 seconds between Alpha Esports and the 100 Force. That is such a gap at the moment that you've got in the AM. But again, as you were saying earlier, when it came to Alpha in the pros, you don't want to be complacent and you don't want to start taking the risks that you don't need to.
Cargus has now also been given a black flag for an unsafe rejoin, and they had a collision with the 292. That's with the MTS GRG, who've been in the pits getting repairs now for 16 minutes. I mentioned them about 8 minutes ago, saying that they had been taking repairs. So this must have been massive damage, because they are now the last one in the field that's still in this race. But that's questionable in itself, since we don't know if they'll be able to return that car to the track. They seem to think so, since they're still sitting and waiting for the car to finish there on pit lane. Otherwise, they probably would have exited the race. Here is what looks like the incident. Oh, no, this is a different one. So this isn't what got the black flag, the 244. But this was the one you were describing. Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy if I was that car behind.
I mean, also, I do want to say, you said that the people from Villainous Tech, they need to get a power generator. They've literally just said that because they've had a third power cut in that university.
Oh, no.
You've got to feel for them. You've got to feel for them. 3 power cuts in an hour. Oh. I mean, if that was just a normal household, you'd be quite concerned. When you're trying to race, or you're trying to do anything esports, that's a very frustrating moment. So if the university could get it even more, could we get some pedal cycles? Could they power themselves? Could they power the rig and the internet up with a couple of them still on the cycles, the other one just racing? Is that possible? They may need it right now. You've got to feel for them, though. You've got to feel.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think that the 245 team of SRB Motorsport is feeling bad for Roadster Racing, because the 48 got a penalty for that contact. So there goes that. It seemed like a slam dunk to me. I'm not surprised at all that is how it wound up, and they'll have to come back around and serve that soon. George Robinson and the Alpha Esports number 7, still our leader on your screen, and actually has been faster than Chadwick, 7.3 seconds now. Remember, it was about 6 before. So we've been singing the praises of the 66 as they've looked like the fastest at times, but not right now. Still, I wouldn't put it past them to have this strategy so worked out that they'll be able to jump that number 7 in the pit stops. They've certainly seemed to have been able to thus far.
Yeah, you got to think as well, Chadwick, he's probably going out of the car after this stint, so that will put Stefanov back in the car possibly, which will be very handy. We know what he's been like. In fact, both of them are decent drivers, but as Will was saying earlier, Stefanov's the home driver here. This is his home track, so you've got to feel that he would be able to just itch a little bit more out of this track, even with the will of the virtual fans. Should be able to do something. So we'll wait and see that, because they're still in a prime position. Never before would you say 7 seconds behind is a prime position, but they can gain 3, 4, 5 seconds in a pit stop. So you've got to keep that. But look at the clean air around George Robinson right now. Well, we did just see it as the 222 goes and makes some moves. And that's the 222. Having a little battle. That's the 177 in front there. That is the Alpha Esports Academy. Behind him, 1.8 behind him, just there in picture. That's MTS GRG in P3. That's one of the closest battles at the moment. Ship C here did set the fastest lap of the class last lap. But providing MTS GRG doesn't get caught out by having to move aside for traffic like he just did, this could be a close battle in a few laps if they all keep safe.
Yeah, that seems like a big if right here, considering what we've been seeing lately, and a lot of black flags being handed out and around. So drivers have got to keep themselves on their toes as they're going to go side by side. And Ship C Racing is going to once again try and challenge, but unfortunately can't quite do it.
I'm just looking as well. We have another retirement. I believe the 123, the MCG Endurance, has retired. Not sure what that is for, but they're saying that they have retired from the race. Obviously, we'll get a look at that in a moment. So we're just seeing more cars, and this is the GT4s that we haven't really talked a lot about in this race, because the battles have been so fierce and so close when it comes to the GT3s that we haven't looked at the GT4s all a lot. And SRB Motorsport 2 has basically led, I wouldn't say flag to lights, as they did lose the lead at the start of the race. However, they have been able to keep this lead and keep it comfortable. The gap there, that is not an issue or anything like that. That is a 22-second gap. That is how good these guys have been doing in the SRB Motorsport 2 car. And again, that's basically a free tyre stop. For me, that's a free tyre stop. They could afford to take a tyre stop if they wanted to. Not that they would.
Roadster Racing now to serve their penalty, unfortunately. And that slow, frustrating trip through the pit lane will cost them a couple spots here. They already fell off the podium because of that incident. They were with that MTS GRG team. They're talking about the 292. That was with the contact that we mentioned a little bit earlier. That it was with the 244. Remember, and that caught them a meatball flag, which means that they have to repair the car. They can't stay out. We don't know what exactly happened, but they, I guess, have decided it really is too much and it's not worth trying to get back out on track. They are 7. Oh wow, they're more like 14 laps down. It looks like from their class, or somewhere around that stage at this point. So they've really lost a lot in this one. So I don't blame them for deciding it's not worth trying to get back out there and getting much more out of it, because they're.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. You're wrong, because they've literally just come out as you've been talking.
Well, was it the other MTS GRG team then?
Yeah, the 292 has been in the pits for 23 minutes.
Yes.
They've just come out the pits.
Oh, and yeah, you're right. They are on track. So what other team retired then? Did I mishear you?
The 123 was the one that retired.
Oh, apologies. Yes, okay. So, and that is MCG Endurance instead. So Jeffrey Mueller was in that car, and yeah, they're in pit lane, just kind of sitting there for the time being. Apologies, lost track of things for a brief moment, but we now close in on that halfway point. So if you're out there with one of the teams, you just have to do that all over again.
You've had your one VRS race. Let's have another VRS race, as they say on iRacing. This is now the point where a lot of drivers, they're probably not used to 6-hour races in these cars, and they just have to start looking at finding another gear, or even hitting the reset button and doing it all over again, trying to find the stamina to keep this going. And it is, I say stamina, that it takes a lot out of you doing a 6-hour race, regardless if you've got 2 free drivers there, maybe a crew chief as well, 4 people there working with you. Even those that are racing on the one rigs, like the Villainous Tech guys, even with their power cuts, and also the MTS GRG guys, it is a challenge in these events. So they have to hold on. Still, though, as we hit that halfway mark, look at those gaps forming. 9 seconds in the AMs, 7 seconds in the pros, 23 seconds in the GT4s, but still, MTS GRG, as I keep watching them, every time I see them, they get closer to the 222, Joe, and then here comes a wave of GT3s, and they lose it all again. It must be frustrating for that 202 right now.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh. So they need to stay patient right now, I got to imagine. Just waiting to see whether or not it'll swing their way at some point down the line. And I'm sure with 3 hours to go, they'll get something in there that'll help them out as we continue to watch Vilnius Tech here, now up to 13th. So they overtook MCG Endurance 7 laps down from the leaders, 55 seconds away from Slow and Confused up in front of them. So they got a ways to try and get the next position, but they're getting a little love and screen time, at least for the time being. The closest fight we've got up in these GT3s is actually between P10 and P11. That's actually, I think, 8th and 9th in class in the GT3 Pro class. It's Over the Limit Racing Red and Where Apex Racing. Even that is still about half a second apart from one another. So not truly a battle, but it is kind of brewing.
A battle is a battle when it's less than a second. In all due fairness, you can start to see that with the traffic, that's the biggest issue for these drivers. And even though they're the last 2 cars on the lead lap, they've also got the issue of having to deal with lapped GT3 cars. So the lap GT4 isn't too bad. They're able to just move, well, bully them to one side, as we say, as we say, it's the faster class in multi-class racing. Just a little bit, just move them to one side, get them to that. But when you're the same class, that's the trouble, because they're the same speed as you. You have to either make the run, or if they're damaged, then you're able to do it. So one thing to keep eyes on, as I just looked at the 38, he just got held up going into turn 9 because the lead GT4 is in the pits, the SRB Motorsport 2. Again, they're so far ahead, they can afford a free set of tires. Not that they will. You want to keep the throttle down here and just keep going for the throat and extending that lead. And that's just what they're looking at right now. Hopefully they extend that so somewhere more comfortable, but last thing they want to do right now is make a mistake and end up in the wall.
Also, something that we didn't notice, Craig, Alpha Esports number 77 car has been consistently faster than Fordzilla. Let me see on this last lap if that's still the case. Yeah, much faster. So second place might be up for grabs. We're watching the leader who's about 7 seconds up the road from them. But Fordzilla, Chadwick, just not as good at this circuit, unfortunately. Oh, and our leader second place in the GT AMS, 100 Force, is off the course. There he is right there on your screen now. And he's going to lose that second place to RSV Motorsports. RSV Motors by OBS. So here's the incident for Nicholas Menard. Is this just a self-spin? Looks, yeah, exactly like that to me.
Oh, but look at the concertina effect that caused, though, because he was trying to move the car again. And that may be looked at by race control because that was an unsafe move, almost an unsafe rejoin. So they've lost out a position or two, or three almost. No, it's just one position, I beg your pardon. And now that's going to cost them. That they're now off the lead lap, which isn't the end of the world because they're not battling the number 7 car. But at the same time, now they're in a battle to hold P3 as they've got the 112 of RK Foundation, remember, who had that drive-through. So all of a sudden, it's coming up Millhouse for the 112. But meanwhile, for the 171, just that one move, and that is a tough corner. I know I said drinking game, everyone going wide and spinning at Slosh Gold. Never had going and losing control of the rear without gravel on my bingo card, but there we go. Slosh Gold causes another incident.
Yeah, it's had its fair few here today. Still watching Robinson. I'm hoping we get a little bit of a glance of that battle for P2 between the Fordzilla 66 and the Alpha Esports 77. Can we maybe see them? Yeah, there they are, just flashing across the back of the screen there. So could have a little bit of drama in between them pretty soon. And we are just now, we've just crossed the halfway mark. We passed 3 hours left to go, and it's now less than 3. And the drivers have got to start thinking about how they want to play the second half of this race. Oh, it looks like Alpha Esports actually has a very good run here on Fordzilla coming up to Rent. They showed their nose a little bit off screen, but did not actually send it up in there. And it is getting a little bit more sketchy if you are the 66, having to deal now with some actual pressure. In fact, we might have a pass back there in the background. Can't quite see it. He is going to get through, and the 77 takes second spot off of Fordzilla.
Brilliant move here. We may just see it here. This is Elliott. He had the side-by-side, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chadwick just gave it to him to get a better run here. It's not working for him. He cannot pull on the slipstream of Elliott here, and that is not going to help as Chadwick now loses out. We're going to see this. We're not going to see it. There we go. Just coming out there of Remus on turn 3, and he's not able to catch up here. Such is the nature of, I'm going to say, either the tires or just the way it is at the moment. The track is considerably cooling now. It's 40 Celsius, 104 Fahrenheit. But he's unable to capitalize on that, and all of a sudden that BMW is just starting to pull away. Can he hold up? He needs to hold on here and really just hope for another one of those Fordzilla magic pit stops that we talked about so much here, because realistically, I think Fordzilla, if they're going to win this, they're going to win this on my favorite method of winning, strategy. And I think that's what we're looking at right here.
Well, and I wonder if the strategy is not simply down to saving that fuel, but also they put Chadwick in, I think it was about an hour and a half into this race, or maybe a little bit beyond that. I wonder if their thought is, okay, we'll put Will in the car for this middle part of the race, and then let's get our anchor back in, especially if they get a late caution in this event. Then that means they've got their faster driver in, and Oliver can take it home and try to really put the pedal to the metal.
Also, key thing to notice there, the 77 set their fastest lap of the race that last time by over 29.4, and it was faster, of course, than Chadwick. It's also faster than their other team. So, start of the race, Fordzilla were running 1 and 2. We're halfway through the race. Alpha Esports running 1 and 2. We can't really get anything else there. There's no other two-man teams, two-car teams in the pros, but we could see that also Alpha still leading in that GT3 AM. But Elliott is now starting. He's not starting to pull away. He's eking away. It's like millimeters. It's inches each time. He is just starting to make that move. But what will be crucial is if they hit lap traffic. And 2 seconds up the road is a GT4 by the name of Ship Z Racing that may just have something to say about how close this battle may get.
Yeah, which is not fighting anymore with their rival that they were side by side with for quite some time, although someone's ducking in. That's RK Foundation. And that, well, it's not a penalty, but they were last in 13 laps ago. Oh, excuse me, though they had a penalty earlier that they had to serve, and that what is causing that. Also, we do have one more team that could get a 1-2 up at the top. Over the Limit Racing Red and Blue, but they haven't really been hovering around the top spots. They've been kind of mid-pack there in that pro class.
Yeah, they're still there. They're still battling. In fact, they're I would say they're next to each other. They're next to each other in the standings. Gap between them is about 15 seconds. They are one of them's driving a Porsche, one of them's driving a Lamborghini. There's the RK Foundation car taking their pit stop. They were P4, and it may help them after that drive-through. So we'll wait and see. Of course, saving just a little bit extra fuel, having to go half speed through the pit lane. So we'll keep eyes on that. But Over the Limit, I mean, we haven't talked a lot about them. We've seen some of the battles that the blue cars had. They're doing comfortable at the moment, but you can see that pace difference is starting to show. Now, Will Chadwick does have, we're not going to see it here, he has a chance of a move. He had a sniff on to the 77 around turn 9 and turn 10. We may have a situation here that there might be a chance, but I think that was all Will could do as the leader is in the pits. So one Alpha car hands it to another Alpha car at the moment. How long do these cars stay out? Because Chadwick was 2 laps later than the Alpha Esports last time by.
And Jordi Spetchens is the one that takes over for the number 7. So we'll finally have Robinson given some relief and able to rest, although it'll probably be put onto the box, I'm sure, to help play spotter and crew chief there for Jordi. What kind of pace does Jordi have? It seems like the 7's been quick. They've been holding Team Fordzilla at bay for many laps. And then later their own team, the 77, at the very end of the stint. What's going to happen from here? Pew. Now, the teammate that I just mentioned is up in the lead with Chadwick just a bit far behind after having been overtaken just a couple laps ago. Looks like Alpha Esports is back out on track and going to be returning in about 6th or 7th place here. We're waiting. No, we're not waiting for MGS GRG 202 to pit. They are in right now, which I believe is going to hand the lead back to the 255 of SRB Motorsports 2. And, is something's...
Oh, we just had traffic. We had traffic, Joe. It's gone back to normality here, but coming out of turn 7-8, Elliott got held up by a GT4 and allowed Will just to get his nose ahead for a split second to allow him to take the de facto lead. But coming into turn 9, Chadwick had the outside and had to yield. That is the only time that Will's getting here. It makes me wonder, is he running even? Let's be hypothetical for a moment. Is he running a different fuel map? Is he really grinding on that fuel saving? Let's just, let's think about this. We can't say he's slow, but we need to work out why he's not making these moves. It's a combination of saving fuel, a combination of saving tires, combination of not wanting to make an overtake. Could be just doing that with the fuel map, which again comes from the saving fuel. Very interesting how he's yet to make a serious attempt of an overtake here on that 77.
Yeah, that's a good question. And that could be it. Now, obviously, they don't want to show their cards. They don't want to tell people how they're doing this strategy because it definitely seems to be, one of their winning secrets. So, of course, I'm sure some talent probably comes into it, being able to run it light on fuel as well. But man, I'm going to have to mull that one over and also do some research to see what they could maybe save in that sense. But neither of them pitting in this time, although behind them, that was RSV by OBS ducking down the lane.
And you see again, like there's no going for this. He puts his car, he just keeps his car safe as Elliott makes the move. No! And no contact there! And the leader is in the wall! And the leader has gone into the tire wall!
Unbelievable. Elliott Pugh finds himself now 3 seconds behind. And contact, I'm trying to make out, that was... What team was that?
104th. That was the lead amateur car.
Wow. So now they were second or third before, so they still need to take a pit stop, but that's still a major player that had a pretty hard hit into the wall. So that will compromise two of our big names here. Also, I've been able to get some information behind the scenes. The 66 team has not been using a different fuel map setting. It is a fixed setup, and they are unable to do that with the fixed setup. So there's the answer to that question. It's just that right foot.
Right, I need to look at what damage these cars have, and yeah, the front of that car for the 104th is now a little bit banged up. Thankfully, it was a tire wall, but that is not what you want to see. Elliott comes in. He's got no choice. Now, the question is, will there be any stewarded decisions as well for that? Because it did feel a bit of a late move there going into turn 1. 104 stays out. I mean, they're still got to pit at some point. So Fordzilla keeps that lead. And the question is, what is the gap between Fordzilla and the other Alpha Esports team? It was 57 seconds. It's slowly climbing. But it's 57 seconds. So I think Alpha may still get the lead after this pit stop. But all of a sudden, we were talking about two Alpha teams. I think it's just going to be back down to one Alpha team. I think that 77 is going to have to take a bit of repairs. And maybe, we're just speculating, maybe have to take a drive-through.
They are in pit lane right now, taking repairs. So Alpha did not like how the car felt after that unscheduled stop here for Alpha Esports number 77 as the 7 goes on by them. Now, the good news for them is they seem to have come out into clear air, did Jordy Spetjens, but he was 7 seconds ahead of Chadwick before the stops. So should be safe unless, well, no, actually, 48 seconds because that driver change and a tire change as well for the 7 car. And Fordzilla has been mostly doing no tires, 28 seconds. So do they change it this time since it's going to be the halfway mark if you're the 66 team? Or do they continue on this path of trying to stretch these tires out because since it's been putting them so far up the order and they're really having to deal with traffic here as they weave past Locals Autosport and Amazing Stuff and almost kind of boxed in. Play it safe, finds an opening down to the inside. And now they're going to be able to finally clear on through. Well, you keep talking about those 1-2s. It's a 1-2 for Fordzilla right now.
It's a 1-2 for Fordzilla. I tell you who's not going to get a 1, and it's 104th. I didn't realize until looking, they actually had the black and orange flag after that incident. It didn't look that hard, but that's enough for them. And if it's a black and orange flag, especially being a BMW, I'm just looking at my hand. That's 10 minutes. That's 10, 11 minutes at least, I would have thought. We'll have to keep an eye on that because a meatball flag is not just going to be a simple 2 minutes in and out as we take a commercial break.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last hill. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET! OPTIBET!
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET! OPTIBET!
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves, meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. Collect, customize, and sell cars, and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell, and trade unique NFT assets, from cars, garages, and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard, join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET! OPTIBET!
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you are going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last hill. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. Here you can see it started off a little bit messy for today's race. 6 hours out here, and some acted like it could be won in the first corner. That caused our first safety car, of course, and set us back about 10 minutes before we truly got going. And then once we did, the racing was tight. So you can see Vilnius Tech having a bit of a problem, unfortunately, trying to keep it on the track as they get edged off coming down into Rauk within the first half an hour. Then from there, some side-by-side action into the first corner, forcing a few of our drivers in the pro class to really have to take care there in the GT3s as we watch them come across over the hill. Elliott Pugh, who's been having a bit of a bad day because he's just gotten a penalty in real time right now, first found himself absolutely shoved off as he had some contact, and Over the Line Racing Blue had to take evasive action to try and go by. From there, more fun coming down into the braking of Remus Corner, where we've seen a lot of passes today, a lot of back and forth, and it can go either way on that one. But it is Schlossgold that has been Calamity Corner, Craig, that has seen so many incidents.
Yeah, we have seen so many spins. We haven't seen many contact, but we've seen so many spins, and this is one of them. Just trying to make that move around. That's a competitive one, but elsewhere we've seen quite a few moves. That was when Fordzilla, the 98, losing out, and then you can see again that was the 77 making moves up the order. It's been one of those hot corners, and we've seen quite a bit there. Second hour involved a lot of 4-car driving, and then came the second safety car as the Supersonic Racing had a hardware failure. They lost force feedback on their wheel, and they had to take a safety car. And as we came back up, the old famous saying on oval racing, cautions breed cautions. Once Fordzilla once the restart happened, there was another incident just here. And you can see there, that unfortunately was the Vilnius Tech car just having an issue, and they had more than just one issue because they have had 3 power cuts ever since that crash that took out the OBS Motorsports car.
And that obviously set us back behind the safety car yet again. But from there, suddenly, as we come back live, we get a little replay of contact. Oh, excuse me, we're still on the highlights here, as Elliott Pugh had a problem there. And then there's more trouble coming down through Schlossgold, cars taking one another out. Also, I want to note, I just noticed Shipsy Racing may have retired from this race as well, as they've had some issues and have been taking repairs after getting into trouble themselves. Vilnius Tech still can't seem to get that car under control, coming out through Rent, having a spin of their own. They got to watch out because it is 60 incidents before you start to get drive-through penalties. And with the number of problems we've seen out there, they could rack those up before these 6 hours are over. And William Chadwick once again became the leader temporarily and then permanently after this moment here. As well, nope, this isn't the moment. There was a little bit later where they were trailing behind the 77, and the 77 made a very open door for Fordzilla's 66 team to eventually go through. Oh, I'm seeing there is also a penalty for Vilnius Tech. I'll have to check to see what that was over once we get through these highlights here. It has been frantic since we've come back, but we'll get to all the craziness in just a moment. And as Javier Martin Roman for Team Vordzilla's, I think this is actually the 98 car that we're watching here on screen. And actually, I think we are live for both, and we are getting some information about what some of the pit stops have been. Wow, 66 did not take tires again. Have they taken it on any of the pit stops yet?
I think they have, but I mean, it must have been some sleight of hand trick or something, because I've not seen it myself. No way they can take these tires all the way. Track temp has decreased again, though, 38 Celsius, 101 Fahrenheit. By the way, that penalty for the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech was for collision with the 222, which was the Ship Z racing car. And I think that might have been what you saw when they had to, unfortunately, retire, which is a bit of a shame. But we went from one Fordzilla car battling an Alpha Sports esports car to another, because now we've got, I'd almost say, it's not the reserves, but it's the second team. And they are now fighting on. That's the number 7, Jody Spetskins in front there, the number 7 in P2. And then in the 98, it's Javier Martin Roman currently battling as they go through of the GT4 traffic. It's a close one, though. We are 2.5 hours left in the race, and we're still none the wiser of who has control of this race. But we know that the 66 Fordzilla car is starting to just tighten the screw a little bit with some of these fantastic pit stops they're having.
Indeed, and I'm trying to go back and see what I can see of all their pit stops and double check whether or not they took tires in any of them, because they may have taken them during the caution flag stop. Remember, that was a bit of a longer one. Yes,
they did.
They did. Okay, so there's our answer. They've taken one set of tires. Now, that said, the more I think on it, remember, we have less fuel, smaller fuel tank than actual GT3 cars in this series, Craig. So what is usually a triple stint, because that's about the farthest I've seen most people try and attempt to take tires in a GT3 car, would this one be, I think, a quadruple stint. So not completely out of the question. It's effectively, if they can take it 3 hours, they're good.
Sorry, my head's... Sorry, you just said quadruple and GT3. Sorry, my head's just... Yeah.
Remember,
you see what I mean? I'm trying to get my head around it, you know.
45-minute stints, though, so I think it's possible. I think that is possible, but it's not a 1-2 right now for Fordzilla. It is a 1-3. Alpha Esports with Spetcher is splitting them and is actually under threat from the 98 team.
Yeah, he's pushing hard right here, and they're just... Either he's pushing hard to make a mistake, or he's pushing hard to try and make sure that they can keep up, because the 66 is starting to pull away from both of these cars, while the 98 and the 7 are just holding out here. Is there going to be any moves? Not at the moment. That is a lapped car. That's the 38 there of where Apex Racing, and in a moment they're going to be seeing the cars go by. I was just thinking, you are right, though. Quadruple stint is possible. Now, hang on. This is going to be a pick move. This is going to be a pick move here. He sees the lap car and nope. The 98 realizes he can't make the 7, but look at the mistake it's forced into the 7. A bit of a slide around the final corner, and he's lost out here. Now you can see the 38 is going to pull to one side if he can. They're going to go 3 wide very shortly. Doesn't matter, it's not on the corner. The 98 is going to take this with ease if he gets this corner right. Geordie decides not to fight this, and just like that, just in a couple moments, forcing the issue, has allowed Fordzilla to get that 1-2 back yet again.
And poor Alpha Esports only has one round in the chamber now because the 77 team not only got that black flag, they haven't actually served it yet, but they've come into pit lane and put it in the pit stall. Now, to serve a drive-through, you cannot go into your pit stall, and they've been there for 7.5 minutes. I don't know if this is to try and repair more damage or what, but this is definitely not them serving the black flag. I do not know if they intend to return, but it does not look good regardless. They're down to 18th of the GT cars. I don't even know how far down they are in their own class. It looks like actually 9th place I can see from the tower there on the left-hand side. But that has ruined their race. We already knew that they were going to be out of the hunt for the victory, but pretty much you're just going to have to try and collect whatever points they can from here if they do return.
Yeah, I am just reading. Yeah, we'll just look into that with the 77, but if they do return, that'd be really good for Alpha. They can just get going, but this is their key battle right now. They need to hold this fight with the 7. Now, we have seen how good these Alpha BMWs have been this race. I know Will Chadwick wasn't trying to go for any overtakes, but these BMWs have been able to hold their own. They were catching Chadwick as well at one stage. Can they do anything? They're losing out on the slipstream here on the draft of that 98 Fordzilla. Is this all she wrote? I doubt it, because traffic is traffic around here. Excuse me, the ebbs and flows of this track can bring anything. So we'll wait and see. Nothing is going on, and nothing really is going on elsewhere. There's the other Alpha Esports car. They're 27 seconds in the lead of the GT3 AM class, and I do like that design, especially with the purple and the white. It really does look nice. They are currently just setting the pace. It's a free pit stop for them right now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, down in that GT4 class, SRB Motorsports 2, I believe on a relatively similar strategy. There's about 6 laps apart from MTS GRG, but still somewhat close on strategy. And they've got, I think that is in the realm of about 40 seconds or so. Yeah, 40 seconds over MTS GRG. So SRB Motorsports 2 is sitting very pretty currently down in that GT4 class. And we'll see if that changes around, because you've said it before, and I think it's a very good point, Craig, that you really don't know what the real positions are until the end of the race, until that last hour and all the strategies become clear, because sometimes you can have an ace up your sleeve that nobody really recognized and be able to sneak in a short pit stop that gets you up to the front late on, or have saved fuel and simply go that one pit stop less.
Or not taking as many tires as the other teams as well, and saved yourself to 20 seconds, and then you're forced to use an extra 20 seconds at the end. So that could be a very interesting situation to see in this race. So it's the same thing as well with the SRB. It's the same thing with the Alpha, and in some respects at this moment, I know the 98 is just at the fastest lap of the race. Chadwick's not pushing. The Fordzilla car, the 66, they're just relaxing at the moment. They're not putting a lot of hard laps in because they don't need to, which allows them to save the tires, and save the tires means no more pit stops. And I'm just there like, can you please take the tires? Like, they do have a lifeline at some point, you know. They have a life. These aren't like your regular road going tires that can do, I don't know, about what, 20,000 miles. No, they can't do that. These are designed for racing.
Well, and iRacing's even made a post just recently explaining the changes that are going to be made to GT3 cars come the next build, which is, about a week's time from now? A little bit more than a week's time. And that includes the GT3 tires. Now, not really being able to double stint or triple stint as well. They can, but they reiterated that you have to change your driving style significantly to try and save them, or else you'll get down to the cords. And that you can have a blowout in iRacing if you do that. So we still have multiple races left to go in the season. Well, I'm curious to see if the 66 team tries such a thing in any of the following races later down the line.
I have been thinking about that. It's going to be very interesting, full stop, especially this isn't a full stint of fuel for a GT3, as we've been saying. So maybe you can get away with it with this type of fuel tank, but if you're looking at the full fuel tank, which is usually about an hour, yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do it. And I know we always joke about, especially one of the next big endurance events on iRacing calendar is one where people love to save tires. I know myself, I quad stinted. I could have almost quint stinted a set of tires on an LMP2, not a GT. I reckon I could have done a quad almost in a GT3 with the way I was driving. Really curious to see how that would go. And also, being it comes in the middle of this season, that's going to change a lot of the strategy as well. You have to address that in the room when it comes to the next race here, because that's just going to make people think differently about how they're going to take these cars.
Sorry, on screen, we've been watching SRB Motorsports 2 trying to lap Dilettante Racing. Now they're finally able to get by. So that wasn't for position, but the 223 almost looked like they moved to... I don't think they were trying to block. I think it was just miscommunication because, they were being lapped, but they drifted across the track there coming up to the braking zone in Schlossgold, and that gave me a bit of scare that the 255 was such a lead. Really doesn't need any sort of issues here, because yes, they got a buffer, but you'd hate to see it get thrown away at this stage. And yeah, there is Dilettante Racing on your screen now, who are currently running 8th out of 9 in class. They just lost that position to Shipsy Racing just now. So Shipsy overtook them and moved themselves back up into 7th after they had to take their long repairs there in pit lane for a number of laps. And yeah, I agree with you as they take a little peek coming up into Lauda that between now and the next race, the drivers in this series are going to have to do their homework, because this, changes the strategy so greatly. That's Porsche Club Lithuania going a bit of the wrong way around there, and SRB Motorsport Vega also trying to go through with William Chadwick. That's our leader, actually, so good thing that didn't cause an accident as the 66 car kind of watched that one unfold in front of him.
Yeah. One of the things I was going to point out there, I think one of the reasons why the 223 there was trying not to, not block the lead GT4 when we were looking at it, was because of that, because of the Ship Z racing car they're battling. And one thing is, you want to let the faster cars by, but you want to let the faster cars by without causing yourself to lose a track position. And that's what happened, unfortunately, and that's what they were trying to avoid, was unable to, and was still in this battle. 12 minutes in the pits was that 222 car, and it was a bit of damage. In all due fairness, I did see the incident, actually. We didn't catch it on the broadcast, but it was actually coming out of the Niki Lauda curve, and Porsche Club Lithuania, it wasn't Porsche Club Lithuania, yeah, the car that took them out, the 117, wasn't it? The 117 just went up, just took the normal racing line and just got on the throttle a bit earlier and just caught the rear end of the Ship Z and just sent them into the barrier. So that's a bit unfortunate for them, but they're still battling, they're still 7th. And like I said, everybody that still had the car with working 4 wheels and no technical issues, they're still out there right now. So credit where credit's due. Some of these drivers are not giving up, even though they're about 8 laps down.
50-50 Racing Team just came into pit lane. They've recently, at the start of this past stint, swapped over to Kristupas Senkus there in that 250 car. So looks like he's going to stay in, as this is a scheduled stop for them. They came in from 5th in that GT4 field, and they're coming back out also in 5th. Yes, because Schroedus behind them is also pitting in, so they're not going to lose a position with that sequence, but they're set to go for the next run round. Starting to see bigger gaps show up on my time and in scoring tower between a lot of these cars as we get into one of the longer green flag runs that we've seen. And so drivers are beginning to separate. And also we're beginning to see more and more issues, because an endurance race, as we said, it's not about being fast over one lap. It's how fast you can be over the course of the race. And this is the Fordzilla 98 who's being held up a little bit, having to try and navigate some of these slower cars. Shipsy out of the way on the run down into Rent. That's Locals Autosport. That's within his own GT3 class, but a lap down. So that AM category driver, will he pull out of the way on the front stretch, or he's not really racing against anybody here, not for position, and he's still not going to pull out of the way. So Roman is going to have to wait patiently behind the bright yellow car as we continue to watch the car of Dilettante Racing in that 223 running 8th in class and losing chunks of time each lap. They've got a fair bit of damage on the front, so I got to think that probably not the quickest car on the circuit currently.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself, to be fair. I was looking at that and thinking maybe the damage is just hindering them. But again, they're still running, and they're still racing, and that's all they want to see. And all William Chadwick wants to see right now is just absolutely nothing. Is there any cars in front? No, there's a car. There's the car a couple seconds up the road. That's about it. He gets a little bit of breathing space, and really with how spread out the cars are, yes, there's only about 34 cars driving around now, maybe 33 cars driving around, but it's still quite a busy track with everybody in different areas, so he's holding on, and that battle between Roman and Juri Spetskin, it's still there. The gap, though, 2 seconds. That's, for the first time, I think, for a while, traffic is working in the Fordzilla's favor compared to before. And you said it as well, and I like to take a page from Daniel Murad. Not about the fastest lap anymore, Joe. It's about the fastest stint. And I think the Fordzillas are starting to get those fast stints.
Well, Litkargas is going to try and get a fast stint because they just pitted in. Yunus Bothma stays in that 244. They were in third place when they pitted. They've already lost that spot now as things cycle around. I think they should be able to return before the 50-50 racing team is able to catch up to them, because we're seeing about 28 to 35 second pit stops for most of the cars. 36 seconds for the 244, and yeah, they'll be out way ahead of the 250 team, so only down to fourth after that pit stop. But now, the situation we seem to have is that because of this extended green flag run, it seems like there are very few cars that are on the exact same lap strategy for fuel and tires here. It's quite mixed up, so we need to stay tuned on this one, Craig, because this could all swap around very easily.
If you have your bingo cards ready, the laps that the lead GT3s in the top 10 have pitted, there's only one number, I think, two numbers that are not there. We've had pit stops on lap 110, 111, nothing on 112, 113, 115, 116, 118, 119, two cards on 119, by the way, and 121. So if you've got your bingo numbers ready, that's the numbers. It's very rare really to see that. Basically every lap you're getting another car, and with the length of a pit stop here, it is almost putting a lap on each other. So very different strategies. And then the last team to pit, the question is, can they pit so they don't have to do a splash and dash, or will they be the last car to do a splash and dash? So all those issues are starting to go into fruition as that Fordzilla continues to go by. The gap, by the way, between the other two cars is 1.5 seconds, and it is still the Fordzilla having the favor when it comes to the lap car traffic at the moment.
I got four corners on mine. What do I win for that?
You win this cuddly toy.
Woo! Yay! By the way, and on a more serious note, the 111 car, a Porsche Club of Lithuania was given a drive-through penalty. It looks like they've already served that, so they were very quickly in. That was for a collision with the 188, which is Local Autosports Black. And the black flags continue here today. The poor stewards have been worked quite hard. They deserve a rest after this one, and also a pat on the back and a thank you from a lot of these competitors for the thankless job that they do have to do as we come down out of the final corner, watching the battle for the lead. Well, not really a battle, for the lead of the GT category. That's Alpha Esports Academy. Again, that name being up at the front of a couple classes here today. At the top spot of GTM. They're ahead of RK Foundation by about 23 seconds, sitting very comfortably at this moment. And Jobling, I must say, as he gets out of the way and lets Vilius there go on by, I want to say they've had something of a relatively quiet race. I'm trying to recall if we've seen them in any dramas today, Craig, and I don't think we have. And, you know, knocking on wood to make sure that we don't commentators curse them. But it's basically they just kind of appeared in the lead and now just have just a huge gap to the next car back.
The only incident they got involved in was the incident they got around, which was the lap 1 incident. They managed to get around and they put a few cars between them. They put a few pro cars between them and other amateur drivers. And ever since then, it's just been them. It's just been them, and they've lost the lead on pit stop rotations. And again, like I said, they pitted lap 110. The next car pitted lap 111, and they're able to go. They're going slow. Hang on, what have you done, Joe? They're going slow. Have they run out of fuel? They've run out of fuel with one corner to go, and they're able to coast in.
Oh, it's
you, sir, are a very lucky man.
Hey, you had yours earlier, and now I've had mine. Wow, that's an unnecessary push. And yeah, you're right. They're going to get down to their pit stall, but that's going to lose them time. It's a good thing they did have that 23-second gap. RK Foundation is also in, so they're on the same strategy. How much did they gain on that? RSV Motors by OBS will carry on, and they're going to inherit the AM lead in that number 192, but expect them probably in next pit stop as we come down to all of 2 hours and a quarter of an hour to go. Bambulis here sitting in 4th position in the GT Pro. That's the Power Hit Radio Racing. Man, we keep talking about you can't give up, and this is such a big credit to this number 10 team who had that spin on lap 1, is now outside the podium by about 7 seconds.
Don't count them out. Don't count them out, though. To come back here, they're 4th at the moment. They go up the rotation, they go up the order with the pit rotation. They could get more, but just don't count them out because their pace they're showing at the moment, they just set the fastest lap of the race, and that's a second faster than anybody else last lap. And in fact, the 98 just set a time that was still half a second slower than that time. So they're really pushing right now on the rest of the field. By the way, the 177, they came out no tires, so they're doing all right, but they lost 7 seconds because of, well, to RK Foundation because of that pit, because of the fuel issue, which we could talk about for a while. You were right. It just seemed really weird to push that hard to go that extra lap when it was obvious, must have been obvious to them not to be able to make that extra lap, especially if they're stuttering before turn 9.
Yeah, I mean, that is close. Well, to me, and the reason I say this, I'm going to get on my soapbox here. When you have a 23-second lead, you don't need to take risks like that. You can pit that lap early. Yeah, maybe if you get outrun by 1 lap by the other car, they're not going to gain 23 seconds on that 1 extra lap to try and undercut you. So that's the main thing that's like, yeah, it's close, but why risk it if it's that close?
Well, they've got some issues right now because I think their driver, Jobling, has had a little bit of connection issues. I'm trying to watch him, and all I'm seeing is just black screen every now and then. So I'm not saying we've cursed them. This is something else, Joe. Don't worry, you've not cursed them. But maybe they might wanted to It's only happened now, so we'll wait to see. But this car's not having any issues at the moment. That's Will Chadwick in the Fordzilla. They're just minding their own business at the moment, and they're just taking their time. He's right behind them as well, so you may see in a moment on the screen a blinking BMW. And I mean blinking as in they're flashing, not as in a way of using a censored word.
We also have another one, too, that's suddenly cropped up. I think that'll go away, though. SRB Motorsports 2 and SRB Motorsport are leading the GT4 class about 26 seconds apart. But the 245 team does still need to pit in. They're on lap 16 of their stint. That's because MTS GRG has just pitted and gave the lead back to the SBR Motorsport 2 car. And yeah, Joe Blaine still struggling with that connection issue, and that's going to be extremely frustrating if Joe Blaine loses connection and actually completely blinks out, because then they just had their pit stop. They had the chance to swap drivers if they would have known that was a problem up to now, but I'm guessing they didn't, and now that they've kind of missed that, if they need to switch drivers around, that's going to be an extra pit stop for them.
They may have to. And in all due fairness, they had the time to spend in some respects, but they didn't have the time to spend for a swap like that. So they're crossing the fingers, they're crossing the toes, they're knocking on wood, they're doing everything they need to do right now to make sure that doesn't hinder them. You can just see them just going down the hill there, just in the right of the corner as Chadwick was coming in to turn 4. So we'll wait and see. I mean, it's looking like he's okay at the moment, but as somebody who's had that issue in an endurance race while in the car, and had it happen to me with another driver in the car, it's heart in mouth moment, and you feel for anybody, especially when you are the de facto leader of the race. So fingers crossed to Nigel's connection and PC and everything, because the last thing we want is another hardware failure, because we've had, excluding the multiple ones for Villainous Tech, we've had 3 hardware failures now, I think. So let's not have any more.
Please no. That's been enough for today. It's not often that we see this many in one race, unfortunately. So RK Foundation, 3rd in the GT-AMS, Alpha Esports Academy in front of them with the blinking issues. He wouldn't mind that taking a competitor out. So obviously, you don't wish ill on your competitors, but you'll take any position you can get. But it's still RSV Motors by OBS who hold the lead, but owe us a pit stop on that GT-AM race. We watch Tove Levisius down there coming into Remus. This is just ahead of SRB Motorsports Lynn Vega, but that is not for position in that class. Roadster Racing has just pitted in. Now, they were in 4th place. Remember, they've dealt with a penalty here recently and are trying to recover. They were a little bit behind Power Hit Radio Racing on the podium. But let's see if this earlier stop gives them any advantage.
Well, we know what happened last time they took an early pit stop. They were able to save 10 seconds, and then a caution came out. Sorry, a safety car came out as a oval term. Their apology. So can they do this again? It'd be interesting to see. They still stick with the same driver. I say that. I just saw a black screen. I thought it wasn't, but nope. So we'll wait to see what they can do in this pit stop. Does this help them, is my question. It's 36 Celsius now. Are they going to get a free piece of tarmac? No, they're going to have some traffic around them, and Will Chadwick's right behind them. So I don't know if this is going to work for them or not.
Yeah, so that means we only have 6 cars on the lead lap right now, but a few of them have pitted recently, so that will switch back around. You see we still have RK Foundation on the screen. Now up to 2nd. I'm guessing, RSV Motors by OBS has pitted in, handed the lead back to Alpha Esports 177 car, and haven't seen Joe blink in a while on my screen. Maybe he's finally got that under control. Crossing fingers that he has it under control at this stage. I think Roadster Racing's got a pretty good shot here, because they're ahead of everybody else, and Joblin's the next car up. So they're going to have decent pace, being our leaders in the GT AMs. So as long as nobody comes out in front of them, the 48 should be able to run some good laps to try and see if they can overtake Power Hit Radio Racing, who is on lap 24 of their stint. So they're going to be coming in relatively soon themselves. Williams Esports drivers, William Chadwick has been leading this race for a significant portion of this 6-hour event, but he's still not pitting in this time.
No, he's not pinning. He's holding his horses. This is now 23 laps on the stint. You talked about Power Hit Radio being close to coming into the pits. They're not pinning at the moment, but we did have them set the fastest lap last time at 1:29.086. Had he been held up by traffic, is he going to break the 29 barrier? No, he doesn't. But that's still a time that not many drivers have been able to get to. So, Alpha Esports will be close in terms of when they come out the pits. But those two teams, I think, are going to be battling for that last podium spot. Because at the moment, gap between them's 39 seconds, roughly. Give it 40 maybe. But with a lighter fuel tank, Power Hit Radio are now starting to put in those fast times that really you can only get when you've got a light fuel tank. And I know we don't have a full fuel tank here, so we're not going to see the massive differences between fuel tanks. We're still going to see a noticeable difference between a quote-unquote full fuel tank and an empty one.
Absolutely. So we watch Chadwick take that Mercedes over the crest and into the final couple corners. Boy, that low angle really shows you how much elevation change there is around this circuit. He still has maybe about 4 or 5 more laps before we see him in. We expect him to try and go long, just how he has much of this race, with his teammate 19 seconds behind him, ready to try to make it another Fordzilla 1-2. And Roadster Racing, still, let's see, last lap with Kundelis in the car, 29.7 for him. Looking plenty fast. Bambulis was a 29.2, even faster there for Power Hit Radio. 29 flat for the 10. I'd say that they are making sure that they make a race out of this, because they are much faster than Roadster Racing currently.
Yep, and they've now been, 26 laps on the fuel stop. So when are they going to come in? They're going to have probably about another 4 laps of fuel, as is really when you look at Fordzilla. So they'll be the last ones to come in, maybe. But these times are just fantastic by Power Hit Radio. Let's just rule off the last few laps that they've done. The last 3 laps are the 29.086, a 29.242, and a 29.095. Out of nowhere, after a 1:31.205 the laps before, they've just put in these low lap times, and they're really getting the better end of the traffic. I say that, they just got a lap GT3 in front of them, which is the 47 of Over the Limit Blue. But they really are taking advantage of what has been a very good track position for them. And maybe they might look at this now. They're getting held up a little bit at the moment, as we're seeing the 192 still holding on. I wonder, are we going to see Power Hit go in? Nope. And you see, that would have been me going into the pits there, Joe. If I'm held up by a lap car, yes, it may have been a little bit early, but if I know I don't have to do an extra pit stop, if I'm getting held up, I'm coming into the pits there.
I'm with you on that one. That would have been my call as well. But they may not know that they're racing in another car on strategy across the course. They may not be aware of that. Also, 100 Force has pitted in and returned, so they come back just outside the podium as RSV Motors by OBS beat them out. Well, I say beat them out. They're a full minute ahead of them. So a massive gap there between P3 and P4 in the GT AMs at this stage. And drivers coming around some of these sharper bends up the hill through Remus. We now have found the situation where I think our closest gap is something like 3 to 4 seconds apart from one another. Everybody's kind of unfortunately separating significantly. Where Apex Racing in 38 has pit in, but we had an incident for SRB Motorsport. That's not good. That was our second place driver. What happened? Oh! Contact through Rauk.
Yeah, the very weird one there. I know that's been a move that the GT3s have been doing all the time, but very weird. Can we get a different camera angle? I think we are. By the way, the number 10 into the pits now. And is it just a case of he's already turning? He's already turning, isn't it? Yeah, that is on the GT3. That move can be done, but he's already taking the corner there. You cannot squeeze that corner there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that was asking for contact, unfortunately. I don't see any sort of meatball flag, so he got away with it, and he's carrying on. The question, I guess, becomes, is there any handling damage on the car, or maybe aero damage to hurt him in a straight line? They'll want to come in a bit early. And, the 98 also pitting in, and Jack Ashton getting back in the car for that one. So Power Hit Radio Racing should return around third place, as Fordzilla should beat them out while they wait for Ashton to get in the car. Spetchens in the Alpha Esports number 7 inherits second temporarily. We are down to only 4 cars left on the lead lap the way this is going right now, but we still need a stop from Chadwick, and that'll give us a better idea of how many cars are indeed on the lead lap. And in about 30 seconds time, we are down to only 2 hours to go.
Important fact from that pit stop, because there was a driver swap there for the Fordzilla car, they took tires. For Power Hit Radio Racing, they did not, which also means that is a big gap. So we talked about this tire strategy. Again, we're down to 2 hours. What's going to be the deciding factor now when we come into the next split and the next final hour? We'll wait and see. But that number 10 car on a track temp that is now 36 Celsius, 96 Fahrenheit, what can he do with the 7 so close to him and also just getting held up a little bit on traffic? We knew this could be close between these two. We said that these two could, I said that these two could probably be battling for the last podium spot. We're seeing it unfold now. That gap is just 2 seconds between the two of them.
Wow, fascinating stuff here. So Power Hit Radio Racing has got to be on their toes as we're going to take another look at a replay. Over the line, Blue, who's currently sitting in 5th. This is heading up the hill into Remus. Is this just a solo spin from them going behind the banner? Well, it seems okay for now. And then they just pulled off to the side. Wonder if maybe they had they cut it a little tight and got a slowdown penalty in that. So they're 28 seconds behind Roadster Racing. They're not really a threat to those top 5 as they sit currently. Chadwick, who still needs to come in to take another stop, is going to try and push it as long as he can if any of the previous races and this one is something to go by. Meanwhile, Power Hit Radio, 2 seconds up to Alpha Esports. Can they start to run them down? Last laps, 30.1, 30.6 for the 7 car, and for the 10. Well, we're going to have to wait until this one because their last one, I believe, was exiting out of pit lane. So we're not going to get an accurate read until we see Bambulis come past that timing line after he comes here through Rent. A fast corner through that one, and same thing through the final turn. Instead, we're going to look at Chadwick and check in on him as well. But I'm keeping half an eye on Justinas, and a 29.8 is almost dead on what Alpha Esports is running.
Yeah, that is just what they need. Chadwick as well stayed out again. I thought he would have come in, but obviously he's been able to just go again one more lap. And especially with the traffic up ahead, it's not actually too bad. It is all GT3 traffic at the moment, so he can afford to just stay out one more time. Again, probably could have come in that time by. Doesn't need to fret too much. In fact, on that fuel, he's a 29.945. So he matched the times that the others around him, I say around him, behind him, a minute and 12 behind him, are doing. So he's on par with drivers that have got fresh tyres and full fuel. So he's now just in his groove, and I bet he doesn't want to come out that car. I know that some of the drivers have now come in. I think Oliver's back in the sim, getting ready to get in and drive. But you're going to have to wrestle this away from Will, I think. He's just in such a good groove.
Yeah, we wondered if the pace in that 66 when Chadwick's in the car was going to suffer a little bit, since he seemed to not be quite as quick as Oliver, but he's got it all under control now. Oh man, Power Hit Radio's now got it down to 1.6 seconds. They've closed in another half second. I wonder if Alpha Esports had issues with traffic at 30.6. It's a little off pace, 30.5. So Power Hit suffering similar issues as we watch the run out of the final corner. This is Fordzilla leading with SRB Motorsports Len Vega multiple laps down, and then ahead of them Alpha Esports Academy leading the AM category in that 177, 18 and a half seconds right now.
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't been able to talk a lot about the amateur category because of how it has been going at the front and how much of the gaps has been here in the amateur, but they're just holding a very consistent gap now. 20 seconds we always call a free pit stop almost. It's about 28 seconds, but you see where we're coming from with that number, and it's just able to just hold on to whatever gaps they can and just hold on to where they can. Shout out as well to the 100 Force though, because they had that meatball flag and they were able to get the car back out, and at the moment they are running P4 and it is 53 seconds behind, but I looked at that and thought that was over. The moment I saw they had that meatball flag, I thought that could be their race done. They've kept it going. They're still in the top 5. They have a long shot at a podium. With Goteka as well, 20 seconds behind them. They don't have to worry too much about what's behind them, which is usually good, because when you're in endurance racing, you don't want to look behind. You want to look straight ahead. So if you know you've got that gap, you can focus on the cars ahead of you. And I think that's what the 171 is going to have to do now. There might still be some damage they need to get repaired, but they're driving that car, as I say that they're taking off track, they're driving that car pretty well at the moment, just what they need to do.
66 has pitted, and they are done with it now. 2 seconds between themselves and Alpha Esports number 7, but they pitted 12 laps ago. Very different strategies between those pair, almost split in half between Fordzilla's stint. And Stepanov back into the car, ready to take it home and try and claim a home victory here today in Austria. As I said before, we've got less than 2 hours left to go now at this point, so we're getting a bit of a clearer picture. We're starting to get some hints as to who the major players are. SRB Motorsports 2 definitely looking pretty handy to take this one home in that 255, whereas in the AM category of the GT3's Alpha Esports Academy leading up there. And is that actually the closest battle for the lead? Yes. So our closest battle for the lead here, Craig, is 17 seconds apart.
I mean, credit where credit's due. We've said it. I mean, knock on wood, and we know Alpha's had that one issue. Just see what's happened here to the 192. It's happened again. The sausage curve, and well done for keeping that at the barrier. Well done, and also reversing as fast as they can. I see a barrier. Don't see any cars. I can't see any cars. There we go. Credit where credit is due to that Alpha Esports Academy, because they've had a near fault-free race, and we've gone on about it. Like, you want to be talking about a car for doing well, but we haven't been able to talk about the car doing well because they're doing too well. So that's really good on them to just continue on that drive. And at the moment, you know, it's a free pit stop per se, the free tire pit stop per se, but that battle behind, that's not 2 seconds, unfortunately. That's 2 minutes between the RK and the RSV. It is, isn't it? That just shows how big these gaps are.
Yeah, it's become pretty massive at this stage. And again, it could get shaken up if we get another caution, and some of it could be pit stops that we haven't figured out. Somebody's got a little bit of a better strategy as someone goes in. That is MTSGRG. That's the 292. Ninth and last on the field, and down by, looks like 15 laps from SRB Motorsports 2, who is their class leader. So again, I like to give a pat on the back when you see teams that have a never say die attitude and stick with it. I've come to dubbing it the Dory Award because you just keep swimming.
You just keep. I'm sure I get the reference somewhere, but you just keep rolling that. You just keep rolling.
Have you never seen Finding Nemo?
No, I haven't actually. I have never.
Okay. Well then, you
I
need
can't
to see
believe
Finding
it.
Nemo. Yeah, okay. That's what I mean by the Dory Award. You'll go watch that movie, you'll get the reference. Everybody else who's seen that movie knows what I'm talking about. But anyways, back to on screen here with Stepanov. Yes, and some of you might be screaming at the screen saying, why are you not calling this a battle? It's because they are on two different strategies, and Fordzilla is saving fuel and has honestly got themselves what should be a gap, because Alpha Esports will need to be pitting in at some point. Power Hit Radio, pretty close on strategy. They're about 4 laps earlier than Team Fordzilla. Probably still not going to be giving them too much of a hassle, I got to think. We'll see how much shorter that last pit stop is once we get there. Each of the classes should have at least 2 more stops, and then they should all be able to take it to the finish from here.
But the key factor here, Fordzilla just took their tyres. The other Fordzilla, just took their tyres. They're 20 seconds behind.
Wait. The 66 team just got a black flag. What is this about? Crossing the white line on pit entry.
I saw it. Now, I saw it, and I was keeping my eyes out on this, Joe, and I didn't want to say anything because I did see something and I was considering. And I know that iRacing does have a system in place that can give that black flag. And I was looking, and I thought it's a little bit, it was a little bit over. I saw two wheels over the line. I wasn't going to say anything because iRacing the automated system didn't give a penalty. It was on the line there, and I'm not going to say it. Yeah, look, you know how to enter a pit lane, and if you've entered the pit lane when the line goes solid, you're going to make sure all 4 wheels are over that line. He didn't make it. And like I said, I kept quiet because I didn't even know it was under investigation. So he's going to have to do it now, and he's in now. And even then he came close to crossing it again.
Yeah, indeed. So pushing the limit here. Alpha Esports now inherits the lead, but does this mean now Power Hit Radio is the one sitting in the position to be at the front when we get the checkered flag? I'm with you that you know where the boundaries are, and again, this has not been dealt by iRacing. This has been handed down by the live stewards, so they have custom rules apparently for this track that even if the sim deemed you within the boundaries, they're watching what they do in real life, which is that you have to try and follow that entry line into pit lane. So the 66 team, it was just a drive-through, and they've been very fast. They come out in 3rd place, 11 seconds behind the leader. Can Stepanov take this back to the front from here? I almost think he needs a little bit of a full course yellow to help him out.
No, he's got it. He's won it. Because exactly what I was saying right before we noticed it. Fordzilla's taking their tyres, and they'll be taking those tyres at the end of the race. With a track temp of 34 Celsius, he's taking those tyres at the end of the race. Now the others, they still have to take a set of tyres. They can't take those tyres to the end because they've yet to take a set. They have to take another set. That's a 23-second pit stop added addition to the pit stop. The gap's 10 seconds. He could get lucky with a safety car, but at the moment, if the other teams have to take tyres, he's in the prime position right now. I don't think it's too much of an issue. I would love to get a replay to show exactly what happened to Chadwick. I might have to get a screenshot and just show Joe, because it was so tight, but it was noticeable how it was. And obviously somebody must have been paying attention to that to call it, because it was the barest of margins. But I don't think this hurts Stefanov and the 66 as much as it looks.
I'm keeping half an eye on Roadster Racing, who's caught up to Fordzilla's 98 car, different car with Ashton in there, but on screen, watching Power Hit Radio continue to hunt down Alpha Esports. They are on somewhat different strategies by about 8 laps different between them. And as soon as I mentioned that, well, Roadster Racing just overtook Team Fordzilla, and we're going to take a quick break and be back after this.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you are going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last run. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET, OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET, OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves, meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. Collect, customize, and sell cars, and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell, and trade unique NFT assets. From cars, garages, and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard, join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT, with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last run. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring as we look at the highlights of what we've seen so far in the first 4 hours of this 6-hour race. It started with calamity into turn 1 as drivers piled into one another, causing a track blockage and our first full course caution of the day. It got the race off to a bit of a late start, and of course, they eventually did get going about 10 minutes in to full green flag racing from there. We went quite a while longer before we saw any sort of yellow flag being thrown. Unfortunately for Vilnius Tech, who have been plagued by all sorts of problems, their day started off bad after going off course down into Rauk Corner. And a few other drivers had to work their way forward from those early issues that they had at those couple messes there at the start of the race. And then for poor Elliott Pugh, he unfortunately got roughed up a little bit and just tipped around as they went around one of the faster corners on the track. And Over the Limit Racing Blue had to carefully pick their way underneath as they tried to avoid getting tangled up in that incident. Other drivers, and many of them, have had spins and offs through Schlossgold, but a strange one with losing power steering, well, sort of power steering, force feedback, I should say, caused our second full course yellow of the day, Craig, where things suddenly kind of slowed down for a bit because we had our next one almost immediately after.
Yeah, cautions breed cautions, and the Vilnius Tech had a little bit of an issue there, and they just went into the OBS Motorsport and sent the OBS Motorsport onto their side. And that was the start of their 3 power cuts for Vilnius Tech. But that did give the lead to the Roadster Racing team as they took on to the 3rd restart of the race. And once that restart started going, they were able to keep going. But for Pugh, it was bad to worse again as he got caught up in a moment with a GT4 car. And then, of course, we talked about Schlossgold earlier. it has been a danger zone for incidents and spins today. That was one of them, and then you'll see another one separate, similar cars, but separate again. And that was just half of the story we've had so far today.
Yep. Unfortunately, Vilnius Tech sliding off at Rent Corner. Once again, thankfully out of the way of most people, although they got a penalty for an unsafe rejoin after that. And then, big moment for our leaders there in the GTM and in GT Pro, all in one fell swoop, taking out a couple major players as they slammed into the wall. That essentially handed an easy lead over to Fordzilla, but then they seem to have maybe squandered it a little bit themselves as well in this past hour as they copped a penalty for an unsafe pit entry. This means that Power Hit Radio Racing is now your team that is leading the way. As we come back live, they are following behind Alpha Esports, who is technically the leader, but will need to make a pit stop before Justinas Bomboulis has to come in for fuel.
Yeah, and we just missed. There's going to be a different incident. We just missed the 188 having a spin with the leaders, but this is a very tight moment. And oh no, that was one of the top drivers. That's one of the top cars in the GT4.
I think that was that like Cargus? No, that was Schrodis, or was that Shipsy? I've lost.
No, I think that was that 50. That wasn't 50-50. No, excuse me.
No, it definitely wasn't them. But the car, look how damaged it is. Immediately coming in, the 155 cannot survive that. So they are into pit lane now. Slow and confused. Actually, may be retiring the car because they do not have it in pit lane. Ooh. So another one bites the dust potentially because we've lost 5-6 of them so far. MCG Endurance and Alpha Esports by MDS are two latest to have retired. Slow and confused look like they might join their ranks. We also have a driver change, I believe, for RK Foundation. Yep, they just put Zentalis in the car, and he is out and rolling in third place, I believe. Yeah, third place in the GTMs.
Really good recovery for RK Foundation after that incident we did see on the highlights earlier in the race, so that's going to help them. Now, we were talking, as we see Alpha just there in the pit stop, we were talking before the break, is the drive-through going to hurt Fordzilla? I said no, and all of a sudden that was an 11-second gap. It's now 7.5 seconds between the 66 Fordzilla and the lead 2 that we have been looking at, and just in the back of the picture you may see shortly there, they're battling half a second, the gap between those two. There's no real fighting because, again, we're 94 minutes left in the race. This is now the time where you don't want to race anybody until you get that last pit stop done. If you start racing now, you're going to cause issues. As they usually say, let's wait until we've done all we have to do and then let's battle out on the track. And I think that's what the number 10 is about to do.
I think you're right. Just kind of biding their time, looking for the easy move if one appears, and just sitting and resting beneath the number 7 car for the time being as they're going to overtake Jobling, who just finished his pit stop in and out for the 177 team, which means RSV Motors by OBS has overtaken the AM lead but will need to serve a pit stop. RK Foundation, who is behind Alpha Esports, is about 25 seconds back, so not really a threat currently. That gap could be narrowed down if we do wind up getting another caution. But we've been going since, I think it was about 2.5 hours in. Was that our last one? I want to say.
Feels like that.
Yeah.
I think it is about that, yeah. We've done, they've really clean after, well, the first caution was caused by just a bit of a miscommunication at the start of the race. The second one was caused by a hardware failure. The third one was caused by a hardware failure because of the restart. So it just goes to show that after that, everyone got themselves in check and they managed to keep things pretty tidy. Knock on wood, we don't want anything happening now. And all of a sudden, the leader, the 7's in the pits, and that was a very late call. But he does make it in, and I gotta be honest, Oh, it does make it. Ever since that Will Chadwick penalty for the entry, I've been keeping my eyes on these pit entries now, because I have shown Joe that really was over the line, and now I think a lot of the drivers are going to be understanding they can't make that mistake.
Yeah, I went and checked. He was not over the line for this one, so he was safe, but he certainly made it close. And Alpha Esports hands the lead over to Power Hit Racing. Stepanov, last lap, a 129.4. Power Hit Radio, 129.8. They are continuing to chop away at that lead. They are on slightly different pit strategies, so that will also play a part in it. And we may have to just wait and sit patient before that final pit stop, like Craig keeps reiterating. And it's man, it's keeping us on our toes, that is for sure. Alpha Esports number 7 car still taking their fuel. Now they're done and they're back out, and they took tires, so they're going to take it on this one. And with about an hour and a half left, I'm willing to bet they're going to take those tires to the finish.
Yep. Kind of, like I said, I did predict that, and looking at the times, that track just keeps every time I look at the track temp, it's not going down by a degree now. It's going down by multiple degrees, because it's now 33 Celsius, 91 Fahrenheit. So those 3 degrees, I mean, it's the 3 degrees of separation, as they usually say, or something similar to that. But this is a real difference in terms of pace. This can give you an extra, half a second in terms of pace. So it is all important. And if you've got those fresher tyres on the colder track, that could play into Alpha's hands or Power Hit Radio's hands when you think of how long Fordzilla has to hold those tyres. But remember, these are not, for those that haven't been here since the start of the race, these are not a full tank of fuel in these GT3s. It's the fixed setup. So they're not taking an hour of fuel. They're taking about a sprint race set of fuel. So about 30 to 40 minutes of fuel. So they can afford to double, triple, and even in these temps, almost quadruple stint these tyres. Something that Fordzilla are looking at right now. Is that going to play havoc at the end of the race? It all just comes down to what is their pace, and their pace on very old tyres has been pretty good. So keep an eye out on that. Power Hit Radio will have to take a tyre stop, though. Will they take it now, being that they've seen the 7 has also taken it?
Yeah, that would, I mean, if they don't take them, then that would be very, very difficult. But they're going to almost guarantee themselves that they're going to be very close or behind Alpha Esports. So it kind of depends on what they feel like the car can do. And for Team Fordzilla, having to stretch this, if they don't take another set of tires, it's going to have to go for 2 hours. Again, not impossible on these current tires, but it's going to be difficult, and they seem to have the pace to manage it, at least from what we've witnessed up to this point. And RVS by OBS is our leader currently here in the AMS, with 5 seconds over Alpha Esports Academy, second in that GT AM class. But Alpha Esports Academy has taken their pit stop. RSV Motors has not, and they are actually pretty close to the end of their stint. So we'll see that swap around soon enough. Same thing with Power Hit Radio. They're on lap 21, so they've only got maybe about 4 or 5 more laps before they are out of it. We're also getting some information as to the incidents that certain teams have racked up. The one most at risk here seems to be the 48 team of Roadster Racing. They have only 14 more incidents over an hour and a half, or else they will get a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and also in looking at that as well, to tyre stops is, well, just looking at that, the 66 in indeed take that tyre stop. 98 took the tyre stop. They both took them with 2 hours to go. They're going to have to quad them, which sounds tough, but the track temp is starting to go down. There goes RSV into the pits. The 7 have just taken their tyres. The 10 and the 48 have to take their tyre stop as well. So they are the ones in a sort of prime condition. I think the 10 might be the surprise here, because ever since that whole incident at the start of the race, they've had to fight their way back. They've come back up the field. They're leading at the moment. They also have the least number of incident points. Imagine that. getting caught out in a lap 1 incident and you still have the least number of incident points. They've just been really driving well. Don't count them out. They may be the dark horse to win this race.
Yeah, and that is, I believe, the least amongst the leaders in the GT3s, however. GT3 Pro. Not sure how they rank against all the other classes, but it's been working out quite well for the 10, running an impressively clean race, and have just been measured in the way that they've tried to come back. Roadster Racing's in, and Cepas is getting back in the car. Now, he looked pretty fast at the start of this thing, so can he do anything to recover after they've had penalties been handed out to them over the course of this race? And they're, let's see, will they take that fuel and tires here into that number 48? Yes, they did. Fresh tires, and they are on their way, returning in about 6th.
And meanwhile as well, I'm looking at this gap as well. That gap at the top is closing. The Fordzilla car is starting to close the gap, and look at the time difference. Power Hit Radio got held up by a GT4 on the last couple corners, and they lose a second because of it. It's going to be tight here because that gap is now 5 seconds. So Oliver Stepanov is really starting to step on it, pardon the pun. He really is now looking at trying to take that lead back. But again, that 10 has to take a pit stop, and more importantly, they have to take a tyre stop surely at some point. We'll keep that on our minds as well. And the GT4s, that's the closest gap I've seen in the GT4s for quite a while, 8 seconds. And it is still not really, like, noticeable because SRB Motorsport have to pit still.
Over the Limit Racing Blue is the latest to take their second to last stop of the race here. And that is going to, let's see if they take theirs. I got to think that they also are on that same strategy. Still need to see what happens with Fordzilla now that they served that penalty 16 laps ago, but still need to take their pit stop. Let's see if Bombilis comes in here, 23. No, he's going to stay out. Although Gerteka Traumos on the 131 for the AM category is pitting in this time right now. So there you see on screen, that is the Over the Limit blue car. And they are going to swap drivers out. Eustace back in at this point. So he'll be getting back in. We're looking at Porsche Club Lithuania, though, on screen, currently sitting 13th in that AM class. Have climbed up a bit after, remember, they were many, many laps down and have stuck with it and have been able to gain a few. In fact, they come out right with Eustace in the Over the Limit blue car. So back onto the course, and we continue to wait for the 10 and the 98 to be pitting in, since they are on the same lap pit strategy.
Well, the 10 almost never made it back to the pit stop there because they just had a moment at turn 1 and lost a bunch of time to Stepanov and the rest of them because they kind of went into the corner drifting and trying to correct the car. They managed to correct the car and were forced to go over the sausage curve, stem fight the car again, and basically just serve a slowdown, I believe. So they've lost 2, maybe 3 seconds to Stepanov with that moment. A great save, in all due fairness, but in the grand scheme of things, those tyres are probably at their limit, so expect them to come in shortly. I'm looking at their line they're taking. They're not coming in this time. That's the one good thing about Red Bull Ring, and I always talk about the racing line and the pit entry line are the same line, but you can just hear, you can just see when a car coming into pit, they just do different things. That's the key thing, and still nothing happening there with the 10. Takes turn 1 correctly this time, but that gap now is 2.5 seconds to the 66 Fordzilla.
It does start to feel like that Fordzilla car might have something for them, but both owe us at least 2 pit stops. It's just Fordzilla's going to have a shorter final one, which may be all they need to try and jump them and then scamper away if their tires can manage it. 100 Force is in pit lane, so that's coming in from 3rd in the GT AMs, and they're going to lose a spot to RSV Motors by OBS, so that's going to push them out of the podium positions. And it was 3 laps ago that the 192 took a stop, so they are set and only have a small difference compared to the 171. It's more of a question of can they just solidify this 4th place, or will they switch around by the end because of the pit strategy? They're a full minute, or came in a full minute ahead of 4SR.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, though, even now, still battling for P4, it's still important for some of these drivers. So it's, I mean, any position you can get in an endurance race is important. But for the championship standings, that P4 could be more beneficial at the end of the season, especially with no drop weeks, as was mentioned earlier in the race. So can they do anything in this situation? It's going to be tough. 4SR did, on the last lap, have a lap advantage, a lap behind, and then a lap ahead of the cars around them. So hopefully they're able to have similar situation here, as the 165 will be coming across the line. He's just in the picture now. There he is, coming across in that very nice livery, and they will come, and the gap is there, 213. SRB Motorsport 245 into the pits now for the GT4s. They were 8 seconds behind their brethren in the lead, and I believe that would be the first of the GT4s in the top 5. Yeah, first of the GT4s to come in for their first pit stop. So that's going to give them another couple. Well, that's going to be tight for them with an hour and 21 remaining. They may be having to take a splash and dash there.
I'm pretty certain they can get to 45 to go from here. I think they should be okay. And we have seen the GT4s tend to go maybe a little bit longer than the GT3, so I think they should be comfortable. We'll keep an eye on it and keep you up to speed. I do want to give some love to the 169 team. Riding high right now with Vitautas in the car has gained 14 positions. Now, they have gained a few of them from attrition from the pro class, but even still, that's only going to be a couple of those cars that have retired. That they are ahead of the rest of them. They've passed what looks like about at least 7 or 8 of the GTM cars to get up to where they are right now. So riding high in the 169 Ferrari has just been picking them off and putting them down.
Yeah, really good as well, especially being in a Ferrari. I think it's the only Ferrari we've got. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's the only Ferrari we've got out there doing really well. Gained 14. Remember, we've got 6 retirements in the GT3s altogether. Yes, 4 of them were pros, so they've had to overtake 2 retired cars, and then the rest have been all their cars. So a really good showing. Really, we haven't talked about them. Sometimes the best endurance race is the race you do nothing in. So yes, that's a really good play. Yes, Joe will agree. It's a really good drive by them. Is to just do that. Yeah, I wouldn't say I've done nothing in an endurance race. Only once have we done any. Have we had a race where we've done nothing? So, and we've actually got a P2 out of it. So I don't know about you, but my endurance races aren't this quiet.
Endurance racers are weird people. Because I've done a number of them in my day, and I always consider them some of the most fun. You spend countless hours preparing, and then in the race and afterwards you're all exhausted, and you all tell each other how all exhausted you are, and then you immediately say, I want to do that again. When's the next one? And on top of it, it's probably the only form of racing where you say, I don't want any excitement in this race. I just want a nice boring race where nothing happens to me, and you go from start to finish, because those are the ones, like you said, you tend to win or place very well because you don't get in trouble. So we're a strange breed out there. It does look like Jack Ashton is going to be in for the 98 Fordzilla car, but his teammate is staying out, and Power Hit Radio Racing is out for an extra lap. 28 laps in. This 10 car is actually getting very good mileage.
Yeah. One thing I've just noticed as well, SRB Motorsport, the 245, just took another pit stop. And I believe they might have had an issue with speeding in the pit lane.
Uh-oh.
Maybe. I cannot vouch. But yeah, they've had to come in for a drive-through after coming in for their pit stop. So no idea what's happened there. I think they're still P4, but that idea of a 1-2 for SRB Motorsport in the GT4s, I can't see happening now.
There's Power Hit Radio coming in. And that was a very, very good stint, very long stint and solid, although they had a few mistakes. Fordzilla's 66 car now re-inherits the lead for the first time since they had their penalties. So this starts to give us just a little bit of a clearer picture. But other than them, the closest drivers on fuel strategy are Alpha Esports Academy in the AM category. They're on 11 laps in, and RK Foundation, same amount. You've got Transport Engineers by Vilnius who are on 18, but they're way down in 20th. They're 8 laps behind. So they're not really a concern at all. Nobody's really close to Fordzilla. They're really on their own thing. And I'm kind of surprised that nobody has tried to follow suit, because so far this season, Craig, their pit strategy is honestly been a big part of what has given them such big advantages.
Yeah, and you've got to attribute that not just down to practice and understanding how to get the most out of the fuel in the car. You've got to put that down as well to the guys behind the scenes that would also be helping them. I mean, there's no one that can help make a set for them in this race, but there's guys that can also help them with the strategy calls, with their decisions. They've probably worked out things before and how to do it. So it really is just a battle of putting to use what they have practiced. And if you practice what you preach, you're going to do well. And if you look at it, Fordzilla set the first time in the 128th last lap, and Stepanoff could do it again. It's a really strong drive there. And as you see, Ashton there as well, he's almost going to be lapped, by the way. Ashton's just coming around turn 3. Stepanoff is just coming into turn 1. That just shows you the dominance right here by the 66. And where is Power Hit Radio? We haven't talked about them. They're a second ahead of that 98. And they took tires. That's amazing. Oh no, sorry, I've got that wrong, haven't I? Yes, they are. They're right there.
Yeah, that is Power Hit Radio Racing ahead of Team Fordzilla's number 98 car. So they are effectively racing for position right here, but Team Fordzilla will have to pay the piper and take tires likely one more time. Potentially, they could go the whole way. It's going to be 2 hours, and they're going to be on very old tires, and they're already at a disadvantage right here. So I don't know if they can take it to the number 10 car. And then the big question is, how close will it be with Fordzilla? And will they also not take tires? It's about a minute difference. You mentioned it. They've just about a lap ahead at this stage as we watch second and third place here on our screens with just an hour and 15 minutes left to go now.
Just keeping our eyes on Stepanoff. He decides not to pit yet. He's all right at the moment. Hour and 15 to go. Anything can happen. They do have that opportunity to take a free tire stop, basically. They took the tires. They would still remain in the lead. So that's something you got to think about, but then you'd be in a battle for the last hour. So you've got to weigh up the choices there. But Ashton really pushing. Do not factor out in the background there, the number 7. Do not factor out the Alpha Esports by G Performance. They are closing the gap, and if these two just hold each other up, you could be looking at a free car battle. And if Fordzilla in the 66 takes tires, that's a 4-car battle here. So that old adage I keep harping on about, you can't predict anything until the final hour. Here we go. We're almost at the final hour. We will soon know if we're having a 3-car battle for P2 or a 4-car battle for P1.
I'm sure the Fordzilla fans and their drivers and all their strategists are going to roll their eyes at me again, but I'm gonna harp on it. I wonder if Fordzilla will carry this out like they did at Long Beach, going all the way as far as they could go for that final stop, making themselves vulnerable to that safety car. But they were a lap ahead, so they had that safety buffer that kept them out of the danger zone for that one. This one, they can't really do as much. Yes, they are pretty far ahead, but if we get a safety car and they haven't made their last stop, they're going to be sent down the order with very few laps to do it. So I'm going to insist that they need to approach this IndyCar style, be the first to pit last.
I'm going to take this in the NASCAR style. There's only 5 cars on the lead lap. There would be 6 with a wave around. You are right, though. You are right, though. But if I'm looking at how many cars are on the lead lap, I'm not too worried. Yes, it means I have to fight to get past 4 other cars, but then do you trust yourself to do that? And if it's the track that basically your home track and you're Oliver Stepanov, you basically back yourself. And I know that's a bit aggressive, but yeah, you have to. So if there were more cars on this lead lap, I would be concerned. I think they can give themselves a little bit of leeway. What I don't want them to do is what Alpha did earlier in the race with the Alpha Academy and try and extend a lap too much and end up coasting for the final 2 corners.
Now, to put on my horns and play devil's advocate here, the other problem is you're assuming that he only has to pass 4 cars. Remember, there's going to be lapped cars between himself and the leader potentially. He could wind up taking that pit stop and have 20 cars and hope that they're very polite with the blue flags.
He's heard you.
Yeah.
He's heard you.
Well, no, but this is not going to be their last stop. They need to pit in with about 45 to go after this one. So this needs to be their short stint.
Well, let's see if they even take tyres. This is the key factor here. Will they take tyres or will they stick with what they've got? The gap was 1 minute and 5, and it's going to be a long time. It's one of the slowest races there is. It's a pit stop. And we'll wait and see what they do. I doubt they will go on the jacks. I doubt they will take tyres. We will have to wait and see as you still see the battle between Fordzilla, the other Fordzilla, sorry, the 98, and the Power Hit Radio are going on. And I would expect to see this car start to be moving shortly if they weren't taking tyres. And you know what? They are not taking tyres.
There they go. So that to me says they're probably not going to take them on that last stint either, because why would they switch horses midstream? You want to try and stick with what you've been doing. You got to ride it out. But these two are going to have to ride out this battle because against what I had preached, Fordzilla's 98, even on older tires than Power Hit Radio Racing, is still looking mighty fast, is closed in the gap by about a little less than a second here. And Jack Ashton is applying tons of pressure.
This is just what he needs to do, because now we are in that phase that you've got to start thinking about racing more than just getting to the fuel stop. And there's a lunge into a GT4 and it's opened the door. Not going to help. I talk about that bookmarking, putting a slower car between you and your opponent. It's so hard on this track to do that when you've got those type of braking corners that you can push the slower car wide and just open the entire doorway for your opponent. It is almost like you are the butler or the what they called on the hotel doors, holding the door open for people. You're opening the door for your opponent. You don't want that right now. Ashton is putting the pressure on, and that gap slowly is sticking. Even if it is just 4 tenths like it is right now, he'll be complacent with that because he knows the pressure is on Palivas to not make a mistake right here.
Well, my experience with butlers has always been they're the one with the candlestick in the library. So I wonder if this is going to get a little rough between them at the end. If it stays this close, trying to vie for those positions, trying to get that 1-2 for Team Fordzilla. And after that pit stop for Stepanov, it's 20 seconds down to Power Hit Radio. So right now, it's still solidly in the hands of the 66. And if they're anything like that sister Mercedes, they've got plenty of pace in them, even without the fresh tires. Haven't talked about GT4. It's up to only 51 seconds over the second place 202 car. You know, no biggie down there.
No biggie. I think a lot of it, though, as well, the SRB, the 245, having to take a second pit stop, that did throw a little bit of an issues there. They could have been looking at a P2 maybe. They're currently sitting P4, but they're 9 seconds behind. One to keep an eye out for is that battle for the 244 and the 245 later in the race. This battle is just brewing. I'm keeping my eyes as well on what's happening to the 7 car, the number 7 Alpha Esports by G Performance, because the gap's 2.5 and it keeps closing, then it expands, then it contracts, and I think the traffic is working in their favor right now. As I say that, they get held up a little bit, but this is what they want to see. They want to see these two just have a little bit of issues while they just comfortably go through And again, they could be a car that could just snip in and take a little position there that they're not, I wouldn't say they're not meant to, but they're not expecting to because of the way the battles are at in the moment.
Trying to figure out which of these teams have all had penalties, because Fordzilla 66 had one. Roadster Racing in the 48 has had a penalty, because this is kind of impressive that we're seeing as many of them as high as they are after having to come with an unscheduled drive-through up to this point. And as they break up into Remus, that gap still remaining stationary between the 98 and the 7, who's actually using the 56, first one to be a lap down, to try and see if he can catch up a little bit here. Into the braking zone they go. That is Ashton chasing Povilas into that number 10 down the hill and into Rauk. They're going to get some traffic. This is Shipsy Racing, still 7th in the GT4s. A bit of an awkward spot. I think they're both be able to get through. Yeah, good heads up there by the 222. But Ashton is ever closer. And you talked about saving the battle until the end. He's not interested in that. He's going to show his nose and go for it. No, he's just going to try and scare him off the racing line, which he did. A little bit wide there for Power Hit Radio, but he'll hold the position. And Fordzilla is trying to see if they can shake the 10.
They are really trying to upset the apple cart here. What can they do with this? This also helps them because the number 7 getting held up by traffic, they can afford to take a battle like that because they're not going to lose time to the cars behind them. The car in front, Fordzilla, they're going to have hope for a tyre change or something with that one. Regardless, this is what their battle. A really nice setup there, but it's such a fast corner, such a tight corner. Ashton decided it was not worth making that move. And for the time being, he decides to hold fire at this moment, which is, I think, going to be the most crucial thing he does. Otherwise, he's a little bit in trouble there. So I was just also looking, if we see a replay here, what are we seeing on this replay? That is one of the amateur cars coming around. Oh, now that's one I've not seen for a while.
Yeah, that's Skirteka getting loose coming through Rint. We saw that happen to the Vilnius Tech car as well. Have that issue into that corner and chuck the car out into the paved runoff, where I'm sure they're glad that it is a modern layout. But back to the battle here for second place. Fordzilla hovering at those 0.2 of a second behind their rivals. That was MTS GRG second, and the GT4 is just behind, which actually are about to inherit first. Maybe SRB Motorsport just pits, and MTS GRG is just coming around. You're going to see them there. They are going out of pit lane, but they're going to get out ahead of the 202. So that's tight, but we still need a pit stop from the 202.
Just like we still need a pit stop in the amateurs for, I believe, the 112. They are 3 seconds behind the Alpha Esports Academy, but RK Foundation still need to take another pit stop, and they're the first ones to take a pit stop. So to go by the idea of pitting first, last, maybe that will help them. We'll have to see. There are battles brewing, but they're all off rotation, so this could be really vital if a team can get the most out of that fuel, just like we've seen in the likes of Fordzilla recently. So all eyes on that one. And I've just also noticed, that's just a slowdown for the 188. They're not in any battles at the moment, just going a bit too wide on the final corner. But these two, they can't afford to go wide anymore.
Certainly not. They don't want to throw away many more incident points, especially if you do get in a battle late in the race. That's the other thing. Yeah, you could use up your stuff, Craig, and cut it close at the end if you feel like you have a buffer for incident points. But let's say you have 3 to spare and you make car contact, there's a penalty right there, because that's 4 incidents for that car contact. So my philosophy is always try and hold on to as many as you can, even though they don't count for safety rating here in a league race such as this. But just, I don't know, I hate leaving those things to chance.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Our team has fallen foul to getting hit by a 4X when they're trying to defend a small amount of incident points in a battle, forcing them to get a drive-through that cost them a chance at a position. It is not good. You don't even. It's not even a case of you don't want to take the off track. You don't even want to be around somebody that might make the mistake to give you that 4X as well. So they have to start thinking about tiptoeing when it comes to the final hour. An hour and 2 remaining. We're hitting that witching hour type zone at the moment. Wins become losses, losses becomes wins type thing. We're looking to see who makes the right decision, because all this talk about Fordzilla doing well, another illegal pit entry, and that's another drive-through, and then what happens? So never say never is going to be running through some of these people's heads, and now I've got that James Bond theme tune in my head.
Well, and I started out talking about it at the very top of the show, that it's so tough to be perfect out here in endurance races because so many things can go wrong. So we're going to take another look at a replay. And is this the 131 car having issues again? No, it's a car behind him and a slip around, unfortunately, putting them prone across the track. But thankfully, that's off the racing line until you nearly back into one of our lead cars in the GTMs and eventually gets it turned around and rolling. So I wonder if that's going to cop a penalty for them as well. Still no change between Power Hit Radio Racing and Team Fordzilla. But to finish my point, you do have to strive for that perfection, because penalties, lost lap time, damage on the car, all kinds of things can sometimes cost you wins, positions, valuable points that you needed for a championship. So it's all about making sure that you get everything right every lap, every race.
You got to squeeze the last bit of ketchup out of that bottle. You want to make sure that you don't leave anything in that bottle and anything on the table. And you start to think now that the Fordzilla guys will have to start thinking about attacking. We are officially in 10 seconds in that 1 hour mark. And that is going to be crucial, because we know every team has to take one more pit stop. 2 teams may have to take tyres if a worse scenario turns up. If not, they're going to be riding on the cords of these tyres. 31 Celsius, 87 Fahrenheit is the track temp. We started this in 44 Celsius, maybe even hotter. It's been so long, I can't remember. But they have seen quite a change in the temperature, and all of a sudden, that could be a difference for some of these teams. Oh, I'm looking forward to this final hour, Joe. I just don't know who's going to win it.
Yeah, I love when these things are a question mark all the way down to the finish, keeping you guessing. And we certainly are getting that here in each of our 3 classes as we wait for pit strategies to unfold. Still SRB Motorsport 2 leading down in the GT4s, and Alpha Esports Academy leading in GT3Ms. Also want to give a nod to Alpha Esports in that 177, because they are currently 8th overall, which is not too shabby there for an AM driver, showing pretty good pace. They are a lap down, so they're unfortunately not looking like they'll finish on the lead lap with how things sit currently, but they've got themselves a pretty good finishing position overall for bragging rights later on. Well, Ashton, who for a brief while here, Craig, made it look like he was willing to get aggressive and try some moves, has since backed off, and I haven't seen anything out of that Mercedes to try and attack the Porsche Power Hit Radio. So again, is this biding time, or is it waiting for pit stops, maybe thinking once I stop, if I'm on a different strategy, I can just outrun him and leapfrog him?
I think that might be the way. You've also got to remember about the championship standings. Power Hit currently 2nd in the standings, and this Fordzilla car, 98, they're currently 5th in the standings. Now, yes, you want that P2, you want that P1, you come to a race and you want to win, but you look at it, RSR are not getting points today. Roadster Racing behind you. Is this a chance that you could get some vital points and get into that top 3, even with a P3? take the time and make these moves count. Don't go for a send. Go for a move that you've got the run for. That could be going through their head right now. They don't want to do anything silly. And yes, don't do this before the pit stops, because if you do it before the pit stops, think of it, that could be repairs you have to take, and then maybe more fuel you have to take, because you may not be able to take the pit stop, or a black flag and you can't take that pit stop. So wait until that is done before you reveal all your cars in your hand, because otherwise you might just make the mistake. So we'll wait and see. But if it's there on the table, you've got to take it.
Also, have we talked about the number 7 starting to fall away? It doesn't look like Alpha Esports has the pace to keep up with Ashton and Dukowskis, because it's now up to 7 seconds between them. And that last lap, 30 flat for the number 7. The 98 was a 29.1. Ooh, yeah, that was a big difference between them that time by. And that's been consistent for Jordy at 30.4, 29.8, 30.3. So that is legitimate pace there, not just lap traffic costing them in that situation. This is MTS GRG, the 202, running in second. Their sister team running 9th and last out of the GT4 field. But this is a pit stop for the 202. Gotta think this is it. 56 minutes left to go. That's, I would assume, the last pit stop of the race for them.
You would think that, and I would hope that as well. Also, just going through, 133 with a drive-through penalty for a collision. 155 as well with a collision. Now, the 133 we know is the amazing stuff car, and the 155 is the slow and confused, which I think that was the one we both saw on the stream. So both of those cars getting black flags for collisions with GT4s. Oh, Joe, we had 4 hours where we were saying it's been nice and respecting in the multi-class, and then with an hour to go, we get 2 drive-throughs where it's been a faster car hitting a slower car.
I think that's that lack of concentration that tends to happen towards the end of the race. Everybody's tired, everybody's exhausted, and maybe just making some ill-informed decisions in the process. So yeah, the 112 is now returning back out on the track. The RK Foundation having taken his pit stop, and hopefully is able to wrap it up from there, even with a bit of a long final stint, slightly longer in these GT4s than it is in the GT3s in this series, with the GT3s limited to roughly 45 to 50 minutes from what we've seen at most races. Still looking for Stepanov to pit in one more time. First one that we're likely to see in is the Alpha Esports by G Performance 7 car. They're on lap 24. They need to make it about, at minimum, 4 more minutes here, so I think that should be doable.
Yeah, should be doable. We hope it's doable. But then also, remember, they took the lead. Well, they were near the front of the field after taking an early pit stop earlier in the race before the safety car. Could that help them? I mean, if they're the only one that pits, they'll get the lead. But is that going to be handy to them, depending on where the rest of the traffic is? But you've got to start to think that they would want to come in as soon as they can. I wouldn't say right as that window opens. I'd give it another lap so you've got a little bit of fall off. We're looking at 228 laps average at the moment, but once you put that pit stop in, maybe make it 227. So it's going to be tight if they were to come in right on the cusp. So it is all down to what can they do. I'm just also looking that traffic has now started to really affect that 98 of Fordzilla, because they're now losing time to the power hit radio car. So that's one to keep an eye on. The traffic has worked for the number 10, and once again, traffic has hindered the Fordzilla.
Not what they were looking for at this stage. They need to stay close, keep the pressure on for when the pit stops happen for that final time. There you see the gap between a couple of our cars here. RSV by OBS on screen, leading the GTM, but not pitting in this time. They're on lap 22 of their stint, but we'll be back after a brief message from our sponsors, and we'll bring you the highlights of the race for the first 5 hours.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last hill. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
The passion for automobiles is what unites us. Enter the OBS world, the metaverse for true petrol heads. The world is changing now. It's high time to be part of this momentous transformation. The metaverse is the technology's next big thing, and it seems like it will stick with us for good. Finally, a new digital world emerges, giving us endless possibilities to fulfill ourselves, meet like-minded people, play games, and earn money. The OBS world is a place for everyone, where all automotive enthusiasts can live their passion in diverse ways. Build your garage. Spend time with friends, display your car collection and other NFTs, and host free or paid events in your garage. Enjoy using cars. Collect, customize and sell cars, and use them in games and sim racing events. Host and join events. From private garage meetups to world-renowned car shows, everything is possible in the OBS world. Enter the NFT gallery and marketplace. Buy, sell and trade unique NFT assets. From cars, garages and car elements to art and digital avatars. Play games. Dive into an exciting world of automotive games. Use your NFTs to play and earn money. Train and race. Improve your racing skills. Climb up the leaderboard, join sponsored teams, and go for the podiums. Enter the expo and event area. Promote your business's products and services. Organize events to boost brand awareness and attract customers. Join the Founders and Investors Club. Become a member of the exclusive club with 911 seats only and enjoy its perks. Each seat is backed by a particular founder's or investor's NFT with robust benefits and opportunities. Take a metaverse ride with the OBS world. Pursue your automotive passion, thrive, and make money.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET. OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. We are into the final hour of today's 6-hour event, but the first hour came to a halt immediately as we had a track blockage at the first corner, causing our first safety car of the day. And from there, the drivers cleaned up their act. We didn't have another for another hour or two before it popped out again for some strange circumstances. The drivers, though, once they did get racing, boy, did they get racing, with plenty of side-by-side action throughout the day. And unfortunately, some finding things get a little rough and winding up off track or just being kind of shoved aside when they thought they were clear. So you had to watch out even in the early stages of the racing, especially if you're Elliott Pugh, who found himself actually pushed off and spun around here out of the Rindt corner, the Aachen-Rindt turn, and eventually got it going and is now back in fourth place currently. Gave a big scare on that return, though, for Over the Line Racing Blue. Over the Limit Racing Blue. Meanwhile, a lot of spins down into Schlossgold, and then we had two incidents, both bringing out safety cars here along the run up to Remus. There's the first one there with Supersonic Racing, losing control of the car after a loss of force feedback, bringing out the second safety car of the day. And then after they had a restart, suddenly we had the third one immediately after for a similar incident, whereas Linnaeus found themselves losing power actually on their home, and unfortunately that drifted them into the side of the car next to them, bringing out the third safety car here, Craig. And finally after that, they were able to pick it back up for a bit.
It was all quiet really on the Western Front. We had a couple spins, of course. Schlossgold being a real challenge for some of these drivers today. That was one spin there for the 244, just catching a GT3. And then Vinales Tech had another spin. Then that was their third power cut of the day, unfortunately, for the team. But then we did see some more racing on, and we did see this big accident there as the leaders of the Pro in the Anfield came together. And that did mean that the drivers did unfortunately have to take some repairs, and then the Fordzilla started to tighten the screw and start controlling the race. It wasn't all plain sailing for them, because the 66 did indeed get a penalty for an unsafe pit entry, but they've been able to tidy it up at the moment. And then just as you can see there, some drivers still finding it hard with just 90 minutes to go. They were struggling. Just a moment there as well. As we hit the final 44 minutes of the race, we still don't know who had a chance of winning this. What we do know is that some of the cars have taken pit stops. The 7 has taken a splash and a splash. The 48 has taken a splash, but they're going to have to do a splash and dash, Joe. This may work in the favor of the Fordzillas and the Power Hit Radio Racing.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like Alpha Esports might need another stop, we think. They stopped with 50 minutes left to go. It's right on the cusp. They could maybe try and lift and coast a little bit around some of the corners, but again, not sure why they cut it as close as they did, because I think they should have been able to go a little bit farther, but we'll see. 47's number 47, Over the Limit Racing Blue, is back out. They're done, and they can make it to the finish from here. We're waiting for Stepanov, Dukovsky, and Ashton to take their pit stops. Over the Limit Red also needs one. They're down in 7th currently. And RK Foundation pitted 8 laps ago. Now, that certainly can't make it to the finish from here. That is way too early. So I'm not sure if the 112 is going to be set to be our winner at the end of this for the AM category. Right now, let's see, who's looking better? I think RSV... No, 100 Force. Yeah, 100 Force Racing, actually. They're on lap 26. If they pit now, they can get to the finish from here, and they would be the highest driver to be able to do so, if I'm seeing this correctly.
That would be vital for them, and you think as well, what a story that would be. RSV did just pit though, and they are right behind in the 192. Can they go to the end with 42 minutes left? They should be able to, so they may be in contention as well. 100 Force would have to pit and would lose out on them, so we're still trying to work it out. Of course, it's one of those things we've been harping on and going on about how you can't know anything until the final hour, and even now we're still trying to work out these fuel calculations. Fuel strategy is so important, especially in a race like this. Track temp, I keep going on, 29 Celsius. So for the likes of those like Fordzilla who want to really take those tires to the edge, they're going to be fine, I think. So that's one to keep an eye on, because Fordzilla, they may lose a little bit of time at the end of the stint. I don't think they'll be losing as much time as what many people would be expecting due to the tires. So keep your eyes on that, as there is Stefanov going through the rest of the field. And Vilnius Tech just gets another black flag, and that will be a collision with the 133 of Amazing Stuff.
How many have we seen for Vilnius Tech now? I want to say that's at least the 4th black flag that we've seen for them so far in this race.
It's 3 or 4. It's 3 or 4, then add in their 3 connections issues.
Oh my goodness. It's been one race to forget. If you are part of that team, that is for sure. As Stepanov leads by about 18 seconds, still needs a pit stop, so does Power Hit Radio. And Team Fordzilla in the 98 needs to come on in as we watch him run around behind some of our lapped cars. But again, that is a big issue. Man, look at the damage there on the front of, I believe that was Schroeder's car, the 224, who's been in the wars quite a bit, unfortunately. So they carry on, and so I heard a couple more. It looks like 4SR Racing is in, Local Autosport Black is in, so it's all kicking off from here. And just to throw a little bit more drama into this this gumbo that we've been building up and boiling for a while, let's not forget we learned at Long Beach that you can wind up getting a very late caution. So a safety car could really switch things up and open things up for some potential shenanigans out here. So if you're, and I said it before, if you're the 66, the 10, and the 98, I really think it'd be better if you pit now.
Well, that's what 100 Force is doing now. They're trying to see what they can do. I do love that gumbo. Forget about the hot stove. Let's get the gumbo on. That's what I'm going to steal that saying, I must be honest. We got to keep keeping on now. 100 Force pitted. 4SR pitted. We know as well. RSV Motors in picture right here have pitted as well. I think they can go to the end. They had 42 minutes left in the race when they pitted, so they could be the ones that could get this. It could be a surprise. Alpha and RK are having this little battle here at the moment. They are together, and Alpha really has been keeping this right. They've been doing so well this race. To see them possibly lose it on a pit strategy at the end would be heart-wrenching, because they've just been the quietest car all race, and they've made quite a few positions up by just driving. And here they are now. They're P2. They pitted 10 laps ago. I don't think that's going to be enough fuel in that tank. I think they're going to be sucking on the straw to get the most out of it, or they will have to come for a splash and dash.
I think so too. Yeah, I think that's pushing it a little too far, and they'll have to jump in, which is a real shame for them. And this is a battle for position. Alpha Esports pitted only 1 lap after them, so both of them would likely need to be pitting in, which should mean that RSV Motors by OBS, as you said, is possibly the most likely, but then 100 Force also looking like they could be a challenge, depending on if RSV Motors by OBS has enough with their stop. Also, we were watching RK Foundation there coming down into Schlossgold a lap ago, and boy, they are hustling it. They nearly lost the car coming through in that Mercedes and getting all sorts of crossed up. But the BMW of Alpha Esports Academy has it down to 0.7 of a second. And we are 37 minutes left to go. Again, looking up at the top of the field, still see 3 cars that have not pitted yet. Granted, Only Alpha Esports by G Performance has pitted, and we think they're going to be very tight. And they definitely would like a caution because that'll stretch their fuel out enough, most likely, that they can get to the end without needing to do as much saving.
Well, Roadster Racing would love to do that as well because they're in the same situation. They're a lap down. A caution would give them a wave around. A wave around would put them back on the lead lap, and they might be able to do something. They'd be low on fuel. They'd be struggling on fuel, but they would be able to look at their options to see what they could do. So just because there's only 4 cars on the lead lap does not mean we're looking at just 4 cars in contention here. We still could have a 5th car that could just play spoiler if need be. Just like we're seeing right here with the 177 against the 112. It really is now a case of who blinks first, and if you blink first, you're probably going to be better off. So I'm probably going to say the 98 and the 10 come in at the same time because they're only a lap difference between them on their last lap, and they have been almost matching on those. And as I say that, the 66 just set the fastest lap of the race so far, just to show exactly how cold and how light, or how cold the track is getting and how light the cars are getting. So keep an eye on that. But we're just waiting for the first team to see a pit button, and there we go. Power Hit Radio in the pits. The Fordzilla joined them.
Yep, you're right. So both in... No, 98 does not join them, actually. So only the 10 pits this time. And they come down into their stall. So they're probably not going to get overtaken by anyone behind them. So this third place is still in good hands at this stage. Alpha Esports is just way too far down the field. We're not anticipating tires being taken. Only running on them for 35 minutes would not make sense, putting fresh rubber on for the time lost, since we've seen it's somewhere in the realm of about 13 seconds that you lose putting on those fresh tires. And there you go. Power Hit is out without taking fresh rubber, and they will return in third, but not in clean air from what I can see on screen. This is still Fordzilla 66. They've got about 3 or 4 more laps that they could go here before they need to pit in or out of fuel. But as we've seen, their MO is going long, leaving themselves a little bit vulnerable.
But again, we look at it, 4 cars. Now you could be saying, but there's only 4 cars on the lead lap. If they have a caution, they could still be on the lead lap and only behind 3 other cars. What about the lap traffic? You've got to factor that in as well. Could be stuck behind lap traffic, which would not be where they want to go. So hold your horses is what they're thinking right now. They will stick to the strategy. Stefanov will be happy with what he's doing. He's looking comfortable. There goes the 98 into the pits now as well. Got to keep eyes on that because the 98 was faster at the end of that stint, the middle of that last stint. Can they keep this lead when they come into the pits? They're in their box now. Power Hit Radio is coming around to the penultimate corner. It's going to be very tight here. I wonder if the 98 is just going to hold on to this.
25 seconds. That was the time in the stall for Power Hit Radio. We're up to 15. No, I think they're going to beat Fordzilla pretty comfortably here, actually, because they're going past them right now. And yeah, 24, 25, 26 seconds for Team Fordzilla. That is very firmly in the hands of Power Hit Radio Racing. And the gap, now that I'm starting to get a clearer picture, is close to 9 seconds between them. So Fordzilla, whatever pace they had that last time, they really need to unleash it here and see if they can chase down what could be a potential 1-2 for their team. So the only ones left that need to stop are the 66, and then likely the RK Foundation and the Alpha Esports Academy cars are expected to be in one more time. It's a big question mark over the number 7 team on whether they will be in.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes down and look in, as they say in bingo, because this could be crucial for Fordzilla. Do they do it now? They've got the buffer. I know it means a bit of a nuisance of having to take less fuel on the stop and, you know, run the risk of do they have enough tank space to do this, but they've got to think about this. Because if they were to just take this fuel right now, they'd be safe. A safety car wouldn't have to worry about it. So we'll see them coming around at the corners now. They have a very sizable lead. Do they do it this time by? Well, we're not going to see there on the camera, but we're going to have a look ourselves. That was the other Fordzilla. I do apologize. 66. If I'm them, Joe, you're going to agree with me here. Pit now. Would you say? Pit now.
Yeah. I mean, what have you got to lose at this point? You're not going to get jumped. You had a pretty decent gap. It's 57 seconds. You're probably not going to take tires. Again, like I said, to me, this is kind of needless risk that they're putting themselves under.
They heard us.
All right. They're pitting in. Finally, I'm being listened to like the nagging mother. So 56 seconds between Power Hit Radio and Team Fordzilla. They should be out very comfortably ahead.
Yeah, and that's just what they need. And there was no issues with the pit entry. We know that they had that issue beforehand. They've taken it careful. This is almost like one of those pit stops you get at the end of Le Mans. You know, the one where they're like, let's just put you in. We've got such a sizable lead. We just want to clean the car so we can just get it nice and a little bit presentable for when we take the photo when you cross the finish line. That's what it feels like right now. They're just keeping this in. They're not pushing hard on this pit stop. They had a minute gap. So that's going to give them, with a 37-second pit stop cone to cone, that's going to give them a 28-ish second lead. I'm guessing my maths isn't that good, but you get the idea. They look comfortable right now. Now's just the time for them to bring that car home with 31 minutes left.
And all that fuel saving, remember we saw 25, 26 seconds, 28 for some of our drivers to get to the finish here. Fordzilla, 19.3 seconds in the box. They were in and they were out, as they did not need much fuel, and that has put them way more than an arm's length away from any of their rivals. And they are safe from the cautions, finally, against all of our harping for hours on time. And they can go to the finish from here. Now, what about this Alpha Esports Academy BMW, who sits in second in the AM category, one lap later than RK Foundation? It's not much, and they are about 1.5 seconds behind, but they are 30 seconds ahead of RSV Motors by OBS. Honestly, if it's this close, I think with this supposedly taking them to the end, if this is what they're planning, if I'm Alpha Esports, I'm saying back off, save the fuel, take it to the finish. You're not under pressure right now, and you can spare, I mean, almost a second a lap at this point.
Yeah, just save it. Even if you've got to hit that clutch and start clutching on the way down to turn 3, the way down to turn 4, just do it. There's no need to be thinking about those times right now. You have to play it safe. You're playing it really well. You've done a really good game plan here. You don't want to fall at the last hurdle. But if you know you're not going to make it, get in now and get that time now. Don't try and think about extending. Think about working on it now. Because if you were to wait that time and you get a safety car, you've lost your chance at a race. So if you think you're going to be very short, just come in. And we know, especially with Alpha Esports Academy, they've been short before, badly.
Oh yeah.
Remember, they had to coast for the last, on the way down to turn 9, going into the pit lane once before.
Was that Jobling or Dunn in the car when that happened? I'm trying to remember, because if it's Jobling who's currently in the car right now, and they're saying, no, yeah, you're fine, you're good to go to the end, I'd be like, can you please double check that calculations? I don't know what your calculator says, but last time we cut that a little close for comfort. So at least I'd have, that's always the worst thing when you're the driver. You can't trust your team, and you don't know if what they've called is right. They have more information than you, but you have to trust them, and you have to let them make those calls for you, because you've got other things to focus on as the driver. But it just doesn't help when it nags in your mind thinking, are we good? Can we get there?
I'm looking now. I think it was Jobling. Yeah, it was Jobling in the car. He was in that car when that happened last time by. So yeah. I'm with you. And another thing as well, because a lot of teams, we use fuel calculators, don't we? A fuel calculator is only good for what you're doing. And one of our teams, I beat one of our other teams in a race because they were fuel saving, and they took what the fuel calculator was telling them to take because they were fuel saving. So they were half a lap to a lap short because they took the wrong figure on the fuel calculator. You don't want to make that. In some respects, you know, if you have to take the fuel now, take it, but make sure you don't go under. Check what that fuel calculator is saying, and just go a little bit extra.
They are actually pulling away from RSV Motors. So I don't know if that's just pace for the 192 team that they're that slow, or they're also saving fuel, or if Alpha Esports is trying to blitz things and is going to pit at some point here in the next few minutes and come on in. It's lap 17. So, yeah, that'll take them right down to probably about 2-3 laps to go, I got to think. It's going to be extremely tight. So they really, like you said, you don't want to leave it all the way to the end. You'd rather take care of it early and give yourself a chance to try and chase down whoever you need to chase down instead of getting it right to the bitter end. In the meantime, this is Power Hit Radio Racing, and the number 10 is still about 22 seconds behind our leader with, let's see what the lap times have been looking like. Oh, wow. Best lap of the race, personal best lap of the race for the team, 28.9 there for Power Hit Radio Racing. They are indeed pushing, and that was a 29.6 for Team Fordzilla 66. Now, with that big of a gap, I'm not sure that they're all that worried, because this is probably cruise home to the checkered flag mode for that Mercedes, knowing that they don't have really much pressure. And we've got, is this SRB? Yeah, this is SRB Motorsports 2 with their last stop, and they're going to get out ahead of MTS GRG quite easily. So that's your leader that we just saw coming out of pit lane in the GT4s as we take a look at the 202, who is chasing them.
Yeah, that gap is going to be closing, but it's a question of can they make that gap. They're just crossing the line now, so it's going to be a little bit of a time difference, and there was about a minute there, so I think the MTS GRG guys, they might be, we'll see the figure anyway, it's going to be about 10 seconds or so. In fact, actually, I'm way off at about 18 seconds, as it says over there. That's doable if things happen, but at the same time, you get a safety car, you're right with one another, and there are two GT4s on their own lead lap at the moment, so anything can happen. And like you keep coming back to, Long Beach, safety car came out of nowhere. Are we going to get that? Who knows? Are people going to be a little bit careful this time? You would like to think so. We still need to see if anyone is just going to play this safe or going to go aggressive, because I don't think anyone can race for a position right now.
No, and nobody's really close enough at this stage either. They've all separated. They're focused on their own race, and either you're going to have to push and catch up to somebody or manage what you've got to wind up in a battle from here with 24 minutes remaining. 177 team and the 112 team, we've been watching them to see if they're going to be able to make it to the finish. I'm almost certain RK Foundation can't get to the end from here, especially because they are still pulling away from Alpha Esports on top of things. So they don't seem to be saving fuel, or at least attempting to be saving fuel. There you see them on your screen right now. And it's about 2.5 seconds down to the 177, who sits P2. They pitted about the same time, one lap apart from one another, very, very early, and have made this final stint maybe too close for comfort for this pair of drivers.
If I'm in that car right now, I'd be asking why we came in so early. I'd be a little bit worried. And I think that lap guide there we just saw, that's actually very interesting, because look, Alpha Esports Academy, they are half a second slower almost. Now that to me said they're fuel saving. That to me said if they've got an opportunity to hide behind a car, take the slipstream, take a little bit of time off. That to me says fuel saving, and at least that's what I'd be doing right now. And I know there is a difference in pace, and we know there has been some damage, but the damage is on the RK Foundation. Alpha, knock on wood, has got a pretty clean car. In fact, yeah, apart from the bump up and probably just riding the curves a bit too much, they don't really have a lot of damage. So that to me does suggest fuel saving, and I'd be surprised if that isn't fuel saving.
Looking at the 66 here, getting ready to put another lap on SRB Motorsports Lent Vega. in the GT3 AM category. Still hovering, well, actually extending now up to 24 seconds over Power Hit Radio Racing. So I thought for a bit they were managing the gap, but they have significantly picked up the pace. It is down to the 28s and 29s for them. So they must know that they're good on fuel, maybe saved just a lap or two to try and make things a little bit more snug for them. And they're just picking it up and trying to push to the finish as they go by another lapped car, MTS GRG's 292. Last car on the track racing right now. They are about, looks like 7 laps behind the 255. If I'm seeing, no, excuse me, that is 17 laps behind, actually, their class leader, but sticking with it and going as long as they can in hopes of inheriting a spot or two. But the next one up is 6 laps ahead, Dilettante Racing, who is has got to like fall out, I think, and then the next 6 or 7 laps, or else they cannot be caught by MTS GRG. They won't be able to overtake any more cars from there. Porsche Club Lithuania comes into pit lane from 22nd overall. And I didn't see how many laps they had put in, so I'm not entirely sure where that sits us in terms of other cars that may need to pit that we've been keeping an eye on, because that could have been useful information there to see if we can put that together.
I just want to point out as well, when we talk about Porsche Club Lithuania, they were out of it after the first lap. They were in one of the incidents. They actually brought out the safety car. So, because they had to tow. So you think about it, they've stuck with it. And granted, they've only claimed 3 positions in class, but they stuck with it, and that's just more power. I mean, MTS GRG, the 292, have done something similar. It's not gone their way, but you've just got to applaud what Porsche Cup Racing, Porsche Club Lithuania have done in just being able to just hold on like that.
All right, so we got some more laps here between our 2 runners in the lead of the AM category. And, this is with Zentalis now. Now that is, that's with RK Foundation, excuse me. Joe Bling's picked it up a little bit, but then the last lap was deleted. Let me double check on that. Does he have
He's
a
not
black
said it,
flag?
I don't think, has he? No, it is deleted, yeah.
Okay, so it must have been just a cut course penalty for him, most likely, because I do not see a black flag for incident limits, which would be another reason that we would see laps deleted on there. So just had a moment of drama that I worried that maybe they had thrown things away and gone over that 60x incident limit. I have to see if we can check in with those behind the scenes and get an update on who is where. Who is really having to back off, because that could be informative on who has to ease their pace up. We're thinking fuel saving sometimes. Others, Craig, might be thinking, no, just keep it within the track boundaries.
I was going to say, we've not mentioned that, because you look at Fordzilla, last time we looked, at just after the halfway mark, about 2.5 hours left, they were, 16x away from a penalty? So, in some respects, they've just been keeping it calm now, and now they have no reason to push. 23 seconds, they could afford to just be a little bit, I'd say, lackluster in the driving. I know that's something that not many people want to do. You don't tell someone to slow down the driving, as we're going to get a small incident here. And that is the Academy car. Sorry, not the Alpha car. Sorry, not the Academy car. The number 7. Now, is this going to be a moment here as they come around the penultimate corner? Don't like the way that... Yeah.
They just had a small off there. We see him clip the dirt coming out of vert, I think. And yeah, so they're, speaking of pushing and going over the limits, there you go right there. Some of them are apparently pushing a little too hard. We're down to 18 minutes left. And as we jump over here, this, I think, is this our... Yeah, this is Roadster Racing here in that number 48. That's not for position behind them. That is RSV by OBS, our 3rd place in the GTM category. So instead, we come back to 50-50 And they've got SRB Motorsport 2, who is our leader in the GT4, is going to make it 3 wide, maybe? Nope, not quite. RK Foundation goes through, although, whoa! And there's another reason you can't leave too much to chance when it comes to incident limits, because their 50-50 racing team had no choice but to go off course.
That was a 50-50 grind on the sausage curve, as they say. That was unlucky for them. They'd had a really good race up to then, and unfortunately almost just got blown away there from that one move. Just got to be careful, and hopefully they're able to keep it going. We were talking about the incident limits, and we have them in basically some order, because we do know that the 66 is on 49 incident points out of 60. We know that the number 10 is on 43. Again, they've kept really well, but they've got a little bit careless with that since the last time we looked. The 98 is currently on 51 incident points. The number 7 is on 55 incident points, and the number 48, still in this technically, is 54 incident points. So I think those we got to be looking out for really is the 7 and the 48. I think the 98 might just be safe.
Yeah, the 98 at 51 has some leeway. That would take some really extenuating circumstances, being hit twice and then having off track. But all it takes is essentially a spin and a hit for the 48 team, and they're out. That's it. Game over after coming nearly 6 hours. Well, no, I say that. They're not. It's not a disqualification. It's just a drive-through penalty, so I'm over-dramatizing. But it is going to be disappointing that they got this far and then have to be sent back. Now, we do have some actual potential passing bubbling up. MTS GRG is being caught by SRB Motorsport. We keep talking about the theme of the 1-2s that a lot of teams look close to trying to manage today. And SRB Motorsport, like they might be one that might be able to do it if they can just dispose of the MTS GRG team.
But they just had a moment going over the gravel on the exit of turn 8. I'm going to see, is this another moment for the Vilnius Tech guys, the transport engineers at Vilnius Tech, coming around the penultimate corner? That's very wide, onto the grass even, and that's just going to send that car having a little bit of a moment there. We saw RK in the pits. RK Foundation went into the pits, so they know they can't do it. And again, if they knew they couldn't do it, they've left it late there. As we still see this battle, it's not gone well here for SRB Motorsport in the 245. Because ever since we started talking, they've lost a second and a half. Are we cursing them? I think that cast of the commentator's curse. But just having a little bit of a moment there. But they are trying to catch that car. And getting hit by traffic half the time is not going to help them.
Well, it seems like RK Foundation maybe was right after all, because it was a splash and dash in only 15 seconds, and RSV wasn't close enough to capitalize. So now Alpha Esports is in. It's going to be a similar situation, just quick in and out to get to the finish. Let's see if it's less than the 15 seconds, because they were close behind RK. They're down the front stretch, 12 seconds. This is going to be a battle for the lead as they exit, and they've just gone past them. Zentalis versus Jobling, but what's the difference once they get out of there? Looks like Nigel needs to make up about 3.5 seconds to catch the 112.
It's not going to do it, and the key thing here is my map is saying 2:27 exactly. Now they are a lap or so down, so that's not going to be right. Have they put enough fuel in here? A car comes ahead of Nigel as well. Again, we said it and we kept saying it, Joe. If they knew they were going to be tight, why did they wait until 15 minutes left in the race? They've had all this time to get that splash and dash done, and it could cost them. One of these teams is going to get the victory when neither of them really should have. No offense, they shouldn't have got the victory if they didn't know they had to do this splash and dash.
Also, RSV Motors by OBS, are they going to make it? They're on lap 21. If we're expecting most of them to get 28, 29 laps max, I don't think that's enough. I think the 192 is also going to be shy. So where Apex Racing might slip up into third position and finish on the podium in their GT Pro. It'll be 100 Force potentially. It depends on if they're close enough to RSV Motors. I don't know if they are. They're about 17 seconds behind.
I've just realized as well, one of the key things here, I was talking about there's a car ahead of the Apex, and they've had to take a slowdown. They took a slowdown. They were using their team as slipstream on the whole lap there, and then all of a sudden, because of the wash of the dirty air, they go wide and have to take a slowdown. So now Nigel's going to find 5 seconds in 12 minutes. I just can't see it.
Yeah, this seems like he needs either that safety car we've been hinting is still a possibility in these last 12 minutes, or he needs a mistake from RK Foundation. Zentalis has taken over from Tadas there earlier on in the race, and Tovalivius as well, and is basically going to try and see if he can bring this one home and take a victory in that AM fight. Haven't missed anything between SRB Motorsport and MTS GRG. They've gone up to about 2 seconds between them, so unfortunately what was looking like an exciting battle has died down a little bit, but it could still crop back up, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's 20 seconds actually between P1 and P2 overall in this race. It's come down slightly, but I think that Power Hit Radio Racing knows that the jig is up on this one. They need something outside of their hands to give them a potential. And Alpha Esports is in. Alpha Esports cannot make it, as Spetchens is going to potentially give up the 4th place to Roadster Racing.
Wow, and that would be fantastic for Roadster Racing. What a result that would be if they can hold on to that. Again, another team not getting the calculations right.
Oh,
very weird.
Look at the screen, though. That's Schlossgold, and that's MTS GRG. SRB Motorsports is ahead of them now. Another victim of that nefarious corner has sent them down into 2nd place. SRB now has their 1-2.
That is just what you want to see. That is something that they cannot hide their excitement, is what I'm trying to say. They're going to be really happy with that if they can hold on to that. And the gap, though, it's still tight, though, between those teams. You've just got to now hold on. That one mistake. Such a shame. What is the gap now? Are they even close to crossing the line? No, MTS GRG still haven't crossed the line yet. And SRB Motorsport, the 245, they're coming down into turn 2 on the way to turn 3. That gap's going to be the equivalent of about 20 seconds. That is massive. And in fact, 23 seconds is the gap between the two cars there. All our SRB have to do now is just bring it home with 9 minutes to go.
Also, that battle for 4th in the GT Pro is not necessarily over. Roadster Racing did wind up ahead of the number 7 team. But Roadster Racing's on lap 23 of the stint. We have 9 minutes to go. This is going to be super tight for them, and they only have a second back to that Alpha Esports G Performance car. So if they've got more fuel than them, they can push hard, and Roadster can't.
Yeah, this is going to be tight as well. Again, the lap times is still saying 227 exactly. It hovers. They are hovering over. There is a small chance they could take an extra lap, and that is in the hands of the Fordzilla 66. We'll wait and see. It's gone down to 226.99, so it's a 27 lap move there. That could be very close. That is something you have to keep an eye out for now because of that. The fuel battles is now really heating up. I've got my eyes. I'm trying to keep my eyes on this battle for the AM battle, but it's just not working. I think Nigel's worn those tires out, and I think he's overdriving. That gap's gone to 6 seconds now between him and Zentalis. And I think, and I don't want to say it, but knock on wood, I think RK Foundation may have this victory.
Yeah, it ain't over till that checkered flag waves. I think they've got to just try and keep pushing all the way to the finish. They are in a comfortable position right now, but 6 seconds can easily be overtaken just by a little spin. And suddenly Alpha Esports Academy is through to the victory with a mere 7 minutes left to go here on the clock. Right now, Stepanov looking to bring that 66 team yet another victory here. A first and a second so far. Going to make them all podiums at this rate here for the third round. And across the front stretch, as we see the likes of Spetchens and Cepas duke it out for this fourth position. It is 9/10 of a second. We got an update on the 66 car, though. They are up to 56 points. They've gained a lot of them. I don't know, again, if they're using them here towards the end, but now if they make any car contact, and that doesn't have to be with their own class, if they get too close to a GT4 car, to a lapped GT3 car, that's them taking a penalty, and they're going to be, they might actually be able to get ahead of the number 10, but I don't think that's a risk I'd be willing to take.
But meanwhile as well, the 48, the Roadster Racing, CPAS, he's on 57. So this could be tight for them as well. And you can see that gap between CPAS and Geordie is just less than a second. The 7 is on 55. Now, I'm not saying he'd do it, but he can afford a 4X, but the 48 can't afford a 4X. We've got to be careful. The 10, though, sitting on 46. They've somebody just copy what they're doing. They've done an amazing drive today, or amazing recovery. They're going to be fine. But this is all crucial here. We're still looking at the RSV. They're in a little bit of a battle themselves. They want to hold on to this. They've got where the apex behind them, which isn't a class battle, but you know, you just want something to do at the end of the race. Our key battles right now: Roadster Racing on Alpha Esports by G Performance. That is going to be one to keep an eye out for, with 6 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, so we watch from above here. I can tell you that it's heading into Remus. So this isn't the battle that we were talking about, Roadster Racing just ahead of Alpha Esports. This is Stepanov, though, who's actually on the verge of lapping them. He doesn't have to. It depends on the mood he's in, I suppose, if he wants to separate them and cause all kinds of heartache if you're Alpha Esports or whoever is behind in that situation. Or he could just sit and let them fight it out for that extra lap that they could probably use. Oh, RSV Motors just went off. They just had a problem coming into contact with Where Apex Racing. So that was interesting. Let's take a look at it here coming up into Remus. I think they got away with it. Watch this little bit of a clumsy lapping. Didn't quite touch, but certainly gave him pause there on the exit.
Yeah, not what they want to be seeing. They're trying to hold on to this position. I mean, they are holding on to it, but they just don't want to make any mistakes this late in the race. Unfortunately, that's the way it's looking at this moment. Gonna get a quick replay. The 113 in the pits. Nope, sorry, the 113. Well, hello, that's the 113 having a bit of a spin. That's coming out of the turn 1. So what has happened there? Out of the pit lane? A spin in the pit, coming out the pit lane. Comes around here, the 113, the Locals Autosport. Oh, did they hit the wall? I think they just tapped the wall there.
I think they'll get away with that. The question is, that might be an unsafe exit, though?
Yeah, that's unsafe.
Because
no penalty.
Interesting. iRacing didn't give it to him because that would send him back in automatically. I wonder if the stewards are going to look at it and it's going to wind up like what we saw with Fordzilla coming into the pits, and they're watching that exit as well. Of course, granted, maybe they'll take some mercy on them, and what are they going to do in that situation to get turned around? There's nothing else they can do, but they also made the spin, and it looks like the 131 is pitting in. This is not for penalty. This must be for a splash and dash to get to the finish. Here's RSV by OBS, still out there in third in class currently. Cepas, though, is this where it finally changes hands? Alpha Esports has put them on the defensive, but has not been able to overtake. They've only got 3 minutes to go now.
Look at the defense that Cepas is putting on. Ooh, I don't like that weaving. And now coming in, but neither of them want to come close to one another. They're trying to hold on to the incident point, and they know the situation. And if Cepas is 3x away from an incident point, why is he defending so aggressively? Is what I'd be asking right now. I'd be heart in mouth. And look, he's slowing down. Is this a fuel thing, or is he just slowing? What is going on? this is some very interesting tactics going on. He must be fuel. I'm confused what is going on, but he pitted lap 196 and it's 225. He is at that limit. Wouldn't surprise me if he is fuel saving, but right now, just the defending here, he's defending for his life.
Yeah, he knows that he's going to have to brake a little bit early in a lot of these corners. And Alpha Esports maybe just feeling like they are very comfortable at this stage, and they also don't need to risk it because they're on 55 incidents. So, yeah, just don't. I definitely would be on the radio saying, don't fight it. Don't fight it. They're fine. 48, both of them, man, both, if they make contact, the 48 for sure is going to get a drive-through penalty. The 7 is a maybe. It depends on if they've gotten one more. If they have had one more since we last saw, then they also will get one. And neither party is going to be all that happy here. But don't look now. That is Oliver Stepanov just behind them. And is this going to be white flag? We cross the line. No, 2 to go, but only for about 3 seconds extra.
Stefanov did an amazing job. He put fastest lap after fastest lap in, and he was able to just force that issue. Hang on, we're just going to go 3 wide. This is going to be very treacherous. Nobody wants to hit anybody. This could be P4 decided just because of Stefanov having to get by. We'll wait and see. Nobody wants to touch anybody. Nobody wants to touch anybody. Oh, hello. This is the weirdest fight you'll ever see. Stefanov is not fighting Sipas, but you can see as well that Jordi is going to use this to try and get around. No driver can afford a 4X right now, otherwise they get a penalty. And here they go now. Is Jordi going to make this move? He can't. He's trying to make this move. They're still not trying to touch. They're still not trying to touch. Still not trying to touch. And off track for the Fortilla. It's just not a spin. It's not a spin. It's a recovery. And Jordi gets it. But here comes the response. Can he hold on to this show?
Side by side as they come through.
No!
Oh, and there's the contact. There's the contact. I don't see a black flag next to either name. They're okay. It must have been the slightest of touches. Boy, they are pushing the limit on this. And so is Stepanov, who just needs to finish this race at this point. He should get the white flag this time by, unless that really was a costly run. He goes to the inside. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds. Is this the checkered flag? No, he'll get one more lap around. He was not given the checkered flag that time by. He barely gave us this extra lap. Who has the fuel?
Well, these guys here have to do another lap. And you've got to remember, because he did not see the white flag, he's not allowed to see the checkered flag. And again, Sitsipas is trying to make the defense. If you've ever seen defending with no incident point, this is fantastic. This is gut-wrenching because if one of them makes contact, that's it for the other one. Is there going to be a response here from the number 7? He can't do it.
I was just going to say, he slowed up on the straightaway. I was going to say, he's on 30 laps into this stint. There's no way he can go an extra one around unless Team Fordzilla passes the pair of them, and he's not showing signs that he's interested in doing that. He doesn't want to get messed up and get an incident point and wind up with a penalty here. This is bizarre, and he's holding him off. Are they going to slow up and let them through? This is the strangest finish I've ever seen in my life. Are they actually going to have to take this extra lap? Oh, there's car contact again. No black flag. They're good. Just a little touch round the outside. He doesn't feel like he's going to have enough, but Jordi does. He's going to be able to get through. He's going to have to come into pit lane, and Stepanov, as he crosses around the 66, will take a very slow victory lap here at the Red Bull Ring. Unbelievable stuff. I cannot believe what we witnessed, and Roadster Racing did come into pit lane to take that splash and dash, but I don't think they needed it because I think they were behind the 66. They're going to be scored a lap down. Power Hit Radio Racing is going to get second place. Where is our leader in the AMS? Looks like they're still coming around through Rauk and Vert. And SRB Motorsport 2 actually just came across the line now, and they will take the win in the GT4s. There is our leader down in the GTAMs.
Wow, I don't even know what to say, but RK Foundation, remember, They got hit earlier in the race. They've had to make a recovery themselves. What a drive by RK. Got the fuel strategy right. You've got to feel for Alpha Esports Academy dominating so much. And they were unable to due to fuel strategy. And the victory goes to the 1-1-2. But I really think you've got to give your hats off to the SRB Motorsport drivers, because they're going to get a 1-2 out of this in the GT4 class. No team was able to get a 1-2 except for SRB. What a performance.
Just fantastic stuff. Fordzilla did get a 1-3 to their credit. It was close to a 1-2. They are 3.1 seconds away from Power Hit Radio Racing at the end of the race. But the margins of victory were quite large. I'm seeing... Actually, is there a laps difference between the 255 and 245 here? Close to a laps difference. I'm seeing like a minute 22 on my screen between them. And then the AM racers had a difference of 9.1 seconds. That's our closest finish, 9.1 seconds. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the results.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose gali sukelti priklausomybę.
iDrink is a revolutionary, healthy beverage that replenishes nerve and muscle fibers in a very special way. Created by German scientists, iDrink is the world's only beverage to contain the most powerful natural antioxidants, R-alpha-lipoic acid. By drinking just 1 can of iDrink, you get about the same amount of nutrient as you would having eaten a tons of spinach, 2 tons of beef, and 7 tons of nuts. The effect is like raising the fuel octane and increasing the size of a car's engine at the same time. It doesn't matter what you are going to be doing for the next 12 hours, whether it's solving difficult mathematical equations, speaking a foreign language, playing sports, or making love. Anything you do will have better results without getting tired. Strangely enough, your appetite will also be curbed with iDrink. But unlike all other energy drinks, which are just stimulants, iDrink doesn't contain caffeine, terrain, cocaine, guarana, marijuana, iguana, or anything else that raises your pulse or blood pressure. We're not trying to push a dying horse up its last hill. Instead, we're giving her a spa day and all the replenishing she needs to win the race. Have an iDrink, it's very delicious. No to red eyes and deranged stares, to shaky hands and energy drink withdrawals. Yes, to the natural, healthy alternative.
OPTIBET, lažybos, lošimo automatai, ruletė, kortų lošimai, stalo lošimai. OPTIBET, OPTIBET.
Dalyvavimas azartiniuose lošimuose.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring. We had quite the finish with Fordzilla taking the victory, but the interesting thing wasn't how close they were to those that they were chasing them, but those that they were chasing as they let an extra lap for 2 cars trying to decide 4th and 5th place, costing them fuel, and in the case of Roadster Racing, costing them the position because they didn't have enough. Power Hit Radio was second with Team Fordzilla in the number 98 car, winding up in 3rd. And then Alpha Esports by G Performance was just behind in 4th place, just ahead, really, to round out those on the lead lap. Roadster Racing had to come into pit lane. They didn't have enough. And then the 47 of Over the Limit Racing Blue wound up in 6th. From there, 7th went to Over the Limit Racing Red, RK Foundation in P8. With the win for the GTM, Alpha Esports 2nd in GTM, followed by Ware Apex Racing in 7th in their class. 6th and 8th in their class. 100 Force rounds out the podium. 12th overall was RSV Motors by OBS, 4SR Racing, 13th with Kurteka, in 14th for the GTs, riding high P15, Local Autosport Black in 16th. And then 17th goes to Amazing Stuff. SRB Motorsports by Vega, P18, SR Technic in 19th, followed by 20th with Transport Engineers, Slow and Confused 21st, Locals Autosport 22nd, and Porsche Club Lithuania 23rd. What about our GT4s, Craig?
Well, in our GT4s, it is SRB Motorsport number 2 that take the victory. But SRB Motorsport number 1 in the 245 did get P2, so they're going to be happy with that performance as well, as we just start to see them come down. MTS GRG will round out that podium. and then 50-50 Racing Team will be P4. Lithocargus Tramos EU will take home P5, and Shirotas will be P6. Then it's Ship Z Racing will be 7th. Delatani will take 8th, and NTS GRG in the 292 valiantly fought on. And they still finish at the end, but they finished. All GT4s finished the race.
The rest from there on down were DNFs in the GT3 classes, which takes us, of course, to our winners for this race in the GT Pro. That is William Chadwick and Oliver Stepanov from the Team Fordzilla number 66 team. Let's start with Oliver, with it being your home track. I gotta think this one is special for you. Started it on pole, you finished it in first. That's all you can ask for.
It was all I asked for. It was such an amazing race, especially like after qualifying, seeing okay, we are P1, and then like the race went quite well. Besides our drive-through, but anyways, we won, and I'm so happy, really happy to do it at my home.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk to William about that drive-through penalty. At what point were you made aware? Was it when the stewards told you that you got the penalty, or did you know that you had gone over the limit with that pit entry?
I to be honest, I was just running to iRacing rules. I wasn't running to. I forgot or misread the rule book in terms of entry on pits. So I was just keeping to the right, and obviously on 3 stint old tyres with 30% on the front. Understood a little bit. Went just under half a car over the white line. So I mean, it is what it is. Not ideal, especially at the time. It was a bit more panicky than we wanted it to be. But we knew that we thought both cars ahead of us at the time had to take tyres, and which they did. So we were able to secure the win anyway.
Well, a second, a first, and a first, that's a pretty good way to start things. Do you guys feel like you have momentum on your side?
I think we've been doing well. I think we've just made sure we're always getting the points that we deserve, and that we are working hard towards with the fastest laps, because we've made sure each time that we're getting the fastest lap point, because of course, you know, at the end of the season anything can be decided by 1 point. You never know, with no drop rounds in this championship. One bad round can lose you the championship. So if we're getting every point when we have the opportunity to, that's really important, and just making sure that we are capitalizing when we are fast and when we have got some good pace is really important towards the entire championship.
Well, again, Oliver, I'm sure this one means a lot to you, but next round we go off to Indianapolis. Do you see yourself doing decently well at a track that's going to be kind of new-ish, I guess we could say, since it's only part of it is new compared to the old version?
Yeah, it will also be completely new of the driving because of iRacing's updates to the physics. We will see what happens. It's just we need to wait for the patch, and then we can see how it is and how it's going.
Well, congratulations to the pair of you. Who do you want to thank that helped put you in victory lane today?
Right, thank you. Thank you guys for putting on the event and commentating. Thank you for Gustus for doing all the race control, even though he had to give me a back flag today, first one of the season. Thank you to OBS in general and OptiBet for sponsoring the series. And thank you to our wonderful team managers, Miguel and Jose, for strategies and also just management in general. And thank you to Oliver for not getting a black flag on a drive-through, and he saved me a little bit.
With pleasure. I also thank the same people. Thank you, guys.
That was your winners in the Team Fordzilla number 66 machine, which then takes us to, I believe, a conversation that Craig has started with Nigel Jobling, who was second in the AM category.
Yeah, I've got Nigel with him right now. And Nigel, it was a bit of a quiet race for you guys until, apart from the start. And then at the end, it looked like you just ran out of steam, or more importantly, you just ran out of fuel. Actually, I just see your teammate Callum's in. Is Callum with you here? Yeah, let's just get Callum in as well. It looked like both of you two were just struggling. Oops, I think I just moved Joe by accident. Sorry, looked like you were both struggling with fuel at the end there. Is that what happened? Did you miscalculate?
I don't think it was necessarily a thing about fuel. It was more literally just pace. I tried to stay with him as much as possible. I just couldn't keep up, really. So, you know, fair play to him.
And I of course, at the start would have been probably the most nail-biting you've seen, because you almost had a decent view of what was happening in front, both of you. What was the thought process on that start for either of you? I'm guessing, Callum, you were probably shouting, "Get off the track, there's a car." But yeah, that was a little bit heart-in-mouth moment.
Well, obviously at the start, we both said to each other, was like, we're going to take it easy and avoid everything, because turn one is normally where it all happens. And I've looked, and I've seen it all happen. I've literally just gone 12. And we managed to get around it with no damage whatsoever, which set us off in the right foot.
Yeah, you managed to get away with that and just keep the lead. And to be honest, I mean, we saw you a lot on the broadcast, but it was very quiet out there for you. Did you find you were in any battles for most of that race? It did feel like you were just out on your own, taking a nice little bit of bubble driving, the two of you.
Nigel probably has different. Nigel has different, because obviously he did nearly the whole race. What I can remember is hopping in at the second safety car, and on the restart we had that big incident between OBS and the other Porsche. Obviously there was incidents along the way which we managed to avoid, and that pretty much just gave us the confidence to carry on. I don't know if Nigel would say the same thing or not.
Yeah, I mean, most of the race, it was pretty quiet until obviously the end. But yeah, we were pretty much either in a train just drafting, trying to save fuel, or just by ourselves really in clear air.
Yeah, so that did always help, especially there for your result. It does give you some good points there, because you had a couple bad results at the start of the season, and now you're going to get a nice chunk of points. So that does really lead you up the table, and also that gives you in a good position for the next race. How are you looking forward to the next race? Of course, we are going to have a few changes to the GT3s by then.
I definitely need to put on practice. But I mean, I think all the drivers are just looking forward to just getting better results at the next race. You know, we're just hoping to build our momentum from here, really.
So before I let you go for the evening after a grueling 7 hours, is there any shout outs to anybody you guys would like to give?
I'd say just shout out to the whole esports team. I know we got a little bit unlucky in some instances in the race, but everyone drove really well, and we should all be proud of ourselves.
Yeah, I fully agree with Nigel there. Shout out to the team. The team did an excellent job today. It's not really much more to comment on.
No, it was been what looked to be on the broadcast a quiet race, but a very good result for the 177 Alpha Esports. So Callum, Nigel, congratulations on the P2, and go and rest up, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Bye.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
From there, we've got third place in the GT Pros. I believe that Team Fordzilla number 98 with Jack Ashton and Javier Roman are going to talk to us about what was almost a 1-2 for their team, but a 1-3 just as good, I have to imagine. Pretty close, at only 3 seconds behind at the line. Is there anything you guys feel like you could have done different to make it that Team Fordzilla 1-2?
Making it different. I think we pushed pretty hard. I think the only thing that could have swung our way better was at the start with the first safety car. We were going long on fuel compared to most, and people pitted for fresh tyres and fresh fuel, and then the safety car came out, which then meant that we had to follow safety car, then pit with safety car, and then put us back in 9th and 10th. So we had to kind of rebuild that fuel level and rebuild that positioning as well. So it was a bit of a pain for that part, but that's just how racing is. So there's nothing on our half we could have done better. But yeah, we did a really good race. Hats off to Pavalias, I can't say his name, I'm afraid, for such a great stint in that final. I could not keep with him. He's just had the tempo on me, and I just couldn't get that extra edge on him. But almost with the fuel that, thanks from Oliver for making the extra lap. But we almost got him on that last lap. But yeah, it was a good finish.
Yeah, sometimes you can only go with what the best result with the cards you're dealt is. And Javier, it's you guys did a great job gaining 2 positions from the start. There was a bit messy back there that caused that accident, where you kind of wiping your brow when you saw in your mirrors that you weren't the one that was involved in the kind of notorious first lap wrecks that we see at this track.
Yes, well, the first laps were a bit difficult, but we avoided everything, and we could focus in our race. And after that, as Jack said, it was managing the tires and managing the fuel levels. We have the safety car, which is a bit unfortunately in our case, but after that we could focus in our race, and it was spicy at the end, but not enough. So P3 is a good result, nevertheless.
And Jack, you started and finished things playing the anchor there, but at the start of the race, it was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. At the end of it, it was less than 80. Could you feel much of a difference in the way the car was handling?
It's quite a funny question, really, because at the start I was super comfortable, felt really good. I think it's because I practiced in temperatures alike, and I felt pretty on top. Had plenty of pace, plenty of grip, which is quite strange in these conditions. And then I jumped in after Javier gave me the car, and I thought, yes, here we go. We're going to have a really fast car now compared to earlier. And I think I kind of took that for granted a bit and tried to push more because of that in the back of my head, and I made more mistakes, and I was actually slower. So strangely, it kind of went opposite for me, but I soon got on top of it after a stint, and then started to get my head down and get into a rhythm, and then built up that pace again near the end. But yeah, it was tricky to begin with.
Well, again, congratulations, guys. A 1-3 for the team. Anybody you want to thank that helped put you there?
Not really. I don't know. I'm speechless in that regard. So
we've got to thank Team Fordzilla for all the support and everything
Yes.
they do behind the scenes, and Will and Oliver as well. I think them guys that help us to push, they are the top guys, and I think that shows anyway with their P1 today and last race as well. So I think if it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't be pushing ourselves as much, knowing what pace is available when in testing. So yeah, thanks to them guys and the team in the whole.
Well, thank you for coming and speaking with us. That was Javier and Jack for Team Fordzilla number 98, talking to us about their third place finish. Finally, up next, I do believe, for the third place finisher in the GTM category, Craig has caught up with Nicholas and Justin.
Yeah, I've got Nicholas and Justin with me right now. They took P3 for the 100 Force in the GTM, and to be fair, I was going to ask Nicholas first. It looked to be very tight on fuel at the end there, and were you counting the numbers correctly and double counting your fuel calculations there?
Yes, absolutely. It was. We thought we nailed it, but then you always second guess yourself. So every 2 or 3 laps, we were running the numbers just to make sure we were good. I think at one point we had like 2 minutes left of like a gap, and we figured we were safe then. And then it was just keeping our head down, staying clean, and tried to run down third place. And luckily, it looks like they were off on their calculation, and we ended up catching them on the last lap there.
Yeah, you did very well. And of course, it wasn't all plain sailing as well, because you had to avoid a little bit of some moments at the start of the race. Not only just that lap 1, Justin, but also we had those safety cars in the middle of the second hour, which you were driving at the time, and that's never what you want to see. How was it for you driving when you had the incidents going around you like that?
It was good. Just wanted to stay clean and try to avoid all of it. I mean, the first turn can get pretty crazy, and luckily I managed to squeeze through the middle of all that carnage. So that was really nice.
Yeah, and then of course, unfortunately, we have to talk about it. Sorry, Nicholas, but that incident there with the 77, that must have been heart wrenching, because that looked like your race win was out there. But I mean, you still recover it, but you must have been absolutely destroyed after that incident.
100%. Yeah, he saw him coming. He flashed his lights. I felt like I left enough room, and I even went. I'm sure you guys saw it. Plenty of space on the inside, and it was just an unfortunate accident that could have been avoided. But we threw a temper tantrum there for a couple laps, kept silent, but then realized where we came out of the pits after I think it was 2 minutes of required repairs, and just kept going at it.
Yeah, and you managed to recover that for a fantastic P3, a great recovery drive. Before we let you go, guys, because I know it's a little bit, I think there's some things going on at the moment. I think it's a football weekend. Any shout-outs you would like to give to anybody?
No, I'll shout out to Nick because he actually got me into all this stuff about a year ago, so I've been really enjoying it, so appreciate it to him.
Perfect.
I like how one of you said no and the other one said, yeah, thank you. That's fantastic. Justin, Nicholas, congratulations on that recovery drive for a P3 and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks, awesome. Guys. Thanks, guys.
As third place in the GTMs, apparently their own comedy show. We're going to wrap it up with a big thank you to OBS Motorsports, of course, for helping putting this show on the road. As we mentioned, next time out, we're going to Indianapolis, my personal favorite, very personal, important place to me. We'll see how that fares in what will be a bit of a sprint race compared to the others. However, I'm Joe Peak, and until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.